Mic check. Mic check. It was always weird and janky in the mornings. I mean, in the evenings.
It is indeed a pleasure to have this privilege to play here for you. We intend to give you a very fine program, so just settle back, relax, and enjoy the moment.
What up, what up? Good morning. Ooh, TV is y'all not watching me to watch my TV. Sunlight though. Yo, if you're tuning in live, if you're tuning in later, what's up, D? You right on time. I was like a minute late. You right on time. Let's get to it. Whether you're watching live, I really love this new arm, y'all. Y'all don't understand. This new boom mic arm. What up, El J? What up, Brienne? Good to see y'all. Woo, woo, woo. It's hot in here. It's hot in here. Let me switch up. All right. So let's just check in right now and see. Let's hit refresh. I just finished watching Joe Biden and all them. I got to do a couple things. Yeah, just finished watching Joe Biden and Kamala give their address on voting rights.
Councilmember Seekings.
Okay.
Councilmember Shade.
Here we go. Hey.
Councilmember Griffin. Councilmember Appel.
Hey, Megzy.
Councilmember Jackson.
All right, y'all, I'm going to get my little
Mayor
setup straight.
Heckenberg.
Here we go.
Here. And now if you would like to join us, Councilmember Saccharin will join us and lead us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have to bend down. I think this invocation is timely and relevant given tonight's agenda and the fact we're welcoming 2 new council members. God, teach us to consider how others experience and see the world. Teach us to consider how my reality and the reality of others may be vastly different depending on our life experiences. Yet we share qualities of the same core desire. Teach us to listen for shared feelings and for places of connection. Teach us to be curious and open to hearing differences. Let us be strong in our vulnerability, in our not knowing, in our exposing our less than perfect selves. Give us courage to face judgment, scorn, and even hatred because of our greater good. Let us be disciples of essential goodness, strong in our knowing that each of us is in the divine light. God, give us the strength to keep feeling empathy even when we are tired and broken. Give us strength, God, to keep feeling empathy even when those close to us advise us against it. Lastly, give us strength, God, to recognize that injustice and equality may not always manifest itself as hatred and vitriol. And then sometimes it presents itself in the form of a distraction or dismissive language.
It's okay to be boring. We're okay. We could be as sober as we need to be. April, email coming tonight. Good morning. Good evening, April. Yeah, it could be. I don't want to always, center like drinking alcohol, but
If I may let everyone know, in the most unlikely event that we would need to evacuate the building, we've got these 2 doors here out of the main chambers, and then there's 1 door
look at Carol.
out of the room to my right.
Okay,
and then
Carol.
there's just the 2 stairways going down to the first floor and the 1 stairway going out the front of the building. So if that were to occur, please don't use the elevator and just use the 2 stairways and the 1 stairway.
Like it.
Very unlikely, but I just want everybody to know those are our options. So we're going to go right ahead and move to the certification of the election results from last November's election. And we're going to take each council member one at a time and have them come up here, have their family or friends
Carol's doing her Wolf of Wall Street impersonation.
then,
I'm not going.
Pleasure of council.
I'm not leaving.
We're going to do
You're gonna need a wrecking ball.
very different tonight, and upon Councilmember-elect Parker's request, we're going to have a virtual
April?
swearing in for her in my office across the hall with her children. So, and husband. So first up is District Number 2, Madam Clerk.
I've never seen this before,
South
y'all.
Carolina, City of Charleston. City of Charleston election
civics lesson.
commission certificate as to the result of the municipal general election held November 2nd, 2021. We, the undersigned commissioners of the City of Charleston Municipal Election Commission, being duly appointed, hereby certify the following as the results of the November 2nd, 2021 municipal general election to elect the offices of City Council Districts 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and Commissioner of Public Works. City Council District 2, Kevin Shealy, 248, and was elected.
Stop this deal on this, right?
9. City Council District 4, Robert M. Mitchell, 533, and was elected. Tim Weber, 164, write-in 2. City Council District 6, William Dudley Gregory, 273, and was elected.
I don't know why that keeps going out.
19.
That's the third time it's done that.
District 8, Mike Seekings, 301, and was elected. Write-in.
But if that fee goes out again, I'm calling bullshit.
7. City Council District 10, Stephen Bowden, 935, and was elected. Harry Joseph Griffin, 933, and was elected. Write-in 1. Commissioner of Public Works.
Behind me? Was he behind me?
4,807, and was elected. Write-in 184. These are the results signed by the Municipal Election Commission. Eli A. Poliakoff, Chairman, Bertel Kenyon, Commissioner, and F. Truett Nettles II, Commissioner.
Okay. I've never seen that before. That's cool to see how they certify the results of the most recent city council. So everyone gets sworn in. All the even number districts that want, that one. I got you. Can't hear nothing. It's just the oath. Okay. Where'd you see Mark Elias at? On your television? Do you always be dropping stuff that? Let me stop. Yeah, Harry wasn't. He didn't have the. He didn't have the ovaries, the mammaries, the huevos to show up. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. I figured that's what you're talking about. Okay, so I'm going to reduce this. How y'all doing? Everybody who just showed up, hey, what's up? Very special edition of Mic'd Up. We've kind of made this a regular thing. They're having fun. Like, when Steven gets up there, we'll listen, right? And then we'll have to listen with Caroline. But welcome to Mic'd Up in the evening. I'm so happy y'all are here. We do not encourage you you don't have to drink anything alcoholic, but what you enjoying? It could be chocolate. Because I'm one to always have like a cake or something. Yep, I got my cake over here. That's what I like. I'm eating like mad carbs. I can run a marathon. I'm carb loading. But I got like a some sort of like nondescript rosé going on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. So
I'm gonna open up the agenda while he talks.
I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh man, sound like my mama.
I want to thank my family for their support. I want to thank the people of West Ashley for allowing me to represent District 2 for a second time. I'm honored and humbled for this opportunity. 5 years ago, when I was, I had no idea that I'd be running for city council. Some people in my neighborhood and around West Ashley talked to me about running, and to be honest with you, I kind of laughed it off at first. I had never been involved in politics. I hadn't planned on being in politics, to be honest with you. But a couple things were going on at the time. I was taking a men's Bible study class at the time, and it was talking about getting out of your comfort zone and, taking a leap of faith, I guess, is kind of what that Bible study was about. So it kind of got me thinking a little bit. And then my old Middleton High School buddy and guy that grew up on the St. Andrews playground. I'm leaving that Bible study, and I hear his voice.
Evelyn, you were really hard on those masks.
And it went something like,
not in a bad way.
When was the last time you did something for the first
It's hard
time?
to do. Oh, I don't know about singing with a mask on.
It got me thinking, so I did. I did run, and I was very blessed to earn this position. And fast forward 4 years, and I'm riding in my truck again, kind of thinking, okay, am I going to run for re-election now? And then I hear that same voice on the radio.
See, I don't like this.
The only BS I need is beers and sunshine. I'm thinking, oh boy.
So we're at the certification. We just certified.
And I do appreciate the opportunity. A lot of things have happened.
We just certified. And now, so this is supposed to be the swearing in, but like, dude, you already been on council. I don't know what this like singing literal song and dance is. I don't know what this is, but we gotta seriously though, like they know this is a hotly contested, like there are at least two hotly contested issues on the agenda. Let's move it along, please. All right, is he going?
My colleagues on council, and I thank our city staff for the work they've done to keep further flooding from happening. I also, when I came on council, a lot of people were asking me, what's this Lake Goddard you keep talking about? Well, Lake Goddard is a lake that the city owns. It's part of our parks, and people that live along Lake Goddard had been flooded out
Anyway, all right. So as he's talking, it is, yeah. I don't know. It's like it feels like a stall tactic. Oh my God. Yeah. I don't know. I just never watched one of these. But so like while he's talking, it kind of feels a little filibustery for sure. I wanted to put y'all up on game. So I sent out a newsletter about around 4:30 this PM to alert people to this evening live stream. And so what I also did was I linked this story. Shout out to Site C. Shout out. Again, we're gonna watch City Council. We just while they doing this, like I do believe some of this is intentional. Like I don't know. I didn't know they do the whole state of my district thing when they get sworn in. But anyway, so Site C, Joel Sadler, Allison Sutton, they wrote this. This was published today. Shout out to Joel who sent me this via text, gave me a heads up, and then I went and read it. And I linked it in the newsletter that went out, and it's really strong. The headline: changes needed to propose business district. So business investment or business improvement rather district. So shout out to them. Let's see where we at. All right, let's read a little bit of it. Jeez, this is really interesting. I didn't know they would do this. All right, so contrary to recent news coverage, the owners of Site C do not hate holiday decorations on King Street. All right, what we do hate is the city of Charleston engaging in performative acts of racial equity, and then enacting policies completely to the contrary. Couldn't agree more. The Business Improvement District, or the BID, plan for King Street is a prime example. Unfortunately, the swirl of media attention has failed to adequately educate the public. And that's me and Joel. I hope this doesn't betray any confidences. Joel and I talked about how disappointed, and I said it on live stream, how disappointed I was in the way that they either made Emma cover the bid, or I don't know, but it was very benign, very like it didn't question anything. And like Joyce said on the previous, he's still talking, y'all. As Joyce said on the previous live stream, like the Post and Courier feels like sometimes they just print narratives, like whatever narratives they believe in, whatever narratives that they subscribe to, right? So saying that to say, let me read that sentence again. This part right here, like contrary to the news coverage, right? The Business Improvement District plan for King Street is a prime example. Unfortunately, the swirl of media attention has failed to adequately educate the public about business improvement districts in general, nor the proposed King Street bid specifically. So we're taking it upon ourselves before it's too late, right? The concept of a business improvement district has been around since the 1970s. There are hundreds across the United States alone. It's in simple terms. It's basically a homeowners association for commercial property. Evelyn pointed that out via Twitter. What was that, yesterday? Still talking. That's intentional. This is intentional. I don't know. I don't know if they told him like, hey, you got 20 minutes. I don't know. All right, let's keep going. To create a bid, all owners of property within the defined district contribute a fee corresponding to the property size that funds a separate non-governmental, y'all, that's really dangerous, non-governmental entity that will provide additional services on top of what the city already does. Once the city government approves the creation of the bid, the entity overseeing the funds is granted broad leeway, like the school board, so many parallels, broad leeway and how it operates, typically with little accountability to citizens or city. And that's the thing too, like even with some of the behind the scenes conversations, this is laughable. Y'all, and for those who just joined, we're not just talking, we're covering the recent op-ed published by the city paper that was written by Joel and Allison of Site C Shop. We're doing this because this is a swearing in ceremony. We are right here at the tippy top of the agenda, and Sheely is just going on and on after he was sworn in. And then you got to do recognition of the retiring members, right? Then you got to do recognition of 2021 Mayor Pro Tem, right? So, and then like this, and then we got, the public hearings and then citizens participation. So that's why we are going back and forth. I just want to explain it just in case somebody humped on. Yeah, it sounds, you if you want to hear it, Evelyn, I'm sure he just, let me see.
Give their time to the city and have advised us. And like I said, it's probably never.
He never struck me as a a noteworthy speaker. Like there's nothing he's ever offered outside of having a plantation behind him, as his green screen background on Zoom. I've never really.
Parks and Recreation people have done an outstanding job. We've put together a master plan now that I look forward to working on.
This dude needs Emmy speech wrap up music. Seriously. And we have to start like being very vocal about how they use our time. People coming from work, people juggling kids, people trying to put food on a kitchen table for dinner. We don't got time for all this. Seriously, get to it. All this ceremony. To me, you could have had a separate meeting with this ceremony. Seriously. Think about that. People's time is important. Only good thing about this is people hustling perhaps from work are able to get there. But this is, so the mayor is standing up. Did he just stand up?
A lot of work, and what a tough time they've had. And again, Paul Wieters tracking, Paul Wieters had the task of making sure that we tracked who had COVID.
Right, he's turning the page.
All of everything that goes on with that. And what a tough job he had. So Paul and Heather and Kay did a fantastic job with that. But I want to thank all of our city employees for your hard work. We've got the best.
Dude, you're not president.
The very best here in Charleston.
Summary, by the way, you did win the election.
Okay. Right.
If you hadn't, we would vote for you now.
No, we wouldn't.
So next, if I may call up Councilmember Robert Mitchell, our senior member of City Council.
Okay. So he's going to get sworn in. Lord. We'll keep reading from the commentary in a second. I don't want to miss anything important. Jesus. This is an email. That was an email, Evelyn. Right? You give kind of like a report, or maybe you make a video at home that lives on your website or lives on your Facebook page. You do all that. Taxpayers, they really do be taking us for granted. Let's see if Mitchell gets long-winded, because he can talk too. No shade. Oh shit! I gotta remember that I gotta call in that number.
Equally, fairly, and impartially, to the best of my ability and skill.
I will say this: I'm gonna mute it, not pause it as much. I'm gonna mute it because I don't want to like the time, like I did with Sheila a little bit. But like I will say, like remember this dude had some competition too. It's a testament to the little bit of black voting power that's still on the east side, and not only that, folks, to me, Mitchell's win, which is underreported, like I didn't really see the coverage of the city council race outcomes. I didn't see the coverage that I thought I would see. I'm not saying this is New York or Boston or something like that, but with the change in demographics in Mitchell's district, with the growth and the rampant gentrification, it's really, it was him winning had a lot more, to me, significance than we kind of gave it to him.
Kevin, but because I'm very short, I'm short. But I was in council now. I got in council in 1998.
That's real.
I stayed on one term and got off of council.
Yeah, wearing.
And then I came back. People called me to come back on council, and I came back on council in 2006 to the president of the day.
I didn't know that.
First, if you know me, if anybody know me, my trust is in the Most High, God, and that's the way I live. I live that way. And if anyone comes to me differently, they'll see something else about me. Oh. Because that's the way I live. I'm not into foolishness. I never have been into foolishness. I try to work with everyone.
Said every black
I have a very, very diverse district. If you know, I have the east side, which I have a lot of elements I'm dealing with. I have Elliotbury, Cannonboro, Mazik, Ragsboro, which is the Garden District. Then I go all the way up to Rosemont. So if you look at the district that I have, I'm out here in my district 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That's every night you will find me in the streets. I'm on the corner with the fellas, with the young people in the streets, trying to get them to change their ways. I learned this on the streets of New York, living in New York all those years, so I could be out there and I know how to deal with it. But the thing is that we as a people need to work together. That's the only way we're going to accomplish and get things done, by working together. You might have different aspects and you might not agree on everything, but that's not agreeing on everything, but working together and come on a common ground. And that's what I try to put out in the community all the time. But all the district I represent, the different communities I represent, if you may, don't have a problem with it. They'll tell you I'm always at all the meetings that they have. My neighborhood meeting, I'm there at all the meetings. I don't miss any at all.
He is.
It takes a lot of time. But if you want to really do it right and you want to be a good elected official, then you have to do those things. I consider myself as a servant. That's all. There's nothing big about me. I'm just only a servant. God placed me here to serve my brothers and sisters, and that's what I'm about. And if anyone says anything differently, then they got a problem. That's their problem. Thing is that I want to thank the people of District 4, the residents of District 4 supporting me again. They came out, and the young man behind me, Mr. Jones, was one of the persons that's working with me. I had some people working behind the scenes. I had a lot of people giving me donations. I want to thank them also. The thing is that I grew up in the city of Charleston. This is my home. I left there and went to New York. I went to NYU, graduated from NYU, came back. But this is my home. I started out when I was 14 years old. The only person was out there that I know of with me during that time, and he was a little younger, was Councilman Waring. Councilman Waring's father and I go back.
Former Black Panther.
He'll call me
Mitchell.
Bobby. You'll never hear him call me Robert or nothing. They call me Bobby. I was always in the civil rights movement coming up. I got locked up over 25 times when I was 14 and 15 years old. Making a difference in the community, bringing people together. That's all it's about me. Bringing people together and working in harmony and peace. And I think if we do that, we can have the best city in the world.
Seriously, though?
We're not going to agree on everything. That's not what it's about.
I hate to mute him, but what other council person has like that kind of background? Seriously, in terms of social justice. I think Mitchell can do better. He's not perfect by no means, but he walks the walk and he listens.
People. We don't know if they could be lawyers, doctors, or whatever the case may be. But the thing hurt me a lot. I have kids, I have grands, I have great-grands growing up. So I'm going to have a place for them to be able to live to.
Come on.
Although my kids cannot live in the city of Charleston because it's too expensive now.
Come on.
But we have to do a little better job on that too, and we're working on that. And I'm the chairman of the community development, which is one of the most powerful committee in the city, which is the community development committee. And we are working hard trying to create affordable housing here in the city of Charleston.
He is saying the things.
Very difficult. The dirt is expensive, not the house itself, the dirt. So it's hard to do it. So we're asking people to work with us. private partnership. That's the only way we can get it done. That's the way we have to work.
I don't know about that.
So I'm gonna do my best. And I'm asking you all to work with me, my colleagues, which have always worked with me. I don't have a problem with my colleagues here. They might say something to me I don't agree with. I might say something they don't agree with, but we still work together. And that's what it's all about. So I would thank you all and hope we move forward this year, even with our elected council members that's coming forward.
Hola,
that we
amigos.
all can work together in harmony and peace and make this city the best it can and move it forward. Thank you.
That felt like time better spent. I'm gonna be so unfair.
Next, if District 6 Council Member William Dudley Gregory would join us.
Should I get my chair? Ooh. Oh, he calling in? Ooh.
Hold the Bible for you and ask you to repeat after me.
Get it together, Tech.
I, Dudley Gregory,
I, William Dudley Gregory,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I am duly qualified,
I am duly qualified,
according to the Constitution of this state,
according to the Constitution of this state,
to exercise the duties of the office
to exercise the duties of the office
to which I have been appointed.
to which I
Good luck,
I
Kia.
will,
Good luck,
I
Kia.
will,
Don't use the sneakers app.
to the best of my ability,
discharge the duties thereof,
discharge the duties thereof,
and preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of this state and of the United States.
the Constitution of this state.
You
and
better go to eBay.
As council member of the municipality of Charleston,
as council member of the municipality of Charleston,
I will equally, fairly, and impartially,
I will equally, fairly, and impartially,
to the best of my ability and skill,
to the best of my ability and skill,
exercise this trust reposed in me.
exercise this trust imposed in me.
But Kia, it really is that serious. Like,
And I will use my best endeavors
To preserve the peace.
to preserve.
Kia, I'm sorry to take away. Hey, y'all, for y'all watching City Council, Kia also like eBay, but also like you have to look at the certain drop dates, the calendars. Like, there's all kind of calendar drop dates that you can look at to maybe show up in person. You're gonna pay a lot though.
I stand here in the joy of Jesus, and I feel privileged to continue to represent the residents of District 6. February 9th will be my 13th year as a city council member.
Remember when he shot it?
If anyone would have told me that after retiring from a job for 32 years, that I would do anything else for another 13. But we've got 4 more to go. District
Remember when he ran for mayor?
is vast. It's mammoth. It encompasses the entire west end of the Ashley River, from Sansui to Calhoun, the entire medical university complex, the Citadel, Wagner Terrace, Burke High School, and I can go on. It also includes a large swath
Oh, he kept his
of
mask on.
James Island, from Maybank Highway to, what's that store up there called, Walmart? That's vast. When we did our first redistricting, District 6 was a minority district.
I need a side sound effect.
But as we negotiated,
This dude is walking melatonin.
my district changed from a minority district
Yeah.
to 80% majority district. I think that in itself
Is a byproduct.
lets folks know what can be done in this city
What they mean by minority
to have an
majority?
African American
Oh,
leading a majority district.
no, that just means you made some compromises, specifically with West Edge, just to name the most recent one.
Part like Councilman Shealy did to talk about.
On a real tip, I'm not going to just be gratuitously critical of any one council person, but Dudley is the biggest conundrum to me because, yes, I'm glad that he did cite the demographic shifts and that the fact that he has maintained his presence in that area despite those shifts. But that being said, there's a way to build political power. There's something to be said about the changes in his district that he oversaw for 20 something years, he just said. So he's either part of the problem, and a lot of it he could not stop single-handedly. I acknowledge that. But there are a number of compromises that he made to stay in power with the changing demographics. And so I don't know, it would have been more of an impressive trick. I guess it's still impressive, but it would have been a little bit more impressive had he been standing up as staunch opposition to some of the most abhorrent policies. Even the Chronicle, I wish I could pull it up, but the Chronicle's ownership has taken down all like hyperlinks to any articles. But the Chronicle even wrote about it quite a few times about Dudley's participation in creating the Charleston that unfortunately we have now. Mitchell spoke to it as well. Yeah.
Factual, honest, and always be for the greater good.
Which is important.
Not political gain.
And I'm not saying that like he should only eat black, black and the district should have stayed black. Nah, that's not, y'all know I'm not tribal and I don't endorse tribalism like that. That's not even how I was raised. Though my neighborhood that I lived in growing up in New Jersey was diverse. Was predominantly black. The township that I lived in, the schools that I went to, were very, very well integrated. So I know how it is, but I'm not saying tribalism for tribalism's sake. I'm saying that there should be some. It shouldn't be. That's kind of like that's not a victory lap. That's not the victory lap he thinks it is. That your district changed so much and that the black people have all left. That's not the victory lap that he thinks it is. And I think. If you had a speechwriter or something like that, he probably would know that.
But miss, if I did not thank our director.
He's kind of patted himself on the back.
Where she knows who I'm talking about.
Where
Amber Johnson.
Oh boy.
We have spent literally hundreds of hours.
Why is he on the mic like that?
Hundreds of hours.
Why is he on the mic?
Contemplating this defining moment.
Did he not feel it?
In the history of our city. And hopefully tonight.
Yeah, Kia.
We will be on the right side.
Why is he doing
of history? Because it is for the greater good.
Can you feel his face?
And remember,
what's going on?
Silence is consent. And the rising tide.
Yes. Okay.
Lifts all boats.
Now he's right for that. That's good.
So folks.
That's how you do it.
Especially, and I call them the newbies. Be thick-skinned.
That part right there.
Be honest.
Talking about an agenda item in this moment. That's what I want to see.
And don't sleep. Because I call sleep the same lies ever present. Let's not be a sleep culture as council members. Let's be forthright. Let's be honest. And let's do the best.
By things that they like, exactly, because they're about to vote, about to take action on important issues.
That. So in closing,
Evelyn, let's
I want to thank District 6.
I don't know what that mic thing.
We've done a lot together.
I did not feel the mic. It's like me doing
over the last 13 years. And I'm looking forward that we as a council will put truth to power.
Come on.
Now, there are 2 seats over there. One has coats on it and the other doesn't. The mayor asked, who was with you, Kevin? He didn't ask me. Okay? But, Mayor, I purposely left those seats vacant.
Oh, he is one for theatrics.
Because tonight, it's the culmination of all of this. It's the culmination. Those seats are vacant for past council members who sat here and got us to this point. That seat is vacant for Brenda. That seat is vacant for Councilman Gary.
I'm gonna need some mic awareness training. I'm gonna need some microphone awareness training.
You caught me early.
If the city would like to contract me for, I don't know, $50,000.
Never tell them how you going.
I can teach, I can lead and instruct the microphone awareness program. Let's get that on the back. Let's call in. That'll be our ham and mayonnaise sandwich.
Again, in closing, oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Kill. All I got is.
And they have a white refrigerator. I was like, oh,
and remember,
white refrigerator.
I got white refrigerators.
Or what? But when it's
El Cool J. I'll charge them. How much should I charge the Coalition for Kids? The Coalition for Kids crew. Redemption. Microphone awareness. Microphone awareness.
Thank you, Mayor.
Know where your mic is. Know when the levels are. I want to be like that guy in that Progressive insurance commercial who's teaching people not to become their parents. I'm going to refer to that commercial a lot. Those commercials a lot. Oh, yes. Hold up. I'm going to mute him because you know how I feel. Guess what? The Giants just fired the head coach, Joe Judge. Yes. Yes. My New York Giants. All right. Mike Seekins is going to, oh, my. So I want to know, too, like, do y'all think that Mike Seekins is going to run for mayor again? I want to know, like, of all the city council people, who's likely to run for, who's likely to give Tecklenburg a run for their money? I wonder who's going to be. Mike came close, but it was like a lame episode of Succession. You know, he didn't take down the big guy. But yeah. Oh shit. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh wow. Do they have lapel mics? On a serious note too. On a serious note, so I haven't studied this. I haven't really asked anybody's opinion, like any of my either comrades or people I'm in community with across the country. This is an access issue. So if you're hearing impaired or you have physical limitations, you can't go in person to hear what's going on. The mics need to be on point, and you knew this was coming. You knew that, like, so either swear him in near the podium where that mic that Dudley kept bumping his face on, or like get lapel mics. This is an access issue. So now those who have certain limitations couldn't really hear or discern what just happened if they wanted to hear it, even though I have it on mute.
A whole lot of time at this. It's kind of amazing. Those who have been on this council a long time have remarked on it. This will be the first of my 13th year on this council. And
I'm feeling like we need term limits. I don't know. What y'all think?
Started out as a short 5K, has turned into a marathon. And you see it all along the way.
He do love to run.
When you put your name out on a ballot, it is a unique and humbling experience. For anyone who's ever done it, win, lose, or draw, it is really the one sacrifice that we as Americans can make for those around us to serve for the greater good. And when I remember the first time I walked into the ballot box and saw my name, about passed out. And I think everyone understands that. It's a humbling experience. And for those who have done this for the first time, to
what you talking about, Megzy?
Parker and Bowden, congratulations for
term limits. They won't pick it up
and being part of the process. There are going to be days that you're going to have a great time.
Yep. Ooh, I didn't mean to pause it.
There are going to be days that probably won't be.
All right. Y'all know how I feel about Mike Seekins. Right. Oh, yeah. Have an ASL interpreter. Right. Shoot. My book club can't be more accessible than the city. You know what I mean? My previous book club, because I won't have an ASL interpreter, but I will use the closed caption feature on Zoom. But, like, I can't be creating more accessible events and activities than other people, than the whole ass city. Seriously. Like, get something. And yeah, make it more accessible. But yeah, you talk about term limits not being brought up. They keep talking about, damn, I've been on council 13, 20 years. Yeah, and we seen what happened in the last 13, 20 years. So that ain't the flex you think it is, bruh.
And when you're an incumbent and someone files to run against you, you're like, well, why do they want to fire me? Why Why do you want to do that? So, Councilmember Mitchell, obviously that didn't happen, and it couldn't be a greater honor to have served with you now for the 12 years. We'll definitely go back and audit those years and see who's been here the longest. But you have been here the longest in gross years. And then for three of us here today who ran unopposed, let me tell you, that's the most daunting competitor ever, unopposed. And if you list as a clerk,
for real,
the numbers out there.
Yes, Kia.
In Council District 2, there were 9 votes for unopposed.
Yeah, but that YouTube closed caption
District 6, there were 19.
Let me see.
And in Council District 8, my district, there were 7. So along with Councilmember Shealy and Council,
I don't know about live stream
we're going to go launch an investigation and find out who those 35 people are and what they had to say, and pay them and heed them some attention. Councilmember Shealy mentioned all the things that we get to do on this council and representing.
Yeah, I clicked it. It doesn't work for, I guess, live.
And it's amazing the stuff you get to do as a city
Am I becoming my mom?
And he brought up one that I'd forgotten about. One of the things that we did together, and that was attend Fire Ops 1. There was no Fire Ops 2. It was a one and done deal. They put us all through.
I don't get this. They must really miss talking to people. I don't know. Usually when people when they do stuff like this, it's like not loneliness, but like they feel like they never really get that time, that bully pulpit time, or that one-on-one, like that time to talk for about 10 minutes or so. I don't know. Yeah, it's not great, right? Particularly for translation, right? Evelyn, to your point, me too. And I think I tried to use it one time with some other lies for sure. It's just not. Yeah, after the fact though, it might transcribe. This is really interesting, y'all. How many more? I
remembered, we're all neighbors. All of us are neighbors. You may not agree with everything we do, and as evidenced by my email today, you don't. But that's okay. Demand of us to look in your eye and tell us what we're going to do, and have a darn good reason for it. And if we do that, and this council does it, you'll have and have had good representation.
No,
so, Mr. Mayor?
No, you're not going to Joe Manchin us. We're not going to go up to your yacht or to your Maserati or to your BMW or to your Lexus. We're not going to pull up and just let you let you justify BS legislation or BS policy. No, you're accountable to people. And that's look, again, I want to remind y'all, please understand this. He works for you. He's supposed to represent your interests. So if his email is overrun with people saying support, to reject the bid or what have you, you need to be listening to those people, right? Literally do a tally, dude. Like, seriously, literally do that. He works for you. It's not like, oh, okay, we're going to disagree. So when I do some fuck shit, just come and I can look you in the eye. Like, okay, you gonna look me in my eye while you punch me in my face? Like, that's not literally, but you get what I'm saying? Like, you're going to cause harm and look me in the eye. I don't need eye contact. I need you to make contact with common sense.
Jim Bowden, representing District. We'd like to have Emily or friends join you. Please do so. Ask them up at this time.
We're going to listen. Oh, yeah. Hey, everybody's clapping for him. That's crazy. It's like, you know this. Okay, let's go. Let's be serious. Hold up. Steven is that tall? How tall is Steven? I don't have it on mute. It's just no audio. Is it? Oh, that's his wife? That's his wife holding the Bible? Yeah, did anybody bring a spouse or partner? Is that who's this right here? Is this a family member? I have to ask him. Yeah, I can't. It's not on mute. It's just not coming on. Hey, thank you, Magzie. Cheers for Steven. Audio via, yeah. Oh, speaking of that, Mikey, how you doing, Mikey? I gotta. No. I wish they were in there. Sorry, I didn't mean to psych you out. I wish they was in there to go. Like, what do you hear? Steven. I wish. Security. Okay, so that's his wife. Oh, come on, human. Ain't he tall? What? Or no, I might think he's tall. He's not. Is Dudley tall?
Thank you all so much.
Get them bangs.
I am truly humbled and honored to be standing here this evening. Councilman Gregory, I do not expect that I will have a problem not being awake. You saw my wife is pregnant, and they will be here. They will be here shortly, so I will be spending plenty of time awake.
I didn't know his wife. I think he mentioned it after.
This is something that when I set out to run, I almost never got to the point that I would be standing here in front of you. So I honestly didn't prepare any remarks tonight. So I will be quick. We have tremendous challenges in this city. We know all of them. We will have the great challenge of our generation will be learning how to adapt to a changing time.
Hold on. I gotta pause, Stephen. I don't want to pause. Thank you so much, Basic PJ. 1 tier sub to Mika's community. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Every day when I drive downtown to work, I look out into the harbor and I'm reminded why I love this place. When I stand in rooms like this and feel the weight of history, I'm reminded why I love this place. And I do love this place. I look at the folks that I will have the pleasure of serving with for these next 4 years, and I see a tremendous group of public servants. And though we know what those challenges are, and they are daunting, I know that we'll meet this moment. And I am so humbled to join you in meeting this moment. So thank you all so much. I look forward to serving each and every one of you.
Perfect.
And so now, if I may ask your indulgence for just a minute.
Thank you all so much.
Councilmember-elect Caroline Parker and I are going to go across the hall.
Okay.
And we will be zooming back in along with her family for her induction.
Oh, wow. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. I did pause Steven a little bit. I see Ross got his ears lowered. Kind of looks like Forrest Gump a little bit. Okay, so they're going next. So is Caroline? Oh, she wanted to bring her family. What? Wait a minute. I guess. I don't know about that. How y'all feel about that? Wait, what, how y'all feel about that? Yeah. Like Steven, it felt like Steven was able to bring 2 people up there, right? Or was that a clerk?
Jennifer, can you hear us?
What?
If you would come forward a little bit.
Oh, they're not wearing masks? Oh, wait, hold up. Now I'm on that Evelyn stuff. Hold up. What we doing? Why she get a special room?
Jennifer, can you hear us? All right.
Thank you for the hype train. But what is going on?
Stand a little closer this way, guys, towards me.
What is going on?
Okay, y'all, this is our first ever City of Charleston swearing in virtually. Ready? Repeat after me.
Well, I don't understand. All of it's virtual. What you mean? The cameras
I, Caroline Parker,
I, Caroline Parker,
do solemnly swear
that
I am duly qualified, according to the Constitution of this state,
Yeah, but
to exercise the duties of the office to which I have been appointed, and that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge the duties thereof,
yeah, I want to be.
and preserve, protect,
I'm gonna mute her. I want to be cognizant if there is like an access need. I've never seen this though. And just knowing, seriously though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm saying things that some of y'all don't say, or some of y'all are saying right now in your homes or in your cars, wherever you're at. Because of her political stance, because of the things she stood behind, because of how she's talked and how she's organized, I am like skeptical that this was necessary. But if there's an access need, or maybe the kids have a sensory situation, or something like you just said, maybe they need more people in the room. I don't know why you couldn't just bring the little nugget with you, or your husband in the little nugget. Like I don't know. I feel like this is making it. Well, no, she has the right to celebrate how she wants. But I'm just let me look in the chat and see what y'all say.
Help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh my God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kids, y'all get to help her too, right? Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, can you there? Yeah, sure. All right, bye.
Isn't that the mayor's office? All right, tech team. What's her name? You want Caroline Parker? Hey, what's up, Hillary? Hey, Allie. All right, did I hit pause? What happened? If this stays on this, if it stays on this view, damn it, Carol Jackson, right? April. Shout out real quick. April will be joining us tomorrow on Mic'd Up as our guest. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, Caroline Parker is who took over for Carol Jackson. And I definitely think that the name ID was also an Achilles heel for Carol. You got to account for that. So I think that also got people confused too. On the ballot, so there should have been some distinction.
Mr. Mayor,
but Carol ain't go nowhere. Shout out to the new sub. Thank you, Glenn.
So, thank you all for having me here. I too did not prepare any remarks, so I truly
they could have did that up there, y'all.
That I'm here. It was a calling.
They could have did it up there. You mean tell me like the 3 kids and a spouse couldn't have been right there?
I felt my voice was needed here on council. I know my district wanted me, needed me, and I'm really grateful to be here. I'm grateful for all my constituents.
She's in there. That's
all my supporters, friends, family, contributors, just everyone that helped me get here.
I like to thank the Academy.
It's really important that our democracy is built this way. It's what we're built on. I just took an oath to, fight for the Constitution of not only this country, but our state. And that's what I'm here and I hope to do. I do truly feel called to public service and I'm proud to be here tonight. And I look forward to working with y'all. So thanks.
What y'all drinking? I need something more than
thanks and congratulations
13% rosé.
Mayor, you'll be happy to know that when you were back in your office, we formed a blue ribbon commission to shorten the oath of office. Okay. And we will be presenting it at the next meeting of City Council.
We'll use that actually in about a month.
Did she say fight for the barrel?
Representative from District 1.
Did she say that? I missed that.
So next I would like to give a short
or you just saying that? Shout out the hype train.
Hiring council members into the service that they have given. Councilmember Griffin could not be with us today, but I wanted to share with everyone very briefly an email that Councilmember Griffin sent out last night to his fellow colleagues here on council.
I got you, April.
And importantly,
sorry, I just thought I've been missing stuff lately. Thought I missed something.
This is from Councilmember Griffin.
What's up to all the new watchers?
Our amazing City of Charleston employees. From the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you for the opportunity to work with you and to serve you.
Pause the
very important role in being a city council member is making your quality of life in a better
Harry wasn't going to show up. They said it last time.
I can only hope that I accomplish that goal over these last 4 years. I will cherish all of the relationships and memories that I have made with our staff while serving as a council member for District 10 in the City of Charleston. I've said this many times.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I saw it, Hillary.
I saw it. To say this.
Yeah, she made that Instagram private.
Has the best employees of any municipality in the country. And as I leave my role as city
somebody sent me that Citadel post.
Please know that I will always be an advocate for you. I will always be just a phone call away. Thank you for all of your hard work,
Allie.
determination, and resilience.
Harry, I think, let's play hypotheticals with Harry Griffin.
Your friend,
Hypothetical with
Councilman
Harry. He's at home spraying
I just
cheese in his
thought
mouth from one of
this
those like
email to
air
our
cans.
employees spoke
Like
very
that.
highly.
Hypothetical Harry. What is he doing right now?
Councilmember Griffin
Okay.
And his service
Good
to
job,
our
Evelyn.
city and to our organization over the last 4 years. He could not be
He
with us
is
tonight.
creating a
but I
new
wanted to
Bumble or
share that
Hinge
with you
account.
and thank him personally. And I know that my colleagues on council share that sentiment and thank our employees as well.
Called y'all all a homophobic slur.
Next, I'd like to call up former council member Carol Jackson and invite her to the stage.
Like a Sims character.
2 plaques.
Who's that? Kai is a good first time chatter, y'all. Welcome.
One is in
Walking to the wall like a
recognition
Roomba.
of Carol Jackson's District 12
Okay, let's be careful.
service for distinguished
Carol.
service rendered to the city of Charleston from 2018 to 22.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pause it real quick. Do y'all think Harry got a plaque and they mailed it to him, or do you think they just give those out to everybody, or what? Like, cause why would you come and get your plaque in person?
Stop yet. We also have an additional plaque for Councilmember Jackson because in the last year, she also served as Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Charleston. And this is an appreciation for your service as Mayor Pro Tem.
Don't leave.
Thank you, Mayor.
Please recognize
She got 2 plaques.
Councilmember Jackson. I will
That's gonna be her new nickname.
bio
2
here
plaques.
that I'm not going to read. But Charleston became Carol's new hometown some years ago.
Kia.
And she decided to run, got elected, and serve.
Sore loser
these
for
past
real,
4 years.
Katie.
And I got to tell you, and I don't mean
2
any
plaques,
offense
Jackson.
to any of my colleagues here on city council, but Carol
I
has
need a
been the
gavel.
hardest working council
Oh, I got a
member
gavel.
on this council.
Kinda.
She has attended more meetings and more meetings that she didn't have to attend. She would come to committee meetings that she had not been a member of just to learn about what was going on in the city. She studied all.
I will,
that.
Allie.
She did her homework. She was always prepared. I think she's become
Kia.
an expert in zoning and water-related topics.
Oh God, I gotta call in, right? What time?
Easily
Where we
be
at?
an expert here on out. So we want to thank you, Carol, for your incredible service over the last 4 years and your
Dignified service.
and the mic yours.
And remember, she dropped by the chat not too long ago. Said
Thank you. I
that
patted
she's not
my
done.
nose and freshened my lipstick for a second. So
I can feel you on that.
I really do thank you, Mayor. And
let her talk.
I need to start with thanking and praising the one who made me and the parents who bore me and the Holy Spirit that guides me.
A lot of religious people.
No
shade, no shade, no shade.
I did move to Charleston a very short time ago, even compared to the longevity of those who will always be commies to the city. I don't make any bones about having a steep learning curve, and that's basically why the mayor saw me a lot of places.
What are you talking
that,
about, Allie?
I wouldn't have needed to go based on the committee assignments or the commissions that I had volunteered for or been appointed to. But the way that I learn is
The call-in number is right here.
The way that I try to
On top of
speak
the
is
agenda.
by
Do you have a
doing.
copy of that?
And so I'm going to surprise all of you because at some point in my going through my little memory box as I was putting away campaign materials this last fall and organizing my towering closet of tubs
here.
as my children know it to be, I ran across something that was in my council memory box, and it was copies that I'd made of a Chinese fortune cookie, fortune that I must have picked up like right before COVID. And I remember resolving this and trying to live into the shadow of people like Councilmember Seekins who have an art of listening and then speaking sort of at the end of a drawn out discussion and making his points clear and quick. So here's my Chinese fortune cookie. It says, It says, keep it simple. The more you say, the less people remember. So I apologize that I quickly forgot that resolution, especially as our new colleagues joined us in 2020, and we spent inordinate months and hours and days on Zoom. And I felt like I really did need to speak up a little more clearly and a little more sagely, let's say, in just the time that I had spent really learning the city. I know that District 12 chose not to re-elect me to office this past election. And I feel like there's a pretty clear distinction in a lot of what the voters want and don't want
right,
an elected official. And I appreciate that I'm of the school that serves the whole city. And we do need to keep our eyes on those prizes of, you know, I went over to Cane Hoy and walked the graveyards with Councilmember Del Chapo when she was brokenhearted about how a developer had pretty cavalierly just basically run their construction equipment over what were clearly enslaved graves outside a clearly marked white society graveyard. And it was a learning curve for me that I couldn't replace in just reading about it in the newspaper. So I spent time doing those things because I do feel strongly that we have a whole city and we could easily take ourselves apart and make the distinctions of, you know, one district over another or one watershed over another. Heaven help me, there are 30 watersheds on James Island, Council Member Parker, and we need to take care of all of them. So I feel like I have served
me too,
the calling that I felt when I ran for office. I know that iron sharpens iron, and there are many people on James Island that challenged why we need to care about what's happening on the peninsula, why we should be spending taxpayer money, no matter its source, to protect the peninsula when we live on James Island. And I really hope that that kind of thinking does not go forward in our city. I joined Councilmember Gregory in saying that we have a purpose to serve the common good, the whole good. And I was very happy to hear Councilmember Seeking speak the same. We cannot be a city divided. We have to be a city united. And I will pledge myself as a proactive, involved citizen to be continuing that action. And I promise to say less and do more. And thank you, and God bless you all.
Let's give her some applause.
I love you, Carol. Thank you.
Oh, somebody broke through. Somebody broke.
All right.
You can break through, y'all. If y'all really want to come off mute, you can. They haven't figured that out yet.
Honoring a former city council member. So I'm going to ask former council member John Bleeker, along with council member Shade. And,
why do they say Shade? Ain't his name Shaheed? Isn't it ethnic?
John's family, if they would like to join us up here. Please
come ask forward. Some people from the family. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at the agenda, y'all. Okay, let's take a little look at the agenda. There are a number of proclamations.
Council for bear me.
I gotta fast forward.
Recommendation.
A little bit.
I have a proclamation to share with you regarding a very unique and wonderful citizen of our city.
Okay.
Whereas the city of Charleston wishes to recognize one of its most dedicated citizens, John M. Bleeker Jr. And John was born on January 12, 1932 in Wilmington, North Carolina. By the way, he's 90 years old. This is his birthday as well, or tomorrow will be. Whereas after earning his undergraduate degree from Wake Forest University in 1953, John Bleeker earned his law degree from the University of South Carolina in 1960.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this. I'm sorry for all the John Bleeker fans. Let's go back to the shout out to everybody who's just joining. I have my phone. I've called in. I think I heard if you all have called in at home on a separate device than from what you're watching, did you hear 50 people are waiting? Because I heard 50 people are waiting. Allie, if you need, this is what I was doing when I had the screen up. The top is the number right here, the 1929 number on the far right. and the access code, that's how you get on. If you need that, let me know. I'll try to leave it back up again. 929-205-6099. That's 929-205-6099. Access code. I could just type this shit. Yeah. But I want to, what is this? What are y'all talking about? Oh, it's an Arabic name. Okay. It's wait, somebody saying it's Lebanese? Okay. Okay. I would call in now, Allie, to wait. And if you can, but if you're on your device and you're watching me, it's kind of difficult, but you just kind of have to figure that part out. Yeah, I'm called in and I'm waiting till I have to come off mute. I just do that now just so there's no connection issues later. Okay. And I can hear him reading the proclamation. But what I wanted to do was just revisit this. Shout out again to Joel and Allison of Sightsee Shop. This was published today online by the city paper. They talk about the bid. We don't have time to read everything, or we can revisit it throughout different points of the meeting. But I was so happy that I saw, I saw that they actually added some links from the newsletter, right? And they added their links. So that was really dope. Okay, let's take a check. Okay, let's just live looking. Let's see. Nope, still talking. Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. All right. Okay. On the phone, I think I hear him talking, receiving the proclamation. Right. But like Evelyn pointed out on Twitter the other day, the proposed bid is like a HOA, right? So I'm literally just going to jump into this article very irresponsibly. Like HOAs, business improvement districts, this is what's coming up for a vote today, y'all. Business improvement districts are a double-edged sword, just like anything, just like TIFs, just like anything, right? Just like taxes in certain ways. Unless a city government and bid leadership take steps to mitigate against the negative repercussions of a bid, the impact can be devastating to the community in and around the district. The business improvement district nearly without exception caused what? Oh, okay. The business improvement district nearly without exception caused the following: small businesses being replaced by chains. We already seeing that. I mean, I don't know how. I haven't been to an athlete's foot since I was in high school or maybe college, and yet there's one on King Street with Starbucks and then Target's coming down a little bit, right? Small business being replaced by chains. Displacement of minority and low-income populations. We already see that. Gentrification and pricing out of locals of the entire surrounding area, not just within the bid itself. And de facto exclusion of anyone not considered good for business. And not to mention the whole non-governmental entity that's going to have this broad power to enforce certain aspects of this bid or just enforce whatever they want to enforce. Whether they're going to be the ones, the face of how they police, I guess. I don't want to use the word vagrancy because that language is violent to me. Is he still talking? Okay. So the housing insecure, the houseless, that if y'all want to know, if you want to know or get a better idea about like homelessness in Charleston, I suggest, if you haven't done this already, wake up about like 2-3 o'clock in the morning and then take a trip down to the peninsula, and you'll see where the houseless live on the peninsula, where they sleep. Right outside of it's been cold the past couple of nights, but so hopefully they have safe housing someplace. But I'm still talking. But if you really want to get a snapshot or get a better understanding as to what homelessness or what the housing insecure face or how they live, shoot, you can even look in some marshy areas. Real talk. It's sad to see it. But if you're in a structure high enough overlooking a marsh, you'll see folks make homes out in nature in the most not bizarre, but just in the most unusual places that you would ever imagine. And so if you really want to get a handle on that, I'm bringing that up because with the bid, now you're going to deputize people who don't have a race analysis, who don't have certain skill set or certain viewpoints or and they're going to be the ones policing and harassing people. And I'm not with that. A non-governmental. Why are we upping the police budget if you keep deputizing all these other entities, right? I don't get that. All right, so let's unmute to see where we're at.
Working with everyone on these committees, we do have some change in leadership on a number of the committees, and we challenge our new chairs.
Yeah, I anticipate that too.
To really dig in and have
and so also this is what's frustrating. This is what's frustrating about Dudley as well. Is that well, we'll see how he
Brady
votes.
As our mayor pro tem for the upcoming year. We have a motion to approve. Also have a long biography.
Look at Basic PJ.
Councilmember Brady, but Carl, we know you already, so I think we can forego the reading of the long
Basic
biography. Any discussion before we proceed to approval? All in favor, please say aye.
That's what's up.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. I think it was Councilmember Seekings who, having served as Mayor Pro Tem a few years ago, made the comment that it was like being the Maytag repairman because
such an old
honestly go
reference.
to a lot of the things that the mayor gets invited to. And then in the last year, as Councilmember Jackson was Mayor Pro Tem, there was almost nothing to go to because of COVID. So I'm going to try to give you a few things to go do this year and appreciate your service coming up as Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Carl. So next up is our citizens participation period. By our council rules, it's only 30 minutes. And I must say that when we've had so many speakers that we had to keep the time for folks to even express
whose time they didn't keep?
So we're going to keep a minute and just have 30 speakers today.
Approve the minutes.
Boy, I keep getting off. Yeah, I'll come right back to that as well. So we're going to have 15 people who have signed up in person and then 15 people who have signed up online and try to keep us on schedule. And Jennifer will also provide an email and a voicemail if anybody needs to share any comments with us.
Yeah, here we go indeed.
You're not able to share them with us tonight. So let's see, we do need to approve our city council minutes of December 21. We have a motion to approve and a second. Any additions, comments?
Okay, in person first.
Hearing none, all in
Y'all,
favor,
I will be
please say
muting my
aye.
mic in a
Any
second.
opposed? The ayes have it. So
I'm gonna mute it now just so I
Madam
can hear.
Clerk will call out the names, and we ask you to come forward to the microphone and give us your comments for a minute. Please share your name and full address with us when you come forward to the microphone. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. And we will start with the first 15 people who have signed up.
I hear the lag now.
In person. And for anyone who is not called, we welcome everyone and email them to us at publiccomments@charleston-sc.gov or by leaving a message at 843-579-6313, and we'll share them with the mayor and
Right,
council.
Kaiser?
So our first speaker is Mike Frederick.
When I heard
Oh, God.
we have such a problem with institutional racism in this city, I was absolutely astonished.
My name is Mike Frederick. I live at 1.5 Meeting Street.
Okay.
I've been a resident of Charleston for 25 years. I love this city. I think it's one of the kindest, most generous, caring cities I've ever lived in. And when
he's horrible. He's horrible.
We have such a problem.
I hear him on the phone. Fuck this guy.
Institutional racism in this city. I was absolutely astonished. And there's so much in the news today about what we're teaching in schools. That my first thoughts were, if they pass this commission, what are we going to be telling our children in school? And we're going to be telling the white children that their fathers and their grandfathers are racist. And there's no getting around it. There's no getting around it. That's what is going to be told.
That's not
and
true.
Worst of all, we're going to be telling the minority children that they're surrounded by white racists, and it's going to be very difficult for them to get ahead in this world.
Time. Anthony Bryant.
Yeah, sit the fuck down.
Anthony Bryant.
Boo. Boo this man. Oh, here we go.
According to Corey Ellis, U.S. Attorney, made public comment in 21 to
What's the prompt, y'all? Pound 6? How do I come off mute?
3, all attachments are included.
Pound 6?
On January
she didn't
6,
repeat it again.
22 for my speech, Charleston County Sheriff's
I got the phone
Office
right
came
here.
by with a notice from DSS, which has the power to seize person, property, and passport, supported by an executive officer of the United States Attorney and others that could use force against Black people like me, who will speak up, who will always speak up, will never stop speaking up. Thank you. Ever. I will never stop my voice. Free speech is important in this country. I don't care if you like the speech or don't like the speech. It's that person's speech. Without speech, there's no truth. Thank you.
Tracy Owens.
Y'all keep a tally if you can. I heard 2 against the commission. I had the one on the phone, the next person you'll see on the screen, but oh no, it's Tracy.
Hi, Tracy Owens.
Yeah.
I'm a resident on the west side downtown. I fully support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission, and I urge City Council to vote in favor of the official establishment of the commission. I think it is really the least we can do for the citizens whose ancestors
I'm gonna hit mute. Just
laid
well,
every
no, we got
brick
some time. 15
in
people in
every
person.
street and every sidewalk in this city. That they should be included in the decisions that affect where and how they live.
Dwayne Green.
Good evening and Happy New Year. Congratulations to the new
familiar face. Familiar face.
My name is Dwayne Green and I live at 1871 Ashley River Road. Along with Carolyn Rivers, I serve as the co-chair for the Social Justice and Racial Healing Collaborative. Tonight I would like to voice our strong support as an organization for the passage of the Racial Healing Commission. We humbly ask that you continue what you have started as a council by giving this ordinance second reading tonight. In the wake of the Emmanuel 9 shooting, this council took some very important steps to promote racial equity, healing, and understanding in Charleston. The formation of this commission was among the most important. This morning's Post and Courier noted the concerted political efforts by groups to undermine the works of this commission.
They didn't tell people how, like, they gotta tell people that their comment.
Oppose the removal of the Calhoun
comments are cut in half.
Square and support the maintenance of divisive symbols. We humbly and respectfully request that council resist the urge.
Michael Kogan.
That's not. You know what's wild, y'all? What's wild is how these people who lived through Jim Crow, these white folk, sit up here and act willfully ignorant. This is who we are. This is Charleston. This is how we got a Dylan Roof.
Which the council wisely voted out of existence, has now been resurrected.
Anybody got a craving for popcorn?
But their original
it's got a sudden craving for like microwave
to
popcorn.
remove our historic monuments, to rename
like
our
Orville
streets,
Redenbacher?
And to turn school children in the classroom against each other, dividing them into white oppressors and black oppressed. This is not racial reconciliation, but the sowing of hatred and suspicion. And so you voted this obnoxious committee out of existence. Now it's reared its head again under a new name with a so-called
Go ahead, John Mitchell. Big
agenda.
John.
But I really wonder, considering what they initially intended. Mrs. Tecklenburg, an admirable woman that I admire for her love of the arts and music, has acted, I believe, inappropriately by calling out people to attend this meeting in order to bring pressure on one side. This is not democracy, but government by pressure, bullying, coercion, and intimidation. City Hall. City.
I just read that.
John Mitchell.
Oh shit, Kaiser, you competing with AM Jessica? What's up with that? Come on, Big John.
John Mitchell. I stand before you as the other proud native son of the Low Country.
There you go.
To go deep and wide across the city. I ask that you support this commission, its creation and formation, and that you work with the citizens of your district who are both the ancestors of, and stand alongside and representative of those that built this city and still make it move with the charm and hospitality that we all love to this day.
Good job, John.
Marcus McDonald.
Good job, John. Oh, you leaving now, Orville Redding racist? You leaving?
Hello, my name is Marcus McDonald. I'm the lead organizer of Charleston Black Lives Matter. I'm also a substitute teacher at Berkeley.
Look at double masked up. Evelyn, look.
Urging the mayor and city council to vote in favor of the Human Relations and Racial Conciliation Commission.
I'm being silly too. I'm not being a
great grandmother who meant so much to me. Her name is Elizabeth Porter Houston. Lived to be 103, and she meant so much to me. And she was one of the oldest members of Mother Emanuel AME. So I want everybody in this room and everybody listening to understand this. You will not disrespect the name of Mother Emanuel.
He took my thunder.
15 in vain to speak against racial equity.
That's
and the
right.
progress we're hoping for.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
And I want to say this as well. The commission will push forward to tell the truth about our history, empower the Black community today, and fight for a better future for our Black and brown children as we move forward. And that's my dream. So I hope y'all have a good Martin Luther King Day and actually read.
All right, I'm going to hit mute, y'all, and I'm going to start listening because I can't do two things at once as we saw.
People forward. And that's why I'm here today. And that's what we will do with the Commission on Equity / Human Relations.
Alice, and I think this is Sutton, Alice Sutton, or Alec Sutton.
Hi, I'm calling in. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thanks. My name is Allison Sutton, and I'm a downtown resident and business owner. I'm calling tonight first to support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission and to urge council to continue the incredible work that's been put forward with this commission and make it permanent. Second, I'm asking council to hold off on any further action in regards to the King Street bid. Both the commission and the bid will impact who's able to live, work, and access economic opportunity in Charleston in the future. The commission will ensure that racial equity and inclusion are central to policy, while the bid as it currently stands will only lead to further gentrification, Black displacement, and wealth disparity. Now is your chance as a council to prove who and what you prioritize: tourism and the wealthy, or the Black communities who have built this city for generations. Thank you.
Ben Jacobs. Ben Jacobs. Sean Coughlin.
Good evening. My name's Sean Coughlin. I'm a parishioner and lay leader at the Cathedral Church of St. Luke and St. Paul. I'm a local business owner in the technology sector, and my family, my wife and children, and I live downtown. I'm here to speak in favor of the city of Charleston dedicating its time, talent, and treasure to the cause of equity and justice for all, to things like better public schools, more equitable wages, and more affordable housing for all of its citizens. I'm here to speak in favor of the creation of the Mayor's Standing Committee to continue that work. It's only if we continue this good work that we might, in any sense, call our city a holy or courageous one. Thank you.
Pringle Franklin.
Good evening. I'm Pringle Franklin. I live on Bufane Street. I'm just sitting back there listening to the people outside yelling and screaming. I don't like what's happening to our city. So many of you who spoke already this evening, different council members, have talked about Jesus, and I follow Jesus too. So what I'd like to say is I think we need more time. I hate that people are hating each other. I'm hearing both sides say really ugly things. We need to come together. I would respectfully ask the council to postpone any further action on this. District 1 doesn't even have its representative yet. I don't think that's quite fair. And I would like you to have some more public forums, because I read in the paper this morning, Mayor Tecklenburg said that they're not going to defund the police, that those of us who thought they were are confused. So I would really like to have some public forums so we can find out what's really going to happen and we can come together as a community for the greater good. Thank you.
Bruce Burris.
Yes, I'm Bruce Burris. I'm a seven-generation Charlestonian, and to save everyone a lot of time, I concur with my friend Mike Fredericks. Thank you.
Dennis Curtin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. My name is Dennis Kurt and I live on Prelude Street downtown. I've been here for 4 years, visited here for 20, moved here because of the beauty and charm and the civility of this city. I'm here to say I'm troubled. Times are changing. I was very troubled by the looting and rioting that took place on King Street a year or two ago when the police sat by and did nothing. Troubled by the murder that took place on King Street in broad daylight. In Waterfront Park, the laws aren't enforced. The police have told us they've been told not to enforce the laws. If the laws aren't enforced, all you have left is lawlessness. And I'm very troubled that this city is becoming much akin to what's happened in San Francisco. And a lot of what's gone on in San Francisco is because the laws aren't enforced. And we rely on tourism and for people to come and live.
Time. Bruce Baloff or Balaf? Bruce. All right, we'll move on. Patrick Schlabs.
This is Brett Berry. Did you call my name?
No, we were calling on Bruce Baloff
Oh, my.
in person. All right, we will move to Patrick Schlabs.
I just want y'all to know I didn't prepare my comment. I'm just going to freestyle it.
Here in downtown Charleston, I live with my wife and children over on the east side on Columbus Street. I'm reminded that the Christian New Testament is filled with contrasting commands, both to hear and to do, to trust and to act. As a Christian and as a pastor, I'm continually called to ask the question, what am I to do with what I know? And knowing what I know about the brokenness of life, how am I to engage this world and my neighbor with attentiveness and ultimately with love? As I see it, the Human Affairs and Racial Reconciliation Commission seeks to answer that same essential question on behalf of our city. What are we to do with what we know? Knowing what we know about our city's history of racism, slavery, and segregation, and seeing the ongoing effects of inequality in wealth, education, housing, and criminal justice, what are we to do? As a person of faith and as a citizen of Charleston, I believe we should vote in favor of the work of this commission as a first step that we might not just know, but that we might do. Thank you.
Next speaker, I believe it's Kay Hamlin or Kevin Hamlin. All right, we will move on to Tyler Gadsden.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a student at the College of Charleston. And tonight, I just wanted to fully support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. I ask that Mayor Tecklenburg, as well as the City Council, votes in favor of the official establishment of the commission. And I and many others believe that it's vitally important that the City Council votes in favor of the commission's previous as well as the future recommendations that may advance racial equity and empower Charleston's community of Black and other people of color. James Baldwin once said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing that can be changed until it's faced. I ask that you support affordable housing and support minority businesses. Once again, I ask you to face the challenge of racism and inequality in our city so that we can see the appropriate change in our city. Thank you.
Indaya Bunkim.
My name is India Bunkum, and I lived in downtown Charleston all my life. And things have drastically changed for the worse in many ways. And I urge the council to vote in favor of this commission because it'll help everybody, not just the future kids. It'll help present people as well. And I urge everybody to vote in favor of this commission today.
And Mayor, that was 15, but we only had 2 people left on the list in person. Did you want me to go ahead and? I would. Okay. Caroline Everly or Early? I might be reading that incorrectly. Tanya Matthews.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya Matthews. I was a student researcher at the College of Charleston. I would like to urge City Council to support this commission. And I would like to pose a question to you all. It's been said hospitality and community and care is something pivotal to Charleston, but I want you to ask yourselves, what does Southern hospitality mean to you?
Look at Caroline's face. Look at Caroline's face.
But when you put the Southernness to it, it becomes an identity, and identity is another form of inclusion and exclusion. Ask yourselves, who have you included and excluded from this Southern hospitality? Who are you excluding to bring in more transient tourists into this city? If we really want to be a community that is civil and kind and hospitable, that needs to extend to everyone, regardless of race, regardless of background, regardless of economic prosperity or economic position. Thank you.
Now listen.
All right, we will move on to our list of speakers who signed up online. Ashley Smith. I haven't gotten to your name yet. Ashley Smith.
Hey, my name's Ashley Smith. I live on 16 Norman Street, and I speak today to show that I fully support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. I urge the City Council today to vote in favor of the official establishment of the commission and in favor of the commission's previous and future recommendations. It is well past time for the city to start taking the necessary steps towards creating a brighter, more equitable future for our community and to begin paying reparations to the Black community which built this city. It is imperative that Charleston set this precedent in South Carolina and become leaders of change, especially after its dark, corrupted, and wrongful history of enslavement. This is a huge opportunity for the city to work together and to make a positive change by holding accountable the community, its leaders, and the businesses that allow the city to thrive. Again, please vote yes for establishing and maintaining a standing Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. Your constituents and the world are watching. Thank you.
Tony Daniel.
As the oath of the office rings through the hallways here, I would remind you what you swore to. And I'm going to read an email from Ross Appel. We have refrained from installing no parking standing signs, as that essentially eliminates the legal ability to pick up and drop off in front of my house. That's a lie, and not having a sign doesn't make it legal. It's still illegal whether you put a sign there or not. I don't know why you think not having a sign there makes it legal. You're the one that wrote this. That's why I'm looking at you. And I think it's important that you don't place yourself above the law. And you have placed yourself above the law. You're supposed to work with people. Mr. Seekings, I went to speak to you about an email from Charles Rivers. You walked off from me. You're not even listening to it. You walked away. I wanted to know why Charles Rivers wrote you and you and you about our neighborhood, a secret email that I got under Freedom of Information, and you won't even discuss it with me. You just walked away. You think that's okay? I don't.
Donna Daniel.
1549 Vernon Tree Road. I found out tonight that I'm not part of the greater good. The last time the council met, submitted into official record regarding where we live in Country Club 2, the rules governing the closing of roads and the fact that none of the requirements have been met. Pictures of the traffic illegally blocking the roads for over 2 hours every day in front of our, the weekday in front of our house. A picture of the closed roads with a sign that say dead end that Mr. Appel says is still open. And a picture of Ross Appel making a derogatory racist gesture to a disabled minority veteran.
Wait a minute, what did Ross do? What did Ross do?
You can see it on video. You said you were impressed, Ross. I think I would have used a different word. Embarrassed, ashamed, regretful, humiliated, maybe a recognition that you're violating your oath of office as a lawyer, as a council member.
Margaret Seidler. Margaret Seidler, if you're joining us online, you can press *6.
I'm Margaret Seidler.
Yes,
45 Coburg. Thank you. Margaret Seidler, 45 Coburg Road, an 8th generation Charlestonian, and I seek your support to create the commission. Racial disparities exist and are difficult to discuss. This commission offers that opportunity. Recently, a personal research journey revealed a very different and difficult family history than I was told. The shocking truth, I'm a direct descendant of multiple generations of slave traders and auctioneers working just doors from City Hall. My family brokered the sale of 10,000 enslaved human beings in the domestic slave trade. So that's history. Let's fast forward to my life experience. Raised in segregation, I was taught that I was better than Black Americans. When I attended one of the first integrated high schools in the 1960s, reality changed my view of superiority and has shaped the white person I am today. The disparities the Commission seeks to address have remained over the arc of my 70 years. It is Charleston's time to serve as a national role model for what is possible. Thank you, and please support the Commission's creation.
Jerome Harris.
.528 Cecilia Cove Drive. Frederick Douglass said that without struggle, there's no progress. And certainly this council, since receiving the report, has struggled with how to respond. I testified in support of the original ordinance that was submitted. I similarly support the amendment that's presented tonight and urge that you vote on it in the affirmative. Thank you.
Sarah Fitzellen. And if you're online, you can press *6. Oh.
Sorry, I was in the back corner. My name is Sarah Fitzellen, 3523 Agape Court. I speak today as a member on behalf of CAJM. We have over 40 congregations as part of our community. We are in support of the creation of the Standing Committee of Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation. In June 2020, this council created the commission for purposes of creating measurable outcomes, promoting greater accountability, coordinating community-wide efforts to achieve racial equity in Charleston. In August 2021, this commission brought forth an extensive report which touched on numerous areas our city needs to focus on to create a better place for all people to live. There is urgency to do this work in Charleston now. We have a robust tourist industry where people come from all over the world to see the grand pre-Civil War homes, beautiful beaches, the market, but not everything is pretty here. We have a long history with slavery and racism. We were once the capital of the slave trade in America. And it's time to show the world that we can be reborn, and it's a city of...
Suzanne Hardy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Suzanne Hardy.
Ms. Hardy.
Thank you, Suzanne Hardy, 32 Prelude Street. I speak for CAJM in support of establishing the Standing Committee. It's the vehicle to address longstanding and systemic issues that perpetrate the racial hierarchy and disparate outcomes here. I've heard from some that calling out racial disparities is divisive and disrupts peace. In truth, we're merely revealing the tension that already exists. It's timely to quote MLK, "True peace is not really the absence of tension, it's the presence of justice." For the health of our city, we need to reject the ease of a false peace that covers up the tension and boldly seek justice, true peace for us all. Again, quoting Dr. King, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." In particular, as white people or people of means, we can't think of ourselves as separate from others in our community. What we do affects others, and what others do will affect us. We're all linked. Councilpersons, you must do what is best for Charleston. Commit to an equitable, inclusive.
Mike Trama. Mike Trama.
I'm unmuted. Hi, Jen. Thank you. Stephen, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you for your help. I took your advice. I've been reaching out to Carolyn Parker. You're my rep.
Come through.
And I've called you from all my different phone numbers. I've texted you a bunch of times. I emailed you. I think you're gaslighting me, Carolyn. So let's change that, please. I'm trying to work with you. You know, my clients need reparations now, so please fund Amber's work and this commission. You know, there's this billionaire debt collector named Ben Navarro that I think is ripe to pay those reparations to my clients so they can, you know, get jobs and stay out of prison. So please don't give up your job. Guys, I worked in outsourcing for 20 years. You guys do not have the skills to outsource your government operations to someone nobody voted for. Nobody voted for Navarro, right? We voted for y'all. So please don't let him create a bid and
Joel Sadler. Joel Sadler.
Hey, this is Joel. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Hey, Mayor and members of council, I have to tell you, I feel for you. I get to pick which city council meetings I go to, and you have to go to every single one of them. And I respect the work that you do day in and day out. I respect the way in which you've incorporated a number of different viewpoints to develop an equity commission that I think we can all agree on. I would extend that and request that you would engage the bid plan with that same level of rigor and consideration. I think there are a lot of opportunities there to mitigate against negative impact on all residents. And if you can do what you've done with the commission, you can do it with the bid plan as well. Thank you very much. And best of luck.
Dr. James Yanni.
James Yanni, live at 22 Church Street. I agree with the sentiment of people here that want to have justice and want to resolve these massive issues. What I disagree with is the mechanism. I believe the mechanism, we have tremendous amount of resources in all the districts, and we're not listening to the people in the neighborhood associations. There are a multitude of very successful models in this country that resolve these issues. But it's not, I didn't see in the report, and the report is incredible, the amount of time and the amount of energy they put into it, so I appreciate that. But I would tell you to put off the vote on this commission. There's a better way to do this through the neighborhood associations and go to the people, because they have a lot of great ideas, and there's a lot of great models that are not going to be for this city that we need to really look at.
Thank you, sir.
Anna Faenza. Anna Faenza.
My name is Anna Faenza, 74 Chadwick Drive. I'm a certified survival swim instructor. Holy Mackerel Infant Aquatics is my licensed home occupation. I teach children ages 6 months to 6 years of age the aquatic skills needed to survive in case of a water accident. My business was shut down December 15th when I received a home occupation violation letter from the city of Charleston. There has been confusion as to whether or not a backyard swimming pool qualifies as a home occupation in the city of Charleston because the pool is not inside the dwelling. I urge you to please consider voting yes to pass the amended ordinance presented to you this evening. This will make it absolutely clear that swimming instruction qualifies as a home occupation and that this type of instruction does not have to occur in an enclosed building. If this ordinance does not pass, parents will have limited, if any, access to a type of instruction that could potentially save their child's life. I've made every effort to comply with the ordinance and will make sure I do so moving forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mikagadsden.
This is Mika Gadsden. I currently reside in West Ashley near Ponderosa. I'd like to submit a comment, a broader comment. We're on the eve or near the eve of the MLK holiday, and I'd like to urge all non-Black participants, residents, whomever, people who are submitting comment to please stop weaponizing the words of Dr. Martin Luther King against Black people here. I am the daughter of Jim Crow refugees. My father can literally recount the many times he was denied dignity and refused service and access to facilities on King Street as a Guatemalan native. So before you continue to explain to me what racism is and how to identify it, you can just go ahead and just keep that to yourself and let us recount our experiences. I also would like to ask a question about other types of misappropriation outside of MLK. What's going on with the money from the King Street TIF? Why do we need a bid when you have TIFs like the Horizon TIF, the King Street TIF, and the Cooper River TIF all in place?
Lynn J.
I did good. I wanted to do that. I just wanted to.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. I'm Lynn Cool. Great. I'm Lynn Cool J of Commodore Road. I strongly support the formal establishment of the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. While I acknowledge the tension created by the need for a racial equity lens, I counter the opposition's panic by reminding you that it is no individual's intention to shame another person. As white people, are we afraid of the data and the studies carried out which show contemporary inequities in housing, healthcare, education, and employment? Or do we fear our history? How do we do this work of being human if we deny what has factually happened in the past and continues to impact our present? Do we feel shame in learning about our national origin story and everything thereafter? We might, but that emotion should not immobilize our growth. Shame can be creative and constructive. Knowledge and the desire to be better can transform the discomfort we feel into robust empathy for others with different life experiences. Knowledge is power. It's within us to be.
Good job.
Allie Minigakis.
Allie.
This is Allie Minigakis. I'm a local attorney and executive director of South Carolina for Criminal Justice Reform. On behalf of myself and my organization, I urge you to vote in favor of the Special Commission on Racial Equity. I served on the Criminal Justice Subcommittee and was the chair of the City Ordinance Committee. We only scratched the surface. We worked tirelessly with little resources in our free time to try and make this city a better place. We did this because you asked us to, and because it was the right thing to do. We spent hundreds of hours to come up with initial findings and propositions. Not only have you previously objected our propositions, but you've considered not extending the commission itself, likely due to the core reasons this commission was established: misinformation, fear-mongering, and implicit and explicit racism, examples of which have been so vividly portrayed today. It's the duty of our elected leaders to not only do what the loudest and most popular voices want, but more importantly, to do what is right. The right thing to do is at the very least extend the commission's term to continue its work. Do what is right. Otherwise,
good job. Show us the Carfax, whatever.
Ava Compton.
I can stand up now. I can dance.
Michael O'Neill.
My standing desk. Good. What's up, Ms. Flores?
Katie King.
Go Allie.
Mike.
Good evening. This is Katie King.
Ooh, Katie King.
Mike O'Neill, Church Street.
Yes, please proceed.
What happened to Katie?
Mike O'Neill, Church Street. I submit a petition with 1,250 signatures from Black, brown, and white citizens united in opposition to this commission obtained in just 6 days. That's how much resistance and opposition we have to this.
Yeah, from out of state,
bitch. Advanced in the most inconsiderate and disrespectful manner to the citizens of this city in just 3 days before Christmas, when many of us were with our families for the first time in 2 years. This is shameful, and none of us deserve to be treated this poorly. It appears that something shady is being done to radically change our city charter without people being told how this impacts us. How do we vote for a commission when Mayor Tecklenburg claims there isn't a proposal, yet went on to forward the proposal to a subcommittee,
yet
in violation of our city charter?
I dropped the index card.
Time. Katie King. I called Katie's name.
Good evening. This is Katie. I'm calling to speak on 3 matters. I'm currently a resident of West Ashley and Stephen Bowden's district. Welcome, Stephen Bowden. We're glad to have you. I'd like to ask all of City Council and the mayor to support this permanent Commission on Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation. We all know it's the right thing to do. If this work wasn't worth doing, then there wouldn't be so many voices in opposition of this work being done. Separately from that, I ask that the mayor and City Council votes no or does not support the Business Improvement District bids that is currently on the agenda, as well as to oppose the reimagining schools. Do not privatize our schools. Put funding into public schools. And I urge you all to please listen to your constituents. When you don't, you get Harry Griffined. And thank you all for listening, and I yield my time.
Now listen! That's called motherfucking bars, nigga!
So we've gone through everyone.
Listen to your constituents, or else you go get Griffin. Turn him into a verb.
But I understand there are some people who may have, please give me a minute, that may have signed up online and now are here in person. How many folks here are in that category where you're on our other list, but you haven't spoken yet? So with council's indulgence, I do think it would be considerate to allow the folks who have sat here all this time and come here presently to come forward. And it may run us a few extra minutes, but we'd be glad to give you all a minute as well. And since it's not on any order here, if you don't mind, those who have raised your hand, just please come forward one at a time and state your name and address, and we'll be happy to hear from you as well. Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Mayor, I'm Kay Hahn. I live in North Charleston, but go to church here in Charleston and have been here since 1975. I'm urging our council, of course, to accept this new commission, to accept their suggestions as to how we might make our city better. I heard a lot from our councilmen who are coming on board again tonight about truth, and that we need truth and we trust truth. And I think that is at the core of this problem, that we have a lot of truth denying going on right now, as well as facts denying and other sorts of denials. But the truth is what we must work from. The only way that we will be able to work together equitably and make some progress in terms of our systemic racism. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so
Evelyn,
much.
I don't quite know where she stood.
Yes, sir.
I guess she was
This
poor.
is Brett Berry. I've been waiting online. I haven't been called. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't.
Oh, you got muted.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Eugene Richardson.
Isn't Brett the guy with the red laces?
The city did well to invest in the racial bias audits of its police department.
Hey, Lauren.
Failure to meaningfully follow up on these implementations would mean that those dollars from taxpayers was wasted. We cannot fall for the false choice between safety and equity. We do not have to sacrifice safety for equitable policing. Having Black people make up 100% of Charleston Police Department contacts for loitering, as was the case during the first part of the year, when Black people make up 21% of the population, has nothing to do with making Charleston safer. This and similar disparities that Charleston data revealed are evidence that the biased policing persists and must be urgently addressed. We call on City Council to require robust third-party review and oversight of audit implementation with the goal of prioritizing items that will reduce racial disparities. I also want to confirm my support for the Commission of Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation, acknowledging a council pass.
Good job. Good job.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go.
Excuse me, this is Tara Wood. I'm signed up to speak.
I'm sorry, we're allowing folks who are here with us to complete their remarks. Yes, ma'am, please
Hello,
proceed.
my name is Elise Hurley. I'm a student at the College of Charleston, and I urge City Council members to vote in favor of the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission as a permanent entity. The city in which we live was once the largest port for enslaved people in the United States, and this legacy persists in our systems, especially in policing. Via a report from Charleston's People's Budget, Black people make up 53% of all arrests by CPD, despite making up just 22% of the population. This gross disparity is just one of the many indicators of why this commission is so important. With this said, the recommendations from the commission's report for an independent third-party audit of the Charleston Police Department, and I also call for the CPD budget to be examined for potential budget reallocations.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good job.
Y'all please hold any
Somebody clap for her. I'm gonna clap. We're gonna clap virtually.
Yes, sir.
Members of the Charleston City Council, my name is Robert Sturdy. I'm the chaplain to the St. Albans Anglican Chapel at the Citadel, and I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance establishing a standing Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. Instances of racial violence in our recent past, as well as countless daily examples of disparate outcomes faced by our Black neighbors and friends, as they navigate a range of institutions in our city and region, remind us that a gap exists between the society we would like to be and the one that we actually are. When this is brought to mind, this city can feel these things deeply, but deep feelings not joined with decisive action wear off over and over and over again. This ordinance represents decisive action joined by the city to close the gap between the society that we are and the just society we aspire to be. I'm so pleased to hear many things about a God that many of us believe in, who feels deeply about this world. He always joins it.
Oh man, I love that song.
Thank you, sir.
That's my jam. And you know what?
Good evening. My name is Patricia Plone, and I live in West Ashley. I am a vestry member of the Cathedral of St. Luke and St. Paul, and I work as a graduate student and community member in historic preservation here in Charleston. I fully support the original and amended Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. Charleston is a city full of tangible history seen in the buildings and landscapes we engage with every day. I think it is important that we not only honor the enslaved people who built this entire city with their hands and acknowledge the system that enslaved them, which exists in new forms here today, but also re-examine and reformat those systems currently in place in order to better love the people that dwell around us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is how we do it. Good evening, council members. My name is Adam.
I just want to use the new sound
I live
effect.
At 54 Society Street in Ansonboro, and I have the great privilege of serving as rector of St. Stephen's Episcopal Church. I rise to support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission.
All this clergy.
Ignoring
Hold up,
racial
y'all.
disparities that exist in our city.
I gotta pause it. All these collars coming through, and it's not. Is it Cajun or is it something else? Come through.
Will not make them go away. We cannot give in to fear tactics that try to twist the mission of this commission into something scary or something other than it is. An effort to address racial inequity,
was waiting.
Build a city where our black and brown citizens
MLK talked
are
about
just
them white
as
moderates
valued
and white
included
pastors
as our
not
white
doing
ones.
nothing. Come on.
Please support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission and rise above the fear. Thank you. This is how we do it.
First of all, thank you for the extra time, by the way. My name is Bill Hecht from 1 Meeting Street, and I called to urge you to delay the vote. I asked you to delay because I've read this.
No,
ordinance in great detail,
real quick.
I think it has major shortcomings.
I'm a muted. Deferment, as per Dudley on the call last week, deferment is death. If they defer it, if they delay it, it's dead. Period.
Purposes, which is equity. If you want to get after it, define equity in a way that makes sense for you.
Boo this
bring back
man.
your constituents. Number two, I think there's a lot of confusion over the old report that's been rejected. Is this a part of the going forward commission that they're going to use the report or not? I believe there needs to be clarity for everyone involved so that there's success.
There's a lot of meeting, a couple Meeting Street residents.
Formed with 4 council people and 5 at large. I would think.
That's why I said tally, Hillary.
I applaud
There's
you, by the
way more people in favor.
The office
and opposed to that bid too.
The manager of racial.
That's okay. Bye. Peace out.
Time.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, this is Narby's.
And Mr. Mayor, we did receive some comments online.
Let's see Evelyn's
comment. We received
comment.
a letter from the Charleston Downtown Alliance in support of establishing the business. We received a letter from the Charleston Downtown Alliance in support of establishing the Business Improvement District. We received 2 letters from a family on Stalker Drive, Julie Moore and Thomas Road, in support of the amendment regarding.
I'm not sure. Oh, Lauren, I missed your comment.
And asked to approve the city's acknowledgement that home businesses are an important factor in the community. 8 people opposed ratification.
We need to
of the
talk about
Business
that more,
Improvement District
Lauren.
and stated they historically drove up rents. 47 people supported the amendment regarding home businesses and agreed that the Holy Mackerel Infant Aquatics Program provided life-saving skills to children. 43 people asked that City Council vote against the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission. They said it was rushed and citizens had not had time to research, attend, and share ideas. 77 people supported the establishment of the Human Affairs and Racial
77
Conciliation Commission.
Comments.
3 people complained about citizens attending the meeting being required to show proof of vaccination and valid ID. They said the requirement was not necessary or effective.
You want ID at the polls, but you don't want ID here?
A petition from Mike O'Neill, which was distributed to council members electronically, opposing item number L10. And those were all the items that we received.
So thank you all for participating. That's the end of our public participation period. There were so many others that signed up online. We're going to respectfully ask that if you weren't called upon, that you send us an email or give us a phone call.
I hope it wasn't too many supporters that got iced out. But it sounded like some detractors was iced out.
Information to council. Do you want
Sorry to those people.
Yes, Mayor, I might just want to repeat the email address. from earlier. It is public comments
Brett,
at
period.
charleston-sc.gov. Or you can leave
Brett
a
about to light up
message
that Facebook group.
843-579-6313, and we'll share the comments with Mayor and
I need to know more about this faction of people that got this grievance against Ross Appel, though.
Next up is our petitions and communications. We have appointments to the Home Ownership Initiative.
Oh, no, you did?
No one else can speak?
Mr. Mayor, point of question. There were some people who called in.
Yes, sir.
They're not allowed to talk?
Yeah, I've been online for 2 hours.
The volume of them and the time of
That's not funny, because I wanted to hear from Kaiser.
Extended
Wilhelm.
Considerably. I don't know.
Mikey, you killed it.
30 minutes we went. But yeah, I think there's about
That's
50 or
okay.
60 more people.
I'm
So
sure
Councilmember
that's
Shade,
okay.
the mayor announced at the beginning of citizens participation that the rules of council are 30 minutes, and that's in the code. And we certainly understand
school board
we
did
had
that
a
too.
number of people who signed up.
They got to
to
stop
speak.
doing that, though.
But in
You
order
gotta
to
take
have
these
meaningful
comments.
participation, we wanted to give everyone at least a minute's time to speak. So those who did not get an opportunity to speak or were not called on, they can email their comments to the email address that I provided or leave a message at that telephone number, and we'll get those comments to everyone.
I missed the Applegate part. What's that? Was that somebody's
My
comment?
constituents,
Me too, El Kuj. I love that Mikey did that. Mikey, guess what?
This is how we do it.
Let me stop. Y'all don't let me use that
I
button.
follow the rules of council. And I think it just needs to be made sure clear that folks who attempted to talk or tried to comment what the reason was, so that there is a clear understanding of what's going on today.
I wonder who he's concerned
Thank you.
about.
Thanks for the explanation, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Saccharin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarifying question. Did these folks online sign up thinking they were going to speak, or they just?
They did sign up online, yes, sir. And
Okay.
we allowed everyone who came physically to be able to.
Look at
express
Caroline's face, though. I can't wait to see how she acts publicly. We clocking
Any way
it.
to determine how many are online?
Excuse me?
How many folks are online waiting to speak?
Do your job. Like, y'all let Shealy, what's his name? Talk like for 20 minutes.
So I don't know how many. So
I'm gonna say this. They right to stand up for, and regardless if you have an opinion that I agree with or not. They right to stand up for people waiting online. That's not fair. That's not
It's the pleasure
equitable.
of council.
I can't stand up for equity in one instance and not, because that could have been me. That was
I know
Kaiser.
at the county, they cut it at
30 minutes.
30
That's the
people.
county, though.
I will.
That's it.
Sorry, Mayor. I realize it's probably not a popular decision, but these folks have been waiting.
Yeah, you work
Several
for
items on
us.
tonight's agenda
I'm
that
in
are
agreement with that, regardless of who.
contentious. I think they
Because
deserve
they're
to be
gonna
heard.
and
my opinion.
If it's the will
and
of
Jason,
council,
Jason's right. They're gonna use that politically against the council.
I do agree.
They don't want that headache. Shahid don't want that headache.
I agree with the limitations that were put on who could access, come to this meeting tonight. I think it would be fair to allow virtual comment.
Yeah, if you're gonna make it,
did I hear a motion?
Oh,
Councilmember
somebody
Saccharin.
motions.
I'd like to make a motion to allow them the number of speakers and give them 30 seconds if that's the pleasure of the council.
Yeah,
Do I hear a
access.
second?
Second.
A second. All in favor,
Yes,
please say aye.
thank you, Jason.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I would like a proposal
Who's opposing?
what? Excuse.
Out of order. Please.
I need to know who all voted in favor of that motion and who the nays were.
Oh yeah,
So
let's do this.
do you want to do a roll call vote?
Roll call.
We have a motion to extend our public participation to call on the remainder of the names on your sign-up list and allow them 30 seconds.
Look at y'all. Roll call.
Councilmember Shealy.
Allie, you did amazing. We were cheering you
Councilmember
on.
Saccharin.
Yes.
If I didn't tell you that.
Councilmember
You did
Mitchell.
great.
Councilmember Brady.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Nay.
Councilmember Waring.
I did all right.
Councilmember Seekings.
I was just more mad at the MLK abuse and
Councilmember
misappropriation.
Shade.
Like, chill out with that.
Councilmember Griffin. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Councilmember Bowden. I've got my old list
Don't
here. I'm so
Beetlejuice his
sorry.
ass, please.
Councilmember Bowden.
That's a
Sorry
reappear.
about that.
Reappear after 3 times.
Councilmember Appel.
What's that Candyman?
Councilmember Parker. Mayor Tecklenburg.
Yes.
He better say it. You saw his little bop.
So I believe the motion passes.
Beetlejuice too.
It is.
The kids don't know what Beetlejuice is no more. I don't think.
Or 6. All right, so then it's 6 to 6, so it fails.
A few good men. You're right.
6 to 6, so it fails.
You can't.
All right. Well, thank you. Councilmember Shade.
I'd like to oppose this motion, Your Honor.
Carolyn Parker was in favor of people speaking.
That
Because I think she's getting text messages from
identify the
people.
folks who have signed up, who wanted to talk, and
I'd rather them spend more
for
time
them
here than
to
talking
identify
about
if they're in favor or in opposition
giving the police
to whatever
permission to
issues.
hack our phones.
That's simply it. So we just get a count from them that they are for something or against something. They don't have to comment, but we can just certainly know the number of people who have made that.
Wait, it
we can
failed?
do that outside, that's fine. Of our regular, as we proceed with the meeting.
This
so
is
we can
horrible.
Handle that.
This is hugely.
We just get a count from them. Of
You
what
can't make
position they're
democracy
taking, and
inaccessible,
that's it.
regardless of what they say on the phone.
Can the folks online
Just
communicate
y'all done wasted
via
so much time. You could have had like 8 comments by now.
Yeah, okay. Just thought I'd check. All right.
You could have had like 8 comments by now. Government is so inefficient.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to explain my vote, please, which I think I'm allowed to do by rules of our council.
Yes, sir. Councilmember Seeking.
No one wants to sit here for hours and hours and hours. We don't have to, but one of the observations about one of the votes we're going to take tonight has been process.
Has been what?
Process.
Yeah.
That the process has been fractured, has not been accessible, and this debate and what's happening now is a perfect example of that. And if we're going to have full debate from our city about issues that are contentious, and there are many different points of view, we have to set up a process to allow people to be heard.
Oh boy.
Was it?
And no
It was
matter
weird.
what we do tonight, that's not going to happen. I mean, I'm going to make more comment when we come to vote on the commission, but the way we've gotten to this point is not inclusive, and we're talking about inclusivity. That's a problem. That's a problem. So
It's not the same
I hope when we get
inclusivity,
to
but
vote on this,
okay.
fellow council members, that you recognize that we have not heard from everybody, whether we like what they have to say or not. We need to hear from everybody.
Mike Seekin.
And they need to have confidence that this process has been inclusive.
It could have been
across the board,
anybody already.
No matter what your opinion is. And starting with the first time we brought up the commission right before Christmas at the time of holidays.
Oh, snap, Kaiser.
Budget, and now where we've cut off debate and all these people out there want to be heard, we've limited access to city council chambers, rightfully so, by the way. I mean, we've got a health crisis out there. But again, that all has conspired together to put us in a procedural quandary, and I just don't think it's right for us to go forward and vote on something when we know that there's lots of people out there who came tonight, city council couldn't get in, who are online and wanted to talk.
I don't get it. I'm
We're going to
confused.
receive their comments ex post facto? That doesn't work for me.
This is a show of strength.
just to
This is also a
my
show of
chin
strength
when it
by
comes to
Mike.
this, I think we should defer the contention matters.
No, it's rice.
And go from there, because even if we extend the time, it's fractured, it's not complete.
I wish it was open.
And it's got lots of holes in it. We'd be rightfully subject to criticism about it. Let's do it the right way. That's my explanation for my vote.
Thank you.
Ham and mayonnaise.
No outbursts from the audience, please. Councilmember Mitchell.
Mr. Mayor, I understand what some of my colleagues are saying, but doing this and it's standing it. But when you make a rules that you're going to have a 30 minutes period, a 30 minutes period is a 30 minutes period. You go to Charleston County have a 30-minute period, and once the 30 minutes period is up, it's over. You know, when you're making rules and regulations, as you all stated, rules and regulations.
What are you
rules and
doing, man?
regulations.
You could just sat
And
there.
I said, now we've been dealing with this not just today.
I
ever
know you're
since
tired, but
last year.
come on.
All those time last year, they were coming to this council talking about this over and over again. The same people coming talking about it over and over again. So it's not that the people
This is
that's
a good
on that
exercise
line
for
have
Stephen,
not
though.
been here speaking before. Some of them on that line have speaking
start a
before, but
timer?
hearing these same things. And what
Oh,
happened
online.
when
We
we
did it.
were council meeting we had West Ashley, you see what happened with that. It got out of hand.
Ooh, sorry.
And I said the same thing going to happen. We have a 30-minute period, and this was discussed, 30-minute period, and the mayor at one time led linger longer just to give everybody a chance to speak. And what happened? You know, we have to be about the business. We have rules and regulations that we have to abide by. So everyone have to abide by the rules too. 30 minutes period. And we give everyone a chance to speak. Not just today, last council meeting before that, December, November, they all had a chance to voice their opinion. They're coming back with the same things they were saying before. So why you want to hear these same things when it began? I don't know what school you might have went to, but this is not the way things work. You know, we got to stop it. We got to come to a point when you make a decision, you stand by the decision, and you take the whipping out of the beating that you have to take. And that's what I was saying. I don't know what some of my colleagues are looking at and saying this, you know, to be here all night long. No, we have done that more than one time.
He sound like he got somewhere to go.
Councilmember Waring.
He sound like he got somewhere to go.
I hear you, Councilmember Mitchell. But why don't we, if we extend it, we put a time limit on it? If we want to spend another 30 minutes?
That's y'all job. Like, it's y'all job. I used to have to work overnights when I worked at Target because we had to do inventory.
Have been some people online.
It's your job. You anticipated this.
Tried to speak, maybe out of turn, but certainly had the impression that they would be able to speak. Well, I put a motion on the floor that we extended another 30 minutes. And that 30, if that passes, whoever speaks, and then the remainder can submit online. The rules allow for that, by the way. If council were to vote and extend it.
Please don't get him going.
We have another motion on the floor. Councilmember Gregory, do we have a second?
Is that lady standing up because she wants to do comment?
Mayor, I totally agree, but we're getting ready to set a precedent here, okay? And what I mean by that is,
no, you're not.
We cannot say we're going to do that for this.
I should have started this timer.
And it's not going to be the rule across the board. That's not. I mean,
that's Dudley. Before that was Waring. Waring was talking.
Okay, but at what point will we say we're not going to extend?
Please get your snacks. If you gotta run, get some snacks.
Because to me, I agree.
That's why I'm eating rice, because I don't want to get too tipsy.
Want to speak, they should be allowed to speak. However,
that's why I'm eating a whole bowl of rice.
We need to adhere to those rules. However, if we're about to do something differently, all I'm suggesting is that as we move forward, okay, we cannot just do it for this particular situation. Anytime we have as many people, regardless of the subject matter, okay, that has already signed up.
I should have downloaded the Curb Your Enthusiasm thing.
I think what we're setting now is precedent that can happen. Period. So I don't have a problem as long as we're going to be consistent.
Well, thank you. And I'll point out there are some modifications to public participation that we are proposing in our council rules that you will consider.
They should have bought a Snickers
later tonight, and and then we'll give final approval to these at our next meeting. And I do think, from a sense of fairness, that since these new rules are not in effect yet, that it's reasonable to extend the time this evening.
Next time we should just like make little snack packs.
Cut it off at 15.
We should give them snack packs.
Should be advertised.
We should like go to their offices and drop them off in little gift bags so they can have something for their blood sugar if it's going to be a long night.
Advertise it exactly that way. And so that's why I voted yes a few minutes ago to support.
Stand by your convictions.
We'll hear everybody out.
You the mayor.
Have a good evening here, if everybody's agreeable. So can I call the question again? Did somebody else want to be recognized? Councilmember Parker?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Mitchell, I agree. We have rules of order, respectfully so. This evening, we know that the rules of access to council chambers changed tonight. So I think that's something to take into consideration. There were folks that could not be here and they signed up online to speak. And that's where I think, that's where I would certainly be okay with the change. I understand moving forward, if you're setting a precedent, but there is a change in the way that
why they zooming in when she
tonight's meeting, if I'm correct.
I think that's correct. All right. Councilmember Seekings.
My understanding is that there's a motion on the floor to extend by 30 minutes, which seems to me, is that right?
I didn't even start the timer at the right time.
I'm not gonna vote for that. I don't think that cures the procedural problem that we've got. If we're recognizing we have a procedural problem, we need to fix it completely. We can't just arbitrarily shut it down.
Welcome to council, Stephen.
Access issues have been an issue tonight. The manner in which this has gotten here, we're procedurally in a really bad place. And I think we can fix it all by resetting and starting all over again. Just putting another 30 minutes on it is not going to fix it. I voted in favor of just extending it, but I still don't think that fixes it because we're so fractured. People have left. People probably hung up online. Who knows what's happened out there in the public while we're still talking about this.
Okay. All in favor of extending 30 minutes, please say aye at this point. Aye. Those opposed?
Hey.
All right, we're going to extend it for 30 minutes. And, how many people we got left?
Roll call that voters on it. Was I only know?
You only know.
Okay. That's why I want to make sure it's.
You were as loud as the rest of us, but.
Okay. I can stop it.
It might be good if I just start calling everyone's name. Did you want to start?
Yep.
Set a time limit?
Keep it a minute. Keep it a minute. It's a minute.
30 seconds.
It ain't 30 people on that line.
Oh.
Oops, sorry, y'all. Let me fast forward. I think I paused it earlier.
Calling out the remainder of the list for people who signed up virtually. Mara B, if you're online, if you could press *6.
Who's that? Mara
B.
He probably went home.
Sarah Thompson.
I know, right, Lauren?
Sarah Thompson, Carla Charleston Senior, Maple Street. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think there has been changes. I've spoken at a couple meetings and grateful to be able to speak now. Anyways, MLK said justice too long delayed is justice denied. The history and continued and direct oppression and exile of Black Charlestonians is horrifying, and we cannot continue to deny this or stand with anyone that does. I urge the Charleston City Council to commit to racial equity in this historically Black city by voting yes on the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation Commission.
Yes.
Charleston City Council needs to listen and learn from the Commission's previous and future recommendations, support and hold Jamal Sutherland's killers criminally accountable. Performative efforts and performative support is not enough. We see right through it. I'm happy to see a Harry Griffin-free city council. This is history in the making. We will not let up. We will continue to speak. And the city, to the state, to the world is watching. Black Lives Matter. It is not that hard to be a decent human being. Stop standing in your whiteness. Your white fragility is showing. And
Tracy Duran.
She did good. She did really good. Look at everybody leaving.
Tracy Duran.
I don't blame them though, after a while. How do we make this more accessible?
Sandy
I really do want to
Norfolk.
continue that conversation, seriously, about accessibility, about making sure people get their thoughts and comments heard, because they're going to make decisions.
Member of the leadership team of Social Justice Racial Equity Collaborative, which represents about 60 organizations, 40 community leaders coming together. Dwayne Green spoke earlier. I'm just in the light of time, I just want to say it's a good thing to move forward. I encourage you to support
Evelyn.
it and move on.
Makes me feel like I'm in a real college
these
city.
kind of issues resolved in our community.
Because it's untapped, because I know they care.
Ruth Rambo.
I should show up on campus with snacks. I'm like, hey
Ben
kids, you want to
Cash.
organize? Hey kids.
Yes.
My backwards cat.
Yes, Ben Cash, downtown resident and business owner. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Ooh, is that his real
I'm
number?
opposed to the creation of the King Street bid as it currently stands, and I am in support of the Commission for Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation. Regarding the commission, this is not about blame or shame, as some want you to believe. It's about recognizing that the very people that helped build Charleston's wealth have not shared in or benefited from that growth.
Good job.
But we are in a position to right that wrong. If you read the report, you'll see that this is actually an investment in our community.
Yep.
It includes provisions such as providing loans to Black-owned businesses to help them succeed,
Yes.
tools to help increase Black home ownership, promoting telehealth to increase access to health care, and things like increasing access to educational programs. We all benefit from those things.
Yes.
Please ignore national political agendas
Yes.
and read the report. Consider the impact it may have. It can have not just for our Black community, but our community as a whole. Thank you.
Good job.
Joyce Myers.
Joyce Myers.
Jennifer, this is Ruth. You just called me before the last gentleman.
Please proceed.
This is Joyce. Thank you.
Oy.
Thank you so much for
Ms. Rando, you could speak first.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I just want to thank council for extending our time. This is an access issue. And furthermore, with the access issue, your microphones are continuing to cut out, makes it very hard to hear you for people who are hearing impaired. And there's no closed captioning on the YouTube channel. So just something to consider going forward. So I'm real quick. I just wanted to let you know I'm in support of the commission. I am against the bid. And furthermore, it looked like the masks were required. It was written in all capital letters in bold font, red, underlined on the agenda. However, I'm just curious why Councilmember Parker, the rules don't apply to her. Everyone kept talking about how the rules need to apply to everyone, but they don't, and that's just confusing to me. And furthermore, if you had your mask on, we wouldn't see you pursing your lips and smirking every time someone talked about racial equity. Thank you.
Joyce Myers.
Joyce Myers, Mariners Ferry, Charleston. I'm asking that the vote be delayed tonight until the councilman from District 1 is seated, and if not, please reject the commission.
Who was that? Wait, who was that?
Too much excessive influence by unelected individuals with divisive, un-American agendas to establish
was that a Twitch
city regulations and law. We don't need this.
That was Megsy? Wait, who was that?
Elise Hurley.
Oh, you were Ruth?
Elise Hurley.
Hold up. We gotta have a moment.
Shoemaker.
Hold up, we gotta have a moment. Let me pause it. Yo. And for those who don't like that, who think that that's troll, no, it's real. Call it out. Let's make this space, this democratize this space. And these are things that we observe in person. Yeah, we're gonna look at body language. Yeah, we're gonna look at you holding the public to a standard that you don't adhere to yourself. We're gonna call it out. And it's not trolling, it's what it is. And I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
And I believe, did Jessica Wright speak as well? Jessica Wright.
I heard you. I got you, D.
Gemma White Smith.
Oh, you did say that. Oh, I ain't gonna repeat that.
Carlo Milan Noble.
I'm gonna keep that secret. But y'all read the chat. Take notes.
Yes.
Hey, good evening. This is Carlo.
I hope these ain't people's real numbers.
I'm calling tonight to oppose the Business Improvement District.
Okay.
And I fully support the Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation
It seemed like
Commission.
they let the...
I urge Mayor Tecklenburg and Charleston City Council to vote in favor of the official establishment of the commission.
It's their job.
It's also important that the City Council votes in favor of the commission's previous and future recommendations to advance racial equity and empower Charleston's Black community for future generations. Thank you.
Richard Scurry.
I'm Richard Scurry, living at 72 Anson Street. I ask you to defer this ordinance because it's wrong to rush it through. What we're trying to accomplish here with this is
they're not worried about the bid, but they're worried about this. This is crazy. This is toothless.
Need more time to explain it to Charlestonians. More than 1,300 of us have taken the trouble to go online and sign a petition asking for that additional
You good.
time.
I endorse what you did, Megsy. I endorse what you did.
Commission until we have time to understand what's in it. That's the way to get this thing to move forward, not to rush it through.
Melvin Olazoff.
I'm gonna do that one. A dude named like.
Hi, Belton Olazoff, co-director of the Charleston.
A guy I do.
I'm calling in today to speak in support of the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. Much like the climate crisis, the severe racial justice issues we face in the one country today cannot be addressed passively. They have to be addressed with dedicated and proactive action from our power centers. Charleston has been pushing out its Black population for decades. The abominable state of public housing continues, with the vast majority of residents being Black and brown. And the wealth gap in Charleston continues to be shamefully large. Please vote in favor and continue to support their work. I'll leave you with my favorite quote from the movie, "Do the right thing. Do the right thing." Thank you.
Tara Wood.
Do the right thing. I love that.
Wood.
This is how we do it.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with that tonight.
Reverend Jimmy Gallant.
I'm probably lying. Ooh, I spelled commission wrong, but you got what I'm saying. Right. I know Justin, right? Just up there. See, if I ever join via Zoom, I'm joining like as Mika Gadsden, my profile. I think you used to be able to join via Zoom.
He does believe that this should go to the neighborhood associations. And he said there's a great example that's not being talked about, for example, for the police reform. And that's with Reuben Greenberg, had probably one of the best police forces in the country. And he did a lot of things. And one of the biggest things he said was that he focused on presence and had the officers walk the beat and get involved with the community. And there's all these things that we know from the past that have worked really well. He said there's one police officer discharged their firearm in 18 years.
I know.
They had police officers that came over, police departments that came over from all over the country to learn from Reuben Greenberg every year. So anyway, he wanted to urge the city and the council to look at the things that have worked and that can be applied. Thank you.
Pastor Eugene Richardson.
He lost me, but that might be just because. Yeah, thank you, Evelyn. Yeah, he lost me on that one.
We have some people that signed up on both lists. William Hecht, Patrick Schlapp.
You just cross them out.
Reverend Charles Hayward.
Maybe you get her an intern. For real, and I'm not even being silly.
Dubose Kupalak. Robert Lawrence. Rainey Forrestberg. Sherry Irwin.
Hello?
Thomas, yes.
Hello? Yes, this is Robert Barnes of Meeting Street.
Oh, boy.
I'm strongly urging the council to reject this ordinance and delay forming a new commission. The commissioner report has been rejected twice by the city council. It is now being revived again under a new name.
They keep saying that.
But the proposals are the same. The goal of this original commission are noble, but many of the proposals that are in this report are extremely controversial and divisive. If we're going to appoint a new commission, then demand that they make their own proposals.
Not worried at all about the bid, because it's going to impact them.
What they're voting for, because right now we don't know what we're voting for. The only thing we have in front of us right now is the old commission report, which has a lot of issues with it. So we ask that you delay this, ask the new commission to develop their own proposals that fit Charleston, and then vote on it one by one so you know what you're voting for. Thank you.
Thomas Hamilton.
My name is David Hamilton, a downtown resident. The big lie is that changing the name of the rejected commission does not change what is included in the report. The greater good would not be accomplished tonight with the ordinance to pass on this commission. It racially divides our city.
I'm gonna mute him only to say this. I'm not muting to be a mean troll. They made this commission a boogeyman. They're gonna be so disappointed when they see. Seriously, it's been watered down. The names changed. You can't use the actual PDF report that was compiled. That has been removed from it. It's so toothless and harmless that they're gonna be very like sad when there's nothing that's gonna come up. Like y'all spent all this money, y'all spent all this time for nothing. You really should be looking at the bids and looking at how much control you're willing to cede to a billionaire, Ben Navarro.
It's extremist report. Any commission that puts forth such radical proposals should not be supported by council.
And they're not acknowledging the amendments.
Commission being considered tonight.
They're not acknowledging the amendments that were made.
Themselves from the commission's recommendation.
It's so dishonest.
But here we are talking about reestablishing it tonight. Will all of the previous members of the commission that created the inflammatory report be banned from participating going forward?
What?
If not, the radicalism is guaranteed to continue. Please vote no on this commission.
Ban Dr. Felice Knight and Angela Mack of the Gibbs Museum? We're talking about some of the most harmless and sweetest people. What are you talking about? Ban them. Ban academics, ban pastors and retirees and live streamers who live stream out of their West Ashley apartment.
John Barnes.
ban. Look at that. They talk about they hate cancel culture.
Mamie Rand.
But you want to ban something.
Naomi Matthews. Dr. Bobby Baker.
2.5 hours, y'all. Yeah, exactly.
And that was all that we had signed up on our list.
This is DeBose Caplet. Can I get in? You called me a second ago.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Look at that. That wasn't even that long.
Yeah, I'm here to register my opposition to making the renamed Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation permanent. We're told that defunding the police and critical race theory are not up for a vote tonight.
They're not.
But if you read the 125 recommendations produced by that temporary commission, you will see
They
that
took
such
those
actions
out. They took
are
those
well
out.
within its purview.
They took those
In fact,
away.
statue removal is mentioned prominently. Many other revolutionary
No, it
proposals
wasn't.
are cloaked in
No, it wasn't. I was on the History and Culture
social
Commission. We did
justice
not
jargon.
advocate for removal.
Other cities that have gone the route this council is considering tonight are not havens of racial harmony. Indeed, we see that an ever-increasing number of these citizens are now refugees in our fair city. Race relations in these cities are not better, but are as bad as they've ever been.
Yeah, because of
One last
y'all.
point that I would like to make.
Because of y'all.
Local government governs best when it focuses on what it does best, providing high-quality public services at a cost competitive to rival cities in the area.
All right, I'm fast forwarding this dude. Shut up.
Years ago.
All right.
As a former teacher in Charleston County, I'd like to let you think about CRT, which is also something I think that you are considering. Critical race theory. Do not ever present that. I have a feeling that part of the problem is that you don't really understand what CRT is.
Oh, explain this
what
to
it
us.
would do
Please explain it to us.
To the citizens, to the blacks, to the whites.
To the blacks.
It will pit them one against the other. There will be no reconciliation if you go into that step.
Okay.
So I agree with those people who would like.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Just go ahead and go back to your car because you ain't trying to stay. Oh, mic is muted.
And I'm asking the council to defer approving the bid on King Street. Yes. We're concerned that tenants in the area may not fully understand and recognize that their occupancy costs will increase for a lot of services that they're already receiving.
Probably taught
which are
me.
part of their existing rent obligations. Given that there's rising costs in our business environment downtown in general, we believe extreme caution is necessary to gather some more details from our tenants. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for your service on CDA. Did we miss anybody? The floor is open. Come forward.
7:33. Is that Chick-fil-A Chief Reynolds in the back?
All right. I think that is the end of public participation. Thank you for everybody sharing your comments with us. And can I ask council, based on that one comment we heard about the hearing, to please, when you
Good
speak,
job, Ruth.
Have your microphone on and speak more directly
Good job,
right
Ruth.
into the
Look
microphone.
at Ruth making a
Sometimes they're
difference.
Kind of far away.
I don't know who that was, Lauren. Did anybody clock him?
When we're getting them, but these are a little inadequate, and the closer you speak, not too close, but closer than you normally do, I think that would help.
Ooh, I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know my cursor was over there. Sorry about that. Thought I was in the chat.
Okay, so now we can go to our petitions and communications. We have up some appointments to the Homeownership Initiative Commission.
I didn't catch that guy's name. I guess.
We have a motion to approve and a
And
second.
it was
Any
muted.
Discussion.
I know I talked over it a
All in
little
favor,
bit, but
please
it
say
was
aye.
muted when they called his name.
Any
right there.
opposed, the ayes have it. Next, we have a very brief update on the city's response to COVID-19.
Okay, I'm gonna mute this part.
Also introduce to y'all our new wellness program manager.
I'm gonna mute this part only because well, yeah, okay, so the point I wanted to make just now is that I don't like, hopefully, like, if ever they're gonna spend more time, they've never been conscientious of time before. They've never really been really like tight with time and timekeeping before, especially with wearing and with other folks and whatnot. So I'd rather them spend an inordinate, or not an inordinate, but spend a bulk of time trying to get through public comment. And maybe that'll get them to speed through the rest of the stuff that's a little bit more empty and ceremonial. And so again, like what we've seen, even with the opposition that was raised and I know we got to hear this. This is an important COVID-19 update. But even with the opposition, like, it's important that they center the people. You work for us. You don't get to cut us off, but yet Waring can go on and on for 25 minutes at the Ways and Means Committee and spill over to city council time. Like, it's not cool. So yeah, okay. If now you want to cut time with some of the other stuff. That's it. Trim it somewhere else. Chill out with, like, all that opposition was really bad politics too. Except from, like, Jason and those like Jason, it was bad politics too. So I don't even know why they even spent their time on that. Let it go. Let them speak. Argue in favor of accessibility and democracy and access to aspects of democracy, and cut the other bullshit that you got going on. Not this. This ain't bullshit. Let's
Almost
listen.
a 900% increase in new cases.
I want the teacher's name too. I fast forward, but the gentleman, his mic was muted.
Next slide. A little update on city employee cases. We currently have 85 active cases. This was
employees?
from yesterday. I did get an update before coming.
These are city employees?
We now have over 80 employees that are in isolation waiting for test results. So we're about over 160 employees currently. So since the beginning of the pandemic, we've had 563 total cases. And Mary is part of the amazing team that has done all of our
I want to see
contact
Carolyn
tracing.
Parker's face during this part.
Over 2,000 employees have been contact traced since the beginning of the pandemic, which is a very, very mighty task. They've been very, very, very busy this last week, or the last couple of weeks. Next slide, please. So just a little update from MUSC. Virtually all cases in our region are currently now from the Omicron variant. Y'all have heard me say before.
It is kind of low.
Does do the sequencing on all the tests.
Don't know how many people are working home.
And so they're reporting that now.
Working from home.
Not a surprise. The previous variants were transmitted in time in minutes. Omicron can be transmitted in a matter of seconds. So it is very contagious. People who are not vaccinated currently have an extremely high risk of catching and transmitting the Omicron variant. Vaccinations, as well as a booster.
I still want to know why she had her swearing in the other room.
Remain the most potent and durable way to protect yourself from COVID-19. That might be it. Next slide. Oh, yeah, and a couple of resources. Testing, you can go to DHEC COVID-19 testing to find a testing location, and then the Vax locator from DHEC as well to get a vaccine. And I'm happy, Mary and I will be more than happy to try to answer any questions y'all have.
Any questions for Tracy or Mary?
Maybe somebody in our community knows who.
I do want to just point out
who a couple of commenters
primary concern continues to be the health and wellness of our citizens and our employees, and but also secondarily providing our city services to our citizens. And so
that's still wild if that's the case, if they accommodated that.
This Omicron variant is so contagious that we've got more people positive now than we've ever had. Now, the good news is they don't get so sick, but they're out of work. So between
they out of work.
85 that are positive and 50-something that are waiting, we've got almost knocking on 10% of our workforce out of work right now. And so that's another reason.
That's what it feels like, Lauren.
Everybody's health and wellness, I must say, but still an important reason to try to be as careful and cautious as we can.
All right, I'm just going to mute it. I'm not going to pause it. I'm going to mute it.
Really spiking.
But like for real, to that point of her like having that, again, if there was a reason, the justifiable reason, I get it. I'm open to hearing that. But I think politically, she might, like, I think that's something that, not so much like, I'm not saying we should pillory her for like every single decision, but seeing how, I'm assuming that was a partner. I don't know if that was a partner, but it was a gentleman in the back. I don't know if that was some sort of security detail, looked like a partner, but she had the 3 little nuggets with her, three little cute little boys with her. And like for her and those children not to be masked was a horrible photo op, but I'm sure that people who believe in her ideology probably thought it was a win, but I thought it looked weird being in a special room with your kids. It looked like y'all were quarantined. So it's like you can use that politically. Seriously, I think it's fair game for sure.
Our HDR consultants on
Let's look at the agenda.
Pedestrian bridge. Excuse me.
As they talk, let me look at the agenda.
The presentation boiled down to its basic elements tells us that we are moving forward with the project. It is going to be more expensive than we originally thought. We currently have set
Shout out
aside,
to
I
Ruth
talked to Ms. Wharton about
again,
this
though.
today, and she'll correct me because I think she's online if I'm wrong, and the mayor, you know this too. Set aside 26 million plus or minus for that project.
So we're here.
Projections based on the 30% design and the design that's put out there. If we design it back, and we say back, it would be reducing the size of the lane going across the bridge.
This the long stretch right here, y'all.
Changing the design and the material use of the superstructure of the bridge. The guesstimated range, and I think it's fair to say it's a guesstimated range because we're really not even at 30% if they're going to design it back, is somewhere between $28 and $32 million. So clearly we're going to have a delta no matter what. We didn't have a long discussion about how we're going to make up that delta because there's still some question about what it's going to be. The mayor did indicate that he'll be, with any luck at all, in Washington next week and is planning on spending some time at the Department of Transportation and arguing our case to the department about needing further funding for this project. I think it's fair to say that at this point, we're fully on go to get from 30% design to a full design of this project, to actually price it out, to keep it moving forward. We've got some limitations, by the way, on our federal grant monies. We have to have certain benchmarks met, although they have been extended. So the project is moving. It's got some challenges, but they're not challenges I don't think that we can meet. I think it's fair to say that sitting around this table, there's a huge amount of interest in making sure it's successful. And I would certainly encourage everybody at this table to stay up with what's going on with this project, to ask questions that you might have. We'll continue to get reports. And I think probably the next really significant report will be in the second quarter of 2022 when we move forward a little bit and see what the design might look like going backwards. When we went out for RFPs for the existing design to go from 30% to full design, we only had two, I believe is right, two submittals. And you think for a project like this, you might multiply that by a factor of 10, right? You have this very high profile project in Charleston. And the reason is because of the cost. So we're cognizant of that. I want to really shout out Mr. Konsberg and Mr. Most and our HDR team. They're under enormous amount of pressure on this. They understand that. They know this is an important project for us. And I think they're willing to do anything. I know they're willing to do anything that it's going to take.
So who's unmasked right now?
Forward. I would certainly encourage this council to be supportive of that as we go. So, yes, sir.
Quick question. Where did we start around 18 mil for this bridge?
I believe that our
what?
federal grant was 18 million and change.
Right.
This the bridge that Charleston moves is in favor of?
Totaling about 5 million. And then we've dedicated another 2 million from city monies, which gets us 3 million, which gets us to the 26. The 18 was the federal grant. We knew we couldn't build it for 18.
Right.
There was some thought we might be able to build it for the low 20s to the mid 20s. I think, to be fair, that's probably out the door at this point. Just the passage of time, if nothing else, even if the design didn't change, the material costs.
This is the Charleston Moves pedestrian bridge?
So we're going to have some challenges on the funding side, but I think we started in our minds, again, before we got to 30% design, in the low to mid 20s. I think that's a fair statement.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shade had another question.
And I participated on the meeting yesterday. I appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. And the comment that was made about making it narrower, still concerns, but I heard what the mayor said about it. It's not going to impact the safety of the structure. But if we're going to get more money, and I think we need to get more money, I don't want to retreat so quickly from the idea of the original width of this bridge, because this bridge is going to last beyond our lifetime. It's designed
God
specifically
willing, y'all don't sink this city in the goddamn Atlantic Ocean.
And unlike the Cooper River Bridge that is used more, I think, from my personal experience, as recreational, this is going to have obviously a recreational component to it, but it's going to have a moving people aspect as well. So I know the cost is there, and I understand that we're not attacking the integrity of the structure. However, I would just ask, Mayor, as we look for more money and members of the Transportation Committee, as we go forward with this thing, let's aim higher than lower. I mean, Mayor Riley, when was one of the most outspoken proponents of the New Cooper River Bridge, and I'll remember that the aspect was there was 2 lanes, then it was 3. No, let's think big on this thing. And we got an 8-lane bridge.
Me too.
Plus, and I think
but I'm trying to get to the next item.
East Cooper
They
came up with
wasted
the
so
idea
much
of the
time.
pedestrian bike part of it. So we need to have the vision for this thing. And it may be more expensive, God forbid, it may be $50 million by the time I finish talking.
But if you don't hurry up, it will be.
I will, but I just want to urge all of us who are involved in the decision-making part of this thing to be looking at it from that kind of grand scheme and not the more narrow scheme. Thank you. I didn't mean to run off.
And I concur with that. I think that's really the right look on this right now, because we still have some room to move, and there's some room for some advocacy internally here for that project.
Councilmember Appel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chairman Seekings, for giving me the opportunity to participate yesterday at the committee meeting. And obviously, this project is of utmost importance to me and my constituents, as I represent the part of West Ashley where the bridge will sort of emanate from into downtown. And I want to throw my sentiments behind Councilman Shahid's comments about not retreating too quickly. I want to give a shout out to Councilman Waring, who has spoken often so eloquently about the need for robust collaborative engagement with our other local government entities, the county, even the state, because I got to tell you, this current bump in the road ain't going to be the last bump in the road. This is called building infrastructure in the United States in the 21st century. Ask Charleston County about bumps in the road with 526, and the list goes on and on. So the more we assemble a robust team of stakeholders with skin in the game that want to see this project happen, the more resilient we'll be when we hit those bumps in the road and we can keep running in stride. I mean, good Lord. I mean, they're giving out money left and right in Columbia, federal government right now. This is a very opportune time. This is a very
Big John
great project that checks a lot of boxes. It checks an equity box. It checks a mobility box. I mean, it checks so many different boxes. It's a wonderful project, and just want to, echo the comments made this evening. And
who gonna run?
Let's keep working and let's get it done. Thanks.
So more to come. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Could I just pick up on that remark from Councilmember Appel? I'll be in DC as mentioned next week. I'll be meeting with the Department of Transportation.
I bet.
Explaining our situation.
Ignore what they tell you to do.
Of additional funding beyond the 18 million. But while I'm doing that, could I charge you with getting with whoever else is willing and sit down with our county and our state reps?
I'm telling you, you heard it.
Staff will help
the only
you
bump in the road.
give them an
This ain't
update
the
as
only
well.
one.
So everybody's on the same page and knows where we're at with this thing, that we're moving forward. But I think it's a great idea to go ahead and give them an update and let them know we may be needing some help from them.
Oh yeah, Seeking gonna run again. Yeah.
Well, I'm certainly happy to do that, Mr. Mayor.
That's why
as
he's
the chairman of this committee.
That's why he's being
for the
so
next 2 weeks.
active.
But anyway, I think we all can communicate with our fellow elected representatives at the county.
You're gonna see him in a lot of pictures with hard hats and shovels.
If there's nothing else, I'm going to move on. But more to come on the bridge. I think we all collectively have a lot of work to do, but it's going to be a great project when it's all said.
At first, I thought you meant Ross is gonna run. I'm like, if he does, I'm getting that guy. The guy with the with the traffic issue, and I'm starting a super PAC for that dude and making sure that he runs.
They emanated from Councilmember Brady. They came through the Bike Ped Committee, through Traffic and Transportation, and to this council, all adopted unanimously. And one of which was to see if we could put in place a pilot program to allow people to
PAC would be called
add
People for
dining in
Ham and
certain
Mayo
places in the city out of doors.
for
and one of
United
which was
States.
in parklets. Parklets, simply stated, are areas of dining in parking spaces on the peninsula, essentially, but not limited to the peninsula. We adopted that policy as a pilot program, but as we adopted it, we also adopted it with an eye for it to be a permanent program to allow some measures to be put in place through our design division and through our planning department that if certain criteria were met and neighborhoods and areas agreed that we could have perhaps some semi or permanent parklets out there. During the temporary phase, 2 businesses availed themselves of that program. One is on Cannon Street, and that Cannon Street, that one block of Cannon Street is a state highway. The other is on Line Street at the corner of St. Philip. That happens to actually be a city road. So they were in different positions as the end of this came. Unfortunately, we're not at the end of COVID, but we're at the end of the rope with the DOT, and they sent a letter to Mr. Somerville as our Director of Traffic and Transportation to dismantle the Baba's parklet. I think we've issued the same directive now to
real rap. You can't be my mayor if you ain't wearing your mask, even in between comments. I'll allow it for the whole.
Those parklets are popular across the board.
Even though I think we can hear you through the mask.
They weren't without controversy for sure. I attended, and thanks to Councilmember Mitchell for allowing me to take the stage, the Canterbury Elliottboro neighborhood meeting a couple weeks ago, and there was a lot of conversation about these parklets, and they actually formed a committee to sort of look in their view about how we can do these permanently. But one of the things that we've asked Mr. Somerville to do, and I don't know if you've ever seen the map of roads and streets that we in the city own.
I'm gonna mute this real quick. I want to just say thank y'all for hanging in there with me. I know a lot of y'all had to dip, or there have been people, the lurkers, the lovable lurkers who can't, who don't comment, who can't comment, whatever, who had to dip. I want to say thank you so much. This is why we do the live watch along. I'm not gonna call it watch party anymore because it's not fun. It is fun. Oh, we make it fun. But like, I want to just say, like, this is like, hopefully this is an exercise, a civic exercise of some sort. Hopefully this also encourages us to just look a little closer at the agenda items, look a little closer, listen a little closer during the Ways and Means committees and other committees that are have to be televised or recorded via or streamed via YouTube. That's what we're trying to do, is encourage that. But we're hanging in there. The good part is that we started at 5, even though we're almost 3 hours in. But that means that hopefully we won't be in here till like 10 o'clock, right? Hopefully within the next hour or so they'll make some good progress. But I just want to say thank y'all. I know it's somewhat of a chore. Believe me, I do get it. And I wish they could be more efficient. But people want political points to prove. And I do believe that after public comment, all those people leaving, after public comment, this is where a lot of the business gets done. And so sticking around for me tonight is very important, because we need to hear these conversations around a number of these issues. And like again, I keep pointing to Evelyn's tweets, but like Evelyn pointed out, I mentioned the whole $900,000 grant that the police department was getting. Evelyn pointed out, and I am going to just go ahead and deviate from this, Evelyn, if you don't mind. Oh no, I'm just gonna go to the agenda item. I don't have to go to your tweet. I don't have to do that. I don't have to blow your spot up. I just go right here to the agenda item. Okay, we're gonna go to not Ways and Means. Trying to find that MOU. Because I saw, let me see, the property, these are the issues that we're waiting for right here. Issues 10, issues 9 and 10. The bid is 9. The human rights, what is it? I called it human resources this morning. Human affairs. I know I messed that up. Sorry if you're listening back later. Sorry, I said human resources, human affairs and racial conciliation commission. Let me see what y'all saying. Oh, you don't care? All right, just making sure. I don't want to promise. But I'm right here. Bills up for reading. Shout out to the new YouTube subscriber. All right, I'm gonna go. Just God, I don't know. Shout out to the new YouTube subscriber. That's weird. I think I got too many windows open or something. Let me see. What's this? Yeah, we're gonna close that. Look at Brandon. Oh, Brandon, it's your birthday. You didn't say nothing. Oh well. Let me stop. Let me go back. Back. I could not watch Euphoria. Come on. Y'all follow Evelyn on Twitter, please. She's smart. All right, yeah, this is the tweet, right? So we've been talking about the bid. So Evelyn so keenly pointed this out. So on the agenda where the cops are using Celebrite Premium extractive software, y'all, and I was like, wait a minute. Isn't that? And due to some of the work I was privy to with Durham Beyond Policing, let's check it on. He's still talking. Let me make sure I fast forward it. Okay, he's still talking about the bridge.
About what to do about that. And we've directed our legal staff to read.
Yeah, I be feeling like they wearing us out. Anyway, so when you Google this, right? So it says, oh, this is fun. Cops are using Celebrite. I guess that's how you pronounce it. Celebrite Premium extraction software, which allows them to unlock y'all and unencrypt your devices, right? Right. So that's on the agenda item right here. Evelyn highlighted the police department approval of an MOU between CPD and Beaufort County sheriffs. We're gonna do a sheriff show on Thursday. We're going to do all the sheriffs behaving badly shows because there's too much to even. There was some recent news that came about, some kind of sexual predator former sheriff. So we're going to talk about that. But yeah, they're going to use this Celebrite Premium extraction software. And this is stuff that slips through the cracks because honestly, y'all, this is where our individual reps need to do a better job. We'll see where they're at now.
Parts of our city.
Jason talking. Hold on one second. But, they need to do a better job letting us know about some of these things on the agenda because I'm going to look it up real quick. I think I already did. I think I bookmarked it. I think I might have put it. Let me see. No, not there. Let me see if I put it over here. But there was an article by The Intercept. Let me just go ahead and Google it. An article by The Intercept about this. Yeah, right here. And we'll hop back over. But this article right here, it blew my mind after I saw Evelyn's tweet. What y'all saying in there? Yeah. So Chinese police kept buying Celebrite phone crackers. That's an interesting name. Celebrite phone crackers after company said it ended sales. This is an Israeli company, right? Purportedly left China last year. Subsequent sales of its products, and this was written back in August, so not even that far, not that long ago, right? So this is on the agenda tonight too. I haven't even been able to give it the time and attention because of the commission, because of the bid. But this is the other stuff that they slipped through that they're counting on us not to know, and that's why I think they do things like wade into minutia and sometimes some of it feels like grandstanding. Not all of it. Some of the conversations they're having are the conversations you need to have, and it's public, so we need to be, aware of it.
5 miles an hour. And that's a heavily populated area in that triangle between Old Town Road and Orange Grove Road.
We're going to mute it one more time, okay, because this is on tonight's agenda, right? So in its bid to go public next week, and again, this is from August of 2021, Israeli cell phone hacking company Celebrite has tried to present itself as a defender of global human rights, highlighting its withdrawal from Bangladesh, Belarus, China, Hong Kong, Russia, Venezuela. Wow, yeah, they're not really that good on human rights here, right? Right. So if you're a protester, if you're out there with Marcus and whatnot, I'm telling you, this is part of the reason why I retreated to this and COVID, and the way they are backdooring us with policies, with tools, with toys that are going to infringe on our right to protest. And also, everybody on city council, all those moms that come out, Moms for Liberty, that come out against, talk about overreach and the overreach of the commission. How about the overreach of your police cracking your phone, what you think is encrypted, your iPhone, or if you're on Signal? I don't know if they can unencrypt Signal messages, right? I don't know if it goes that far, but they withdrew from all these problematic ass countries, problematic in terms of human rights, right? In a presentation to investors filed with the United States Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, right, earlier this month, the company claimed that its mission was to protect and save lives, accelerate justice, and preserve privacy. But even after Celebrite said it withdrew from China and Hong Kong, which it looks like they didn't, an Intercept investigation has found the police on the mainland continue to buy the company's universal forensic extraction device, the UFED products, which allow officers to break into phones in their possession and siphon off data. While Celebrite did deregister its Chinese subsidiary earlier this year, so this article is more about this current ties to China, which is a problem to itself. But knowing what the software does, and knowing that this is actually, let me try to find it legit on the agenda. Take my time. Let me see if y'all said it already. Yeah. All right. Yeah. It's yeah. You should share the info. Yeah. It's kind of scary. Let me see. It is scary. Y'all, now we gotta get burners from Walmart or something, and just have burners with you. I really, honestly, you probably should be doing that. Either turn your phone into a brick if you can, but we need to start a burner fund, so people can communicate. Leave your phone at home or in your car or whatever. What item is? Oh, right here. Yeah. They're getting $1 million to fight opioid. We don't need you to have $1 million, but this is a grant, so I guess they get to take it, right? And then here's the thing right here: approval of MOU, CPD and Beaufort Sheriff's County Office partnering with agencies, right? Celebrate premium extractions. Like, this is crazy. I'm mad I missed that. I was right here with the opioid mess, but I missed that completely. That's crazy. And we need to talk about that. I'm going to dedicate a show to that too. Maybe find somebody who's an expert security. Let's see where they're at now.
They'll put on it later.
All right.
That is my report, Mr.
Thank you,
Oh,
sir.
yeah. No warrant.
So,
Well, I didn't want to be brief tonight, so the last one.
Exactly, El Hancock.
my
That last
only
part.
editorial comment is that I stopped by Councilmember Shade's office not too long ago, and he had acquired, or somebody had given him, a little annual report from Mayor Stoney from 1928, 104 years ago. And in that report, it said,
oh, he don't got a mask on. He don't have a mask on.
For the state government to share road funds with the city streets. And that hadn't happened yet. We started asking at least 104 years ago. And to have those authority for those decisions would be a wonderful thing. But the expenses of maintaining the roads long term.
Shout out to my supporters.
We'll see.
Supporters who helped me contribute to
Next up
getting
is
a
our
desk
Committee on
that
Public Works and Utilities.
is
Councilman
electronic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank you for your comments, because the whole time I was thinking all this gas tax that we pay goes to the state, doesn't come back to us to fix these roads that we may be taking over. But anyway.
Tax a developer. You'll find a lot of money. Tax a hotel developer.
I know the mayor gave credence to the effort of these pumps that's being purchased for
the wall
Spring Fishburne, but it is a game changer. To take a track from my colleague Councilmember Appel, the Spring Fishburne completion is reality. We talked about differences to new council members. We do work through differences on this council. This is a great example of the collaboration that Councilmember Appel spoke of. We need to thank the governor, the State Infrastructure Bank. I mean, it was a grant that totaled additional $45 million. Staff went to work burning the midnight oil, getting that grant application in kind of like at the 11th hour, and the whole city has benefited as a result. So to the new members coming on, some of the drainage projects that's taking place, Council Lady Parker and James Island, those dollars are made available because that federal grant came through, because everything, it would be this big sucking noise, taking drainage money from all over.
There's what noise?
The Spring Fishburne project. So it helped everybody in the city. So we had a lot of people to thank.
Mikey.
We actually took
Mikey.
Governor down and staff along. Did you go?
Exactly.
A number of council members.
Tax those fugazi nonprofits. Ask them to share their profits.
Chile, Councilman Gregory, and it mattered. Okay, it mattered. So thank everybody for that collaboration on that one. So when you see this come through, it was a $158 million project originally.
Oh boy.
That to fault of no one, cost just went up over 5 years.
If Dudley was walking melatonin, wearing is what
factor that brought it up to a snap finger of $200 million. So that is pats on the back goes around to everybody on that. So all these projects that you see, AI.
Yeah, he's the Sandman. I'm gonna call him the Sandman.
Passed unanimously.
Another old
I still
reference.
move it's adopted.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank
Next is our Committee on Ways and Means. Councilmember Gregory.
Second. Second, as amended.
As amended for one of those items, correct. Any discussion on any of Ways and Means? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now we have our bills up for second reading. We have 10 of them.
Okay.
Number 9.
I'm gonna
is
hop to the
bid
agenda
that
just
we
while they
received a
talk. I'm
lot
not
of
gonna mute it.
comments on. And number 10 is the commission. So I would entertain a motion to take 1 through 8 together.
Actually, the applicant has requested that L1 be deferred.
L1 will be deferred. So we got 2 through 10. Councilmember Rappel.
Mayor, I was going to state on the record that I have to recuse myself for item L1, but since we're not going to be proceeding with it.
Okay, we got to stick a pin in that. Ross Appel,
If it's acceptable, can I entertain a
was
motion?
going to recuse himself for L1, so we got to look into that one.
Second. Second.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go.
Any of those? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now for third reading and ratification of 2 through 8. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now, number 9 is the Business Improvement District. This will be for second reading. Entertain a motion.
All right, here we go, y'all. This is what we've been waiting for.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Councilmember Sacker.
Is it, thank you, Mayor. So is it, we're taking second reading tonight. Is it, a natural progression that we're going to also take third reading tomorrow?
Natural what?
Are we also taking third reading on the bid this evening?
We
usually
can.
Okay.
That would come next.
Is that the intent for tonight to take a third reading?
I hadn't heard any objection otherwise. The floor is open if you want to discuss it.
Sure. I just want to, for the record, I've met with Mr. Price and I met with Kendra and folks from the team that have put the bid together.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said last meeting, conceptually, I'm supportive of it. Certainly a month ago when business owners on King Street came and spoke favorably regarding it.
Where's
my
that
concerns,
document?
as I shared with them, was on the operational aspect of how the bid gets implemented. So, my concerns are that, business owners, landlords are going to see a rent increase and pass that on to tenants. I flat out asked Mr. Price if that's going to be possible, and the answer was that we're not sure if that could happen. So, to me, that is a thing that we have to consider with the bid. The other piece of this is rents are so high on King Street. When we do talk about equity in terms of who can participate on King Street in terms of business, it's already at a place where it's disproportionately, certain types of folks. So
come on, Jason.
These are the things, the concerns I have regarding the bid.
Say it with your chest.
The other thing is it's being led initially by Explore Charleston, and I get that.
Yes.
My concern that I shared with Mr. Price was, this has to be something for our residents, that it's not geared towards attracting more tourists, essentially. If we're focusing on tourists, then we're doing it at the peril of residents, Black, white, Hispanic, doesn't matter. So my point, I guess, is as we talk about this bid and work through the process, I'm not comfortable moving forward tonight with the third reading. I really would ask us to take a second reading and really rethink the outreach process.
And do with that. Sure I'm gonna pause it real quick because I want to hear what Jason says. Do with that what you did with this commission. You watered the fuck out. You watered it down. You stripped almost just almost unrecognizable. Why can't you slow walk this? Why can't you slow walk these? Why can't you do that? Why can't you just go ahead and just defer?
Included in
I don't know
what's
the
I don't know the data, and I'm not sure if anyone's ready to share that data.
The data.
How many business owners have responded to the survey?
Exactly.
Are favorable. But before I take a final vote, I would love to know how many business owners that are affected.
And I know he's a business owner. I get it.
The
But
land, not just the property
saying
owners,
it,
but the
Jason.
actual business owners in those buildings. I want to make sure that they've been checked with.
You got
and,
tips all over through here. You need more ways
their
to
policies.
squeeze money. That's going to lead to more gentrification.
So I'll just offer a little information, maybe anecdotally. I used to be in the commercial real estate business.
Used to.
And a lot of leases do allow the landlord to pass along the expenses like the taxes. And so this fee would be in addition to the tax. And so if that lease allowed the landlord to pass that along, they'd be able to
pass
this expense along. Now,
They need way
think
better
there was a
outreach.
Vast majority of the properties where the estimated additional fee was less than $500 a year.
Yeah, it sound nominal.
So, $40 a month, whether that's and then the benefits of additional business.
Did she put
promotion.
lipstick on?
I mean, you have to weigh all those things. It certainly it's clear. from
Exactly,
some
Evelyn.
comments that some tenants and some property owners are opposed to it. I think it's just a matter of the concept of paying anything at all extra.
That's not what it is.
Worth the
Tecklenburg.
services that we're going to get extra, and you're always going to have.
Not to unnecessarily pause it again. Tecklenburg, your wife opens she used to open my email newsletter very, 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 very regularly. Please stop with the I don't know. Oh, people might be just the $500. That's not the $500. Like don't insult our intelligence. We've done our due diligence. Joel and Allison have done their due diligence. We've outlined why this is problematic. We've talked about TIFs ad nauseum. Stop acting like you don't know what this portends for small businesses. Stop acting like you're not laying out the red carpet for Target, for Starbucks, for all these other national retailers. Stop it. And like, y'all can't fall for that shit no more. Like, to put the newsletter, I was just joking. Like, I'm not joking, but put that aside. He understands what's going on. So he has people, he has aides. He has people informing him what the temperature is like with this. So please stop with, well, I was a business owner. Dude, you still own properties. You still out here pulling strings behind development. Stop it. I'm acting like he acts like he's so powerless. Dude, you sit on the aviation board. You sit on countless boards. You've got power. You've got money. Please, with this whole all shucks, I think they're just confused about the $500. Get out of here.
Some folks
that infuriates me. That act
don't. But the latest number I heard reported was that they had a 55%
where the website at?
Writing a signature, and then an additional 10% verbal. So they're counting 65% right now, almost 2/3 of the property owners.
A snake and seersucker. Y'all can fall for it if you want.
Councilmember Waring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have more questions. I support it, as you know.
Here you go.
What about the good actors? In other words, and I don't want to say others are bad actors, but there's some people on King Street that led the way on having their properties be attractive. For example,
what are you talking about?
Hotel.
I
think they were one of the first ones out that
real
had
rap.
baskets on the street.
I hate to keep pausing it, y'all. Have y'all been to King Street lately? Because my dad can't even recognize it. I mean, King Street from like, have y'all been? Where's the blight? Up outside of the parts they haven't developed yet. What are these eyesores? They keep talking about beautification. They just had the whole shopping thing this weekend. What are y'all talking about? What are you talking about? King Street is one of the most beautiful. King Street and Calhoun is a meeting street. These are the most beautiful streets in Charleston. Believe me, them rich white people is not letting that shit just go to nothing. Like, what are you talking about? Beautification. And the same thing, that's what the Post and Courier did. You keep reducing this to beautification and a $500 fee. It's not that, and you all know it's not that. Like, that infuriates me. Oh my God.
They were advocates of others doing so and contributed towards it.
Oh.
So, and
shut up,
have been
April, I can't wait to talk to you tomorrow.
The owners have taken the initiative themselves to
she's back.
Make it the best that it could be.
Maybe we should check on her family in quarantine.
I would bring up would be Majestic.
You know she's going to say that. She's been
did they get
oppressed.
some kind of credit or whatever for what they're doing now?
I got to fast forward. Y'all ain't got the time. I ain't got the time on it.
Very effectively. And really, they've got more of a hands-on ability to do it than we do.
No, me
We've got a
too.
lot of stuff going on, right? They're going to be singularly focused on King Street.
April, I wake up some mornings mad at that vote on how Carol didn't. Meanwhile, Carol's still in there chilling.
Matter of fact, I agree with that, but the process which they are, even though it was at the 11th hour, it was a good question, albeit at the 11th hour. The process where everybody's going to be included.
Yeah, I got you. It's almost over, y'all.
Action steps once the ordinances are created. How do we make sure that people have that input during that process and it's just not rammed through?
Right. So could I ask Robert Summerfield, who's online, to give us some insight as to exact next steps as we know it in this formation and process?
I really wish they would have invited
Robert, are you out there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Oh, man, is he here?
Yeah, of course.
So yes, Mayor. So as Councilman
that's a fake
Seekings
background.
mentioned,
Okay.
this is just the first step. So before we can get into the next phase of this, which is the operational agreement between the city and the managing group, the CDA.
Carol will really.
We need to establish the district, and that's what all of those documents that you have there accompanying the ordinance do. They sent the rate and methodology and all of that. But Councilman Waring, to your point, absolutely, this council has to vote on that agreement, and that will be what we will be spending Q1 into potentially Q2 this year getting done. So that's not an overnight thing. That is meetings with.
But with who at the table? With who at the table?
With council members. That's meetings with the CDA board. Which will evolve as well. I mean, part of
what
that
about meetings with constituents? What about a hearing, a public
some regular requirements for the board and reporting back to city council? Again, transparency. You all will have regular reports on the status of the bid because annually, as Councilman Seekings duly noted, you will have to approve their budget. You will have to approve the assessment role that goes to the county. So this council.
So we need to email him, Robert Summerfield.
Every year, and unlike other.
Oh, sorry. I keep doing that. My bad.
Their funding mechanisms. This one sunsets in 10 years, and it's an absolute sunset, meaning if it's renewed, the whole process has to be done again. So we will have to do this complete process again in 10 years.
We got 10 years to wait.
It's successful like we think it will be, and the council wants to continue that, and the community wants to continue that for a second term. So it's a relatively speaking in these terms, short period of time to prove itself, but this council every year is involved in that decision making.
The council
will absolutely be integral to determining what that agreement looks like to set up the management structure or the organization structure.
I can't wait till like in a year, Charleston tops the list of most gentrified cities in America again.
Councilmember Rappel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to state that, let's remember how this all got started. 2020 was a tough year.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Frankly,
stop
King
it.
Street was starting to maybe show a little busting at the seams in a negative way.
The framing of the protests, like turning King Street into a fucking war zone has to stop. Has to stop. This is not Detroit. This is not DC. This is not LA. This is not any popping, bubbling city for unrest. Okay, they put it down very convincingly within a couple of days. And outside of a couple of protests where we walked around the city and got arrested for walking, not me, but we got to stop to act like the summer of 2020 brought all this bloodshed and whatnot. So much. I don't remember any type of reforms or any type of legislation outside of ceremonial bullshit after Mother Manual where 9 people were murdered because of white supremacy. In fact, y'all just congratulated a literal white suppression, I'm a little tipsy, white supremacist, literally, who called them all homophobic slurs. You gave him a pat on the back as he left his seat. So I don't understand, why y'all so firm? It kills me with this whole 2020 was rough. No, come on, dude. Very insured, highly insured businesses. They got their money and then some. And then they got the COVID money. And then they got the Qatari money. Then they got the bid money. The TIF money. Like, you've been siphoning from public education for a minute now. Come on with this. 2020 was hard. Come on. I'm just over it.
2020, but 2020 really exacerbated a lot of trends, vacancies, things of that nature. We are fortunate in the city to have some real heavy hitters that are constituents and stakeholders.
You mean billionaires?
Like it or not, guys, hospitality, food and beverage, that's what pulled Charleston out of the ditch 30, 40 years ago.
You can do that responsibly. You can do that responsibly.
Part of this community.
No one's saying stop having tourism.
That have taken up the ball and run with this bid, that know how to get things done, that have a track record of getting things done. And, these are a lot of the same people, frankly, that, we're not thrilled with the city in 2020 for a variety of reasons. And I think that we want to make sure that we keep that engagement, keep that momentum going. But to Councilman Saccharin's point, absolutely, there will be an opportunity to make sure that from a programmatic standpoint, we do
There's no
everything
outreach to Lauren's earlier point.
Make sure that there's, a
Wait,
diverse
who uses prison
representation
labor?
On the board, that we're making sure
Oh,
that we
Victoria's
address
Secret.
a lot of different
Yes, they do.
issues. I
Fuck
think
them.
Councilman Seekings raised a lot of those points as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, prisons
King Street
make them
has
draws.
changed and
That's right.
evolved for centuries. I mean, the Jewish and Lebanese retail profile on Upper King Street ain't looking great. Okay, it's changed. There's been a revolution on King Street, and guess what, guys? That's great. King Street is an economic engine. It's our Boeing. I mean, somebody said that recently, and it's true. And,
okay. So we're gonna have shit explode and fall apart
and if
and
you're
kill people.
starting out,
Okay.
Small business, maybe King Street isn't,
King Street's our Boeing. I don't think that's the flex you think it is either.
So we need to make sure that King Street is rocking and rolling. The constituency of King Street, the folks that are making up this bid, want this. This is an example of leadership.
They don't run
from the ground
everything.
up, where we're sort of providing some of the air support and the overall guidance. I think we move forward with this. Let's set up the bid. Let's work very hard with all the stakeholders to make sure that we set up the machinery of this.
Yeah, I'm confused.
And equitable. It's sort of like a TIF in a sense. We establish the geographical boundaries of the TIF, and then every year we talk about how much is going to stormwater, how much is going to affordable housing.
How much you take? No. How much you take from schools? How much you take from?
And I think that a lot of times some of the negative
From public
impacts
works.
of measures like this can be overblown. So with that, I would encourage everyone to support it and let's move through the process and get to work on the
I
next.
remember that one time the protest interrupted Ross's brunch and he came out there with his hands on his hips.
All in favor of second reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now for third reading and ratification. We have any further questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Now, it is
I don't get that.
8:15. Next item up is number 10, the commission. I don't know, it could take us a few minutes. Do y'all want to take a 5-minute
No, I
break?
move for approval.
Yeah, exactly.
Motion for approval. and a
5-minute
second.
break.
Any discussion?
Caroline.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes, are you moving to approve item 10?
That's correct.
Yes, I mean, I make a motion to defer.
No comment. No comment.
We have a motion to defer, which takes
Hancock's.
precedence, so we'll vote on that first. And any discussion about the motion to defer? Hearing none, all in favor? Oh, Councilmember Seekings?
I just, a few things. I would adopt the comments I made some time ago when we were talking about the process and how we've gotten here tonight, which has been circuitous at best. It has not been smooth. It's very clearly controversial. It needs full participation. We haven't done that.
Didn't say shit about that
I
bid.
just think at this point, we really need to push this out, bring it back together, hear
No one
everything
deferred.
all out there in the public.
Disappointed.
This, the way it came to us tonight, didn't work. And the other thing is, look, we've got an empty seat over there. That empty seat represents 12% of the population.
Boo. Then all the decisions you made since Del Chapo stepped down need to be nullified then.
What's the rush? Let's define what we're doing. I think that
If it gets deferred, it's dead.
made tonight that we're really good about the definition of what we're doing here, what the directive is we're sending out there. We changed the name of the commission, but I searched the word equity today in the ordinance. It's there 13 times.
Yeah.
What's the definition of it? We all have our own. Let's define it. Let's define it.
He knows
Let's
what it
focus
is.
Let's clarify
This
it.
bullshit.
And let's bring this back in a way that we have meaningful public comment. We understand what's going out there forward. And it's not from the get-go, because if we pass it tonight, it will be the most divisive thing we've done in these chambers in a long time.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I just don't think procedurally we brought it here.
Can't even want to talk about that vacant seat. Then everything y'all did since Del Chapo stepped down needs to be vacated. Then, if that's the rule, we want to start bringing that shit up this week. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Seekings. A couple things. I mean, I spoke publicly December 21st when this was reintroduced a few days before Christmas. I will say again, I think bringing this to council a few days before Christmas, when 3 seats on council were about to turn over.
We didn't know that, though.
Was a very, I personally don't like the optics. I don't think it makes the city of Charleston, it doesn't put us in a good light.
Why?
Especially when we're talking about, doing some, talking about fairness and equality and things like that.
She's ill-equipped.
Second,
what'd you say
I,
first?
For one, even as a council member, now that the name has changed, I don't know what exactly that means. Or did we just change the name of the ordinance, but the report still stands?
No, that's been you've been furnished with that information.
Understand that? I
orientation was a few days ago. You got it.
Those are the comments that I've received.
You should have called your peers then. You should have called your peers.
People don't understand. I think that's a gaping hole. I mean, people need to understand what the change was.
What else they tell you to say? What else?
I still go back to, it was voted down by the same council in August. We have an empty seat here.
Okay.
I'd like to also
keep saying that.
I'll just say this because I heard it in one of the comments. Please listen to your constituents. My constituents spoke on November 2nd. Okay.
No, they voted for you, dummy.
I was adamantly opposed to many items in this report. I obviously think there are great things in this report, but I also think there are very divisive items in this report. Again, I go back to this quote.
This is what we should have heard from Stephen. Real talk on that bid.
I'm sorry, but the person sitting here at that December 21st meeting did not listen to our constituents at District 12.
Ooh.
And I think that that's very important to do, especially in this.
So this is you just saw the clause come out, right? And then not to use like a feminine like trope or whatnot, but like you saw that shit, right? So instead of like standing for something, you want to take a dig at Carol, who did her job with grace. You just saw her get an award. You saw her get recognized and be roundly embraced by her peers. So here you come with the bullshit again. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why you keep looking at notes, because you're going off emails that your little friends put together. You do know what's in it. You do know. You had time, sweetie. Okay? Just like when you get November, you said November, you ain't had time to look up what's going on since November. It's January. So that's on you, Sleepy. That's on you. Okay? Okay, that's on you. So stop taking digs at your predecessor who didn't say shit about you when like shit about you negatively when she went up to the podium. Like, here we go with the fuck shit. Here we go with the dumb shit. Him and Mike Seekers, y'all want to keep talking about how, okay, Del Chapo's seat not there? For real, every fucking decision y'all make without that seat being filled needs to be vacated then. Because what's good for the fucking goose is good for the gander. Y'all want to keep propping up bullshit. And where is somebody poking holes in this shit? Y'all want to keep pointing in that seat like fucking Clint Eastwood and shit at the RNC. We got to chill out with that. Somebody got to say something. Poke holes. And Steven should have said something.
Matter. So
somebody
it's a
should
very
say something.
easy vote for me because I have listened to my constituents. So yes, I believe we should at least defer this and make sure the public is fully aware
This
of
is
the
such an
name
insult.
change and what this is going to do. What is going to be brought about? What is the end game? Why
didn't you call Dudley? Why didn't you call Saccharin?
I've been told that they don't want the 125 items in the report. It's just a committee, I don't know as a council member, and I know the public feels the
You
same
waited
way,
until just
so
now to say you don't know.
further discussion needs to happen.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that, one of the things we talked about when we talked about council members, the importance of doing your homework.
I mean,
and I don't think based upon what I'm hearing,
You better run circles around because she's talking about your
some of our council
legislation.
members have really done their homework.
Yes.
Because if they did,
I gotta go back.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that, one of the things we talked about when we talked about council members, the importance of doing your homework.
Do your homework.
And I don't think, based upon what I'm hearing, that some of our council members have really done their homework.
Hello.
Because if they did, one, they would see definitions of equity, not just in that report,
yes, Seekins,
but also in the city's comprehensive plan,
yes,
which has already been approved,
the 10-year plan
by
yes.
the city.
Yes.
So the city has approved
equity
a definition.
Run circles around this shit. You talked about 20 years.
Equity.
Let's run circles around
secondly, we have one person missing, okay, but we've had one person missing on all votes. Why is it?
Come on.
Okay, why is it?
Come on.
Because of this vote.
Come on.
Okay, you want to call that as an issue. For me, that's problematic.
Thank you.
In of itself.
I don't even know what. Real talk.
Because I think if that's the case, we should do the same thing for the bid. Why do we vote on?
It's such an easy fucking fumble to exploit. Since you want to point to an empty chair, everything, then we can't do shit until till the special election. If that's the case, it's such a stupid, this is when they really think we dumb or they not as smart as we. And I'm not trying to, I'm not being petty, it's small. I'm not calling anyone dumb. I'm not being ableist. But either they think we stupid or they don't have the political savvy to understand you gonna paint yourself in the corner with that whole empty chair shit. Chill with that empty chair shit. We can't do this. We can't do anything with empty chair. You've been doing shit. You've been running roughshod. You done already approved the fucking use of the Celebrate shit. What you talking about? I had to pause it. It's almost over.
With one person.
Do your fucking homework.
So I think that what you're doing here is you're trying to make up different rules.
Yep.
Okay, because you oppose the document.
Yeah.
And that's not
how we do it.
The way it works. I really think that, especially you, Councilmember Seekins, we've been working on this.
Come on.
For over a year.
Don't make me buy this man flowers.
You have had the opportunity.
Don't make me buy this man
during
champagne.
That period to review.
Come on.
To comment, to object.
Yep.
To participate.
That's right. Never showed up at any meetings I was in.
You elected not to.
That's
so
right.
At the last moment, you're using as an excuse, you're not having enough time.
This is well over a year, y'all.
Document. And I think that's a bit disingenuous in and of itself. Yeah. I really do. Because these documents have been here for a while. Secondly,
she really thought she said something too.
Voting on 125 recommendations.
No, we're not.
We're not.
We're not.
This council did not accept, the report and the recommendation.
Right. It's watered down.
With the bid, it's a starting point. Well, that's what this is too. With the new commission.
It is.
A starting point.
Do your job, Dudley. Come on, keep doing it.
I'm a little concerned with the inconsistency.
I would have started that comment with, you're new here. So maybe you don't understand.
Because to me, in and of itself, it reeks of, well,
racism.
It's bothersome.
Did you see what he did?
The best way I can. So I really think that this is just a strategy.
Yes.
Okay.
Partisan as fuck.
To dismantle.
Come on.
This effort.
Yes. Seekings.
There's so much misinformation.
In the paper.
And lies.
In the paper, the ads against Shaheed.
It's not just being
and Brady
put out there by the public.
Come on.
But it's being put out by some of the council members.
Who know better.
Who've not read the document.
Who won't read it.
You haven't read the document based upon what you're articulating. It's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I think that this is just another strategy by the opposition.
Oh, okay. Mike, you gonna run for mayor? You gonna have it? You gonna have your work cut out for you?
With that, but I don't think that you guys have really read the document and looked at the definitions and clearly understand that the special commission completed its work.
Yes, it did. Yes, we did.
They completed the report as they were charged to do. Whether we agree with it or not really doesn't matter at this point.
I keep doing that.
Because they completed the report. The city did not accept the report.
Right.
The city did not vote to
approve the report. To make the recommendations law.
The recommendations of the report.
Not at all.
So what we're voting on is very similar. We're putting the framework in place.
Oh, I know, Mike.
And the fact
I've been on Folly with the flaggers.
Allowed that to happen on one side, and all of a sudden we shouldn't do that now. I think it's a bit disingenuous and really not fair.
This is what you call a gangster with rhythm. Sometimes
I guess my 10 minutes are up, but I definitely.
You said you did your job.
Saw this.
Okay, Mike put his mask back on. Okay, so Mike ain't gonna say shit.
I don't think it's based on truth or fact. And unfortunately, I think this is really not a good way to start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
You
I'm
better.
not advocating you carry on, but current rules do allow 15 minutes. We've
I got 5 more minutes.
Look at Miss Hair Flip.
We're proposing to reduce that.
She raising her hand again?
At which point you're almost there. But Councilmember Mitchell, and the motion on the floor is to defer at this point. Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. You
better not defer.
And just listening, and some of the things I heard from people talking about it, it kind of disturbed me.
Come on.
Because probably the way I came up.
Yeah.
And probably because of things I've been involved in, probably because what I tried to do and bringing people together and some people are still trying to tear it apart and say that we are trying to cause division, with people, rational, racial.
Okay.
Racial is here. Racism is alive and well in the city of Charleston. I don't know what y'all coming from. I don't know what the people who are living here coming from.
I don't know either.
I've been here 73 years.
Come on.
Right here.
Come on.
I'm out here in that street more so than anybody else out here in the streets.
I'll give it to him. And
I see it every day. James Island. I used to play on James Island.
Yep. Okay.
All the time. It's changed. So things have changed. And when the change came, we got some people doing some other changing that is not good. Johns Island, I keep telling you all, my family go back almost 400 years on Johns Island.
Come on.
So I know the areas on Johns Island. I know the James Island. My family go back over 300 years on James Island. I know the whole areas.
Come on. My family go back hundreds of years. Edisto.
And people coming here.
Come on.
And we are trying to do something to bring people together, and they're still out here thinking that we still should be on the bottom and be under the bus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm seeing.
You need the two black,
and all this kind of things. Why?
most tenured council people to talk like this right here. And Warren should be ashamed of himself that if he don't say the same.
Truth is here. It's out here. I get along with everybody. I could tell you,
okay,
Councilman Sacramento and Councilman Gregory and Keith and Councilman Sheehan. My district is very, very diverse.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't go in my district and say anything about me because the way I work in my district.
That's right.
And I don't pull punches. Because I'm out here knowing the history, not playing history.
That's right.
I know the history.
She need this lecture.
Been involved in this.
They need this lecture, Seekins and whoever else.
And when I see people talking these kind of things because we're trying to do something to say, okay, we're going to try to.
I just want y'all to know that only one person
see what happened to
is not masked right now.
Black and brown people and
outside of
trying to make things better.
Mitchell, who's
But it's
speaking?
for everybody.
Oh no, he got his.
Because everybody's going to reap from it.
There's
when
only
it's
one person not
you're
wearing a
bringing
mask.
people together.
Well, Dudley.
History is history.
Dudley had his on.
I'm not talking about history. I'm talking about the real history.
She hasn't had one on
That's
the
what it
entire
is.
time.
Charleston played a big part in slavery. If you all want to know the truth, if you couldn't, the slave master could not take care of the slave, where did they send them? To the city of Charleston, and we did it.
Yep.
The mayor stood up there and read right there to us some of the things I didn't even know at the time. And that's why we as a council was not involved in it. But what did we do? What did we do? We apologized to the residents of the city of Charleston for what the part the council members of the city played.
Got away with what?
I wasn't there during that time.
Oh, that's what she got?
So we got to stop it. When are we going to stop it? The have and have-nots. When are we going to stop this carrying on?
Probably.
And it disturbs me. But you know why I'm here at this table and sitting in this council seat? And I always believe that, and that's my belief. Most High God placed me here. That's why I've been here as long as I've been here. And he installed in the people to put me back here so I can send the message out.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm a messenger. People said, oh, Councilman, we don't understand when you're saying things. I'm not here to be understood. I'm here to work together with the individuals.
Yeah, you are, but...
And that's why I was here as long as I'm here right now.
But it's important that he's taking this time. This is his time.
Most of my colleagues here, they know I don't play games. I can be the nicest person you want to meet.
Don't play with this. Don't play with equity.
But I'm going to say what I have to say. I'm going to tell you, and it's the truth. Truth. I don't have time for the lie. It's truth.
They keep weaponizing lies, and that ad in the paper is a lie.
The last council, I spoke to Councilman Pell, Councilman Peter Shade.
We're going to keep asking Mikey. Mikey, you're going to lead the way on that one.
Street.
You're going to help us.
I worked on King Street to every men's store bill on King Street.
Like, be our eyes and ears, because I'm going to hammer home on this.
Your family owned things on King Street, but did you work on King Street? I worked on there.
My daddy.
Councilman Peter Shade might have been there. Councilman Pell, I don't think you might have been around too much. You might have heard about your grandfather and all that, but you wasn't here. I worked in all those stores on King Street.
Right, the Pell
From
name.
Spring Street to Calhoun Street.
Come on.
Worked on there.
My aunties, my cousins.
But it has changed. But we cannot forget about the people.
Yes.
Who made the change happen that everybody wanted to move here where?
On the eve of MLK Day at that.
Oh, Charleston is so beautiful, but how it became beautiful.
Ooh.
By the people on the back of people who work.
That's right. Who made this place beautiful? Y'all didn't do it.
So what we're doing is trying to make a level playing field for everyone. And everybody would work together. But as long as we keep this division going, then we got the people from the outside. So look at the council members doing. Oh, so we better get on board with them. Oh, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. We got to stop it.
Stop the lies.
That's all I got to say.
Good job. Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Gregory said that, we voted on other things tonight without the District 1 representative being with us. I think that's absolutely right. I don't think that's an excuse not to make a decision tonight. I think we all came here understanding that we were going to need to make a decision. And that's what I think we ought to do.
Right.
And I'm not going to vote to defer this. I can't imagine a topic that could have created more citizen feedback than we got tonight, than I've sat at home hearing on YouTube, than I've sat in the crowd listening to for meeting after meeting after meeting. I mean, for what seems like a year.
Yes, has been.
Everybody's had a chance to weigh in. Opinions are hardened, whether they're based on facts or not, and I think a lot of them aren't. And we're never going to be able to convince them of the facts.
That's
if they
true.
disagree, they disagree. If
That's
they think we are going to impose critical race theory in schools, that's what they're going to believe. They're wrong. They're obviously wrong.
Shout out to him for wearing his mask.
What they are always going to believe. And whether this passes tonight or not is going to make no difference in that. I do think that this commission has the ability to push us forward as a city.
Okay.
Just like the King Street bid does.
No.
They
Steven's
do
wrong
different
on that one.
things, but they both have, in the long run, an incredible impact on our city.
I'm disappointed in that.
I thought it was time to move forward on the King Street bid. I think it's time to move forward on this commission. I'm not going to vote to defer it. I am going to vote to.
Steven is being strategic. I'm not endorsing that strategy, but he's definitely being strategic and voting for the bid and
Thank you,
this.
sir. Councilmember
He might be taking a
Waring
page from
and
Jason
Brady.
Sacran's book of double speaking, but we're gonna hold him to account.
Thank
That's
you, Mr. Mayor.
he's always welcome to the
I think
chat, but we gonna
several
keep it
things we
real.
oughta hit
We're gonna
on.
keep it real. That's disappointing. He knows.
We did debate the report. It came to
Hold on
council.
real quick. Steven knows about the bids. He spoke with Joel personally, right? We know that. That's not privileged information. I don't think that is. And he spoke with he asked. Let me say this. He asked for the information. I got confirmation that there was a conversation. I don't think that was the right decision given the facts of what we know. But okay. But we will be talking about that decision to move the bid forward. Look, when we elect people, are they going to always vote how we want? No, I don't have these crazy expectations. But you know, we're not going to do this whole double talk thing. You're not going to be Saccharin Jr. And I know there's some Saccharin fans in the chat, but we're not going to do that. We ain't going to do both sides. We're not going to cut the baby in half. We're not doing none of that. We're going to stand firm on equity. Then we're going to stand firm on equity. And shout out to Joel who really worked hard to try to whip his own votes as a successful business owner in Charleston. Shout out to Joel. Shout out to Allison. They did their part. They did the last minute op-ed in City Paper. They did their part, but this is not good. But I'm glad that he spoke up. I'm glad that Steven spoke up for the commission. That's important. But that bid is going to be problematic, and I don't look forward to saying I told you so, but we will be saying I told you so very, very shortly. Very, very shortly.
And it got voted down.
Yeah.
And I would say that the primary.
I'm going to fast forward because I muted it. I paused it a lot, and we know how Warren can talk, and he's still talking the more I fast forward. All right,
Your
let's
heritage. Talk about my heritage. Some of the men that came here from the American Heritage Association. I'm a full believer they have some interesting things to say. So
yeah, Steven voted for it.
Angst.
Stop using Eliza as an excuse.
Putting together to speak about it.
Joking.
I'm going to vote for this. I'm not going to vote for the deferral, Councilmember Seekings, respectfully. Because you and I have been deskmates for a decade, and I know where your heart
Steven voted for, let me be fair, Steven voted for the commission but also for the bullshit ass bid.
Put a committee in place so we can have unity as we go forward in these discussions and not, get in a circle and start shooting at one another. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the time that.
Okay, come on.
I won't be voting for the deferral. I think we should put the committee in place.
Yeah.
And begin wholesome discussions so we can remain being Charleston strong. Thank you.
God bless. Councilmember Brady.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We heard that he's a yes vote. We heard that he's a yes vote.
Several months ago, a proposal was brought forth to Charleston City Council to approve and adopt the report on the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation. It failed. In the same meeting, a proposal was brought forth to make permanent the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation.
And that failed.
It too failed. I know because I voted against both proposals. The report as presented for acceptance to City Council contained provisions in it that ran counter to my beliefs and the beliefs of my constituents. In particular, the notion to defund the Charleston Police Department and the payment of reparations. The proposal for the Special Commission on Equity, Inclusion, and Racial Conciliation to become permanent had numerous flaws in how it was designed. It would have required half of City Council to serve on the commission, which is more than any other commission in the city. And City Council was not authorized to recommend citizen members to serve on the commission, which ran counter to how most commissions
instead of making
in the
millions
city are
off
set up.
development projects.
For these reasons, I oppose the motion as presented. Since then, there have been ongoing discussions with our colleagues on City Council, the mayor's office, and members of the community regarding the inherent value of the idea of a citizens commission that should look into how the city of Charleston can investigate the vestiges of slavery and Jim Crow era policies,
It's just
laws, and
it's just a
practices
commission to
within the
discuss
city
possible
and to recommend how to
ideas.
address them. In addition, the proposed commission,
No, Brady's
unlike other city
no.
commissions, is not a permanent commission.
We were told that Shaheed and Brady were a yes. He's just trying to make it a soft landing for himself. We were told that. So that's why he wrote these statements. We were told that Dudley whipped up the 2 votes needed, which was Shaheed and Brady. So that's what we're supposed to be on in that situation.
And is subject to renewal every 3 years by this council.
Yeah, it has a sunset provision.
The proposal
This is
that
what I
received first
asked
reading in
Dudley
City
about that
Council in
directly to
December is
his
not the same
virtual
commission
face.
that was proposed months ago.
There's a sunset
Despite the
provision after 3
misleading
years. The
information
bid
that has
sunsets
been
in 10
disseminated
years.
by some groups. To say that voting in favor of this newly proposed commission is defunding the police is patently false.
It is false.
The new budget passed by City Council, of which I voted in favor, contains 4 to 7% pay raises for our police department. The police budget has increased on average about 4% each year for the last 6 years, which means that over that period of time, it has seen an increase of almost $9 million.
Over the last, and you know what? I needed that stat, but that's shitty. But
we're endorsing teaching
that's
critical
good to
race
know.
theory in our schools is also false. The city of Charleston,
Seekings
as
is
it's been mentioned,
anti.
does not operate or control the public schools in Charleston
Del
County.
Chapo probably was
The
going
Charleston
to be,
County
but she's
School
not
District,
there,
which oversees the
which
schools,
helps us.
has its own elected board of trustees.
I think she might have been
and an
anti.
administration charged with running them. However, what voting for this commission does do is show to the Charlestonians who have been marginalized, not just now, but throughout our city's 350-year history, that Charleston is an inclusive and welcoming city, and that it is not afraid to confront the injustices of its past, no matter how uncomfortable that may be.
It's supposed to be uncomfortable.
Why would we as citizens not want to examine whether there are laws and practices which may still discriminate and marginalize a sector of our citizens?
Good comment.
Do we not have a moral obligation to ensure that all of our citizens are afforded equal opportunity within our government? Unfortunately, there are groups and citizens who mistake loudness for substance.
That's right.
But as John Adams noted, facts are stubborn things. One need only look at several court cases within living memory to establish a fact pattern. In 1954, Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka overturned the doctrine of separate but equal established in 1896 in Plessy versus Ferguson and mandated integration of schools in the United States. In 1967, Loving versus Virginia repealed anti-miscegenation laws and allowed people of different races to marry. In 2003, Lawrence versus Texas ruled anti-sodomy laws that predominantly targeted homosexuals were unconstitutional. And in 2015, Obergefell versus Hodges established that same-sex couples are entitled to the same rights to marry whom they chose as heterosex couples. I would also mention that in 1960, Ruby Bridges was the first African-American child to integrate William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans.
Okay, Carl.
Ruby Bridges will turn 68 this year.
Mm-hmm.
All that is to say, I would put this to everyone, and I include myself in this group. If you have never had to have a court affirm that you are equally entitled to the same rights as your fellow citizens, then you fundamentally misunderstand the lived experience of being marginalized, whether that's de jure or de facto. Therefore, my vote on this commission is not a flip-flop, as some have called it. It is actually what the civic process is supposed and designed to be, a maturation of understanding through dialogue and compromise. The United States Constitution, a document born of dialogue and compromise, was written in order to form a more perfect union. And it is my sincere hope that this newly formed Commission on Human Affairs and Racial Conciliation can help Charleston become a more perfect city and fulfill the promise that all of its citizens can equally, equitably, and inclusively enjoy and access all that it has to offer. That being said, I will not be voting to defer this matter, but I would ask that we give it second reading and to be considerate to our colleagues who have asked for the understanding of the commission
word equity
and this report, or I should say of the commission and how it has been presented in the ordinance. I would say to give this second reading, and we can vote on third reading at the next meeting when there is a new council member seated, and hopefully we can have more public participation. Thank you.
Now that's the bullshit.
Thank you, Councilmember Brady.
That's the bullshit.
Councilmember Pell, and then Sacklin, and then Shade.
I'll defer to Jason if he wants to jump me because he played such a. Oh, you want me to go? Okay. All right. Just trying to be nice. You know, I haven't spoken publicly about this
Yes, you
since,
have. Oh.
gosh, was it Daniel Island Gymnasium? I hope everyone's blotted that out of their collective memories.
No.
But, you know, I just want to thank Councilman Gregory, Councilman Saccharin for their leadership on this issue. I mean, my God, the work y'all have put into this over the last year and a half now, I think it is tremendous. You know, I like to.
So they're going to defer it till they get a conservative, another conservative, because that's a backdoor that I didn't anticipate.
You know, Lord knows how many phone calls we've had, how many meetings in Councilman Shahid's office. You know, I can't even begin to tell you how much I think I probably ended up bothering y'all on this. So just
let me see.
I just wanted to let the record show that I admire and appreciate.
Just vote no with your chest. Just vote no, Ross.
And to you know, Councilman Mitchell's point, I mean,
all right, it don't, Lauren.
Know, the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow and federal and state and local, you know, discriminatory practices to African Americans is unquestionable in this country.
So what's the problem? It's a toothless ass commission that they watered down.
Country that has been more unjustly and unfairly treated over this country's history than African
Dudley Carl.
I mean, that is as
four.
plain as
Saccharin,
day.
Jason
no
is five.
About that.
How about Native Americans?
They need to.
You raise an interesting point there. I mean, they have not been fairly treated as well, but I would still think African Americans. I mean, it's not the Olympics to see who's, but
they really need to fix that phone thing. Like they
anyways,
people been doing that for a minute.
Is that God? Is that God?
Yeah, it was. God definitely would give a fuck about indigenous.
Is this
people,
a religious?
So absolutely. Absolutely.
So I mean, I just want to like set the record straight on that. And I'm not one of these people that believes when de jure, you know, segregation and racism got wiped off the American political and legal landscape that all of our problems were solved. Yes, it's a huge step that happened, and that's not to be minimized. But the legacies of these practices and these institutions persist to this day. There's no question about it. To me, it has always come down to what do we do about it? What is the most effective, practical way to get results on the ground?
You won't even start with talking about it with the commission.
I mean, one of my positions has always been that we've had the power and ability all along. I mean, we're elected council people in the city of Charleston.
Please stop.
We have standing committees on community development.
You're not going to become mayor, dude.
Forums where we can vet best practices and ideas from the public, from other cities, other states.
Not with that dude
There is no
with that
shortage of
parking
opportunity
issue.
for any single one of us to pick up a ball and run with it at any time. So
Come
the big
on,
question
just
for
go
me
ahead.
has always been, what is the purpose of making this commission permanent? And
April.
We had the commission in effect for a year. We have a report.
We
widely
pacified the
discussed.
blacks.
There's been a lot of misinformation circulated about it. There's no question about it. But you know, at the same time, I do think there were.
I don't want to see not one MLK
choices of
post.
what to put into it. That was
We on
ultimately
MLK post
counterproductive
alert.
to the mission.
We on MLK post alert. If they post
getting
one
results
goddamn
on the
quote,
ground that we all want
one
to see.
fucking quote about MLK,
So
I'm going ham. I'm going the fuck ham.
To pick up on where Councilman
You couldn't
Brady
even
left
vote
off,
for this toothless ass
The ordinance
commission.
that's before us tonight is not the same ordinance that
It's
came
not.
before us in September.
And Carl came with the Carfax.
You know, Councilman Brady, Councilman Shahid, myself.
You ain't come with
we've
nothing but
engaged in this
a
process. I think
haircut.
that a lot of our feedback and comments was incorporated into this product we have today by virtue of, you know, some good work with Councilman Gregory and Councilman Saccharin. You know, and whereas, you know, my colleagues, Councilman Shahid and Councilman Brady voted for this in December, and I chose not to. I'm just not quite there yet. And the reason for that is, and it all comes down to this, and I hope y'all know me as a straight shooter by now, having worked with y'all for a couple years. I want this commission to succeed. I want it to actually have an effect. I don't want this to be just a feel-good, check the box thing that we just do to say we did
If you got to tell me you a straight shooter before you talk, you're not a straight shooter.
And is not able to effectively conduct its work and produce the sort of progress and change that we want. If we are sitting around in a position where we're so bitterly divided over this, I think that is a product of us not quite getting there yet. We've made a lot of progress on this. But here's my proof of that. When you actually talk to somebody, when you talk to a constituent that comes at you and says, you approve this commission for defunding the police, all the things that we've talked about and debunked today. And when you talk to them about what it actually is and how it's not the report and how it doesn't make
You're
law,
not gonna be mayor.
and how the city council still maintains oversight and control over policies. It's been my experience that you win people over. You win people over one-on-one. I was talking with Councilman Shade about this before the meeting. That is possible. And all I'm saying is that if we can find a way to better define the role of what this commission is supposed to do and what is not supposed to do. We have done a phenomenal job talking amongst ourselves. A phenomenal job. I don't think there's been any issue before council in my short time that has been more debated than this. But respectfully, I don't think we've done a good job of communicating to the public what this is and what this isn't. And it cuts in both directions. On the extreme, let's call it right, there are people that think this is a parade of horribles that we've also talked about. But I think there's activists in the left community that think if we pass this ordinance to establish this commission, we'll have ended racism.
No one thinks that.
We'll have
no one thinks that. Oh, you get. I'm gonna tan your hide tomorrow, Ross.
And I know I'm
gonna tan your hide tomorrow.
Council. Have y'all ever been to a committee of council meeting and a commission meeting on any other subject? You know, I think we need to be a little bit realistic and honest with people as to what this commission can accomplish.
He's so unbelievable, B-man.
So don't set up false expectations.
Like he's not even doing a good job. He thinks he's doing a good job at whatever it is he's doing.
Got the bucks to,
he don't know what he's doing. He don't even know the political, he don't even know.
Have the means and capabilities.
He thinks he's Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith goes to Washington right now.
Injustices in our society that are undeniable, right? I mean, it's like you're running a race, and one runner gets a 2-minute head start on a mile, and you're wondering why the runner that was sitting.
Oh my God! Now you come on. We know you went to REI training. We know you went to DEI training.
That is a major intractable problem. But here's where the problem gets solved. It's in the boring, nitty-gritty details. Should we have a rent cap on ADUs or not? Here's some ideas for it. Here's some ideas against it. That's where the progress is made. When we used vague, ambiguous terms,
I want to mute him and not pause it.
By some of the worst.
Let me tell you something, just real quick. As someone who served who served as a secretary for the History and Culture subcommittee, right? I'm one of how many subcommittees? You had the finance one, you had the law enforcement one, you had the education, you had the health one, and I might be missing another one. Right. And I'm being very fast and loose with the terms, but you get what I'm saying. They covered these various areas. When I tell you we met regularly every other week for over an hour each time, and all of those meetings were recorded on Zoom and put on YouTube. All of those meetings were open to each and every sitting city council person. When I tell you none of this stuff that we're discussing or that has been discussed has been under lock and key and no one had access to, the shit is on YouTube. It's on YouTube. So when Gregory said you didn't do your homework, it's 100% the fact. You can defer all you want. Ross, you can sit up there with your spiffy haircut and shit, looking like Forrest Gump when he met JFK. You can do all that shit you want to do. But the fact still remains is that you're fucking filibustering right now and you are standing against progress. Period. Hours, y'all. Months, y'all. Months. You know how long it took me? It took me over a week sometimes to transcribe and to take the notes that I took and get them in serious, the hardest job I ever had that I never got paid for, right? Got paid for with money. You hear what I'm saying? This is an insult to me and all of the subcommittee chairs, the Felice Knights and the Darren Calhouns, right? And all of them, all of us, Alvin, Crystal, Kenya. This is an insult to us. This is an insult. Majority white council sitting there and telling us we don't understand equity. We don't understand this word. Even though you watered it down, even though Dudley has, and I don't even give Dudley this much recognition typically. I know for a fact Dudley been working hard to whip up these fucking votes. And for you to sit there and act and try to look mayoral, Dude, please get your fucking dad back his suit and shut the fuck up. I'm so mad.
Factors in
I'm
our
so
society.
mad.
Critical race theory, equity, white supremacy. These are poorly defined terms.
Mr. Ross goes
what
to
you
hell.
see into these
He thinks.
terms it's a pick your own adventure. If you want to come into it with bad faith, you can find a way to
That's not what choose your own adventure is.
whip people up. If you
That-
want to
you
come
meant
into it with a
Rorschach
spirit
test.
of equity or a
A
spirit
Rorschach
of
test. Not choose your
good
own
faith,
adventure is not
you
that.
can come away with it with a completely different mindset. I think that if we
God.
articulated this commission along the lines of what Councilman Waring spoke about as a way for the city to come together, black, white, everything in between.
Let me tell you something. I'm getting
Find
text.
ways that we can improve and make our city better. We could get to a point one day where there's unanimous approval
Gotcha.
for this across the table. And that matters because if we were to give birth to this commission in a spirit of unity and in a spirit that as Councilman Waring pointed out was present.
And it's 15
after
minutes
Mother
stop.
Emanuel
I'm
in
going to
some
fast
very
forward,
different
but I paused it.
That will put
Shut the fuck up, dude. Thank you, Mrs. Smith goes to Washington.
this commission. We
At
effectively
most, you Frank the Tank at the
communicate
debate
that to the
debate
public.
practice. Like you're not mayoral. You're not.
Regardless of how this vote turns out tonight, I'm here to work with any of my colleagues on finding
Whenever
ways
a white person
continue
takes up
to
that much
improve the
space in a
city
race and equity
around things like
conversation, it's
zoning,
already a red fucking
land
flag.
use, those kinds of disparities. Let's get to work regardless of how this vote turns out tonight. So thanks for everyone's indulgence and time, and I'll now stop speaking. Thank you.
Please.
Councilmember Saccharin and then Shade.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping that we wouldn't have a lengthy discussion tonight, but given the circumstances, I understand that.
His mic just stopped. His mic.
Understand the report. Councilman Appel, Councilman Brady, Councilman Shade, I appreciate that. It means a lot.
The mic keep going out.
Councilmember Saccharin, I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you talking into your?
I'm trying.
Okay, thank you.
It's not working. Somebody share your mic. Give him your mic.
Conversations and discussions with folks that were on the commission.
Hold it
And I
like
think that
Don
helped
Cornelius on
understand,
Soul Train.
clarify some things for Councilman Brady, and that's how it should work. Where I'm frustrated is we are now, pretty much every council member has spoken. Council members want to speak again. The bid sailed right through. We're having identical conversations. Nobody said
Shit
that
about
the
the
bid
bid.
process is rushed.
Nope.
And in fact, we talked about the commission in March of 2020. We formed this commission.
It's 2022, y'all.
It's been 2 years. So to suggest that you're not up to speed on what is happening on this commission is either patently a lie and false.
Yes.
Or it's a political game.
Seekins. That's why you sat your ass
And if
back.
you're a new council member, and I will speak to Councilman Bowden and Councilwoman Parker, I was a new council member. I came prepared on day one. I was prepared. So the games that we're playing right now regarding this commission and the fact that we're not aware of
Turn
what's
that other mic
in the
off. It's
report
hot.
are political games. When we were in Daniel Island, I had a whole 2 pages ready to go.
Yep.
But I was interrupted
Mm-hmm.
by the nonsense,
Mhm.
tomfoolery,
Mm-hmm.
the insults to our medical professionals that
Yep.
evening.
Somebody got spit on.
Regardless of where you stand on those issues, that was disrespectful. And I felt bad. I felt bad leaving because I felt like I didn't get a chance to acknowledge those that worked on the commission. I
Mhm.
didn't get a chance to acknowledge Amber Johnson. But
Amber.
guess what? I got my 15 minutes and I'm going to take up every minute of it right now.
I'm for it.
To the folks, and this is for the record,
yes.
the folks that participated on this commission chairs, Mr. Elvin Johnson,
Come
Dr.
on.
Felice Knight,
Yes.
Mr. Jerome Harris,
Yes.
who's here tonight,
Who's here in the back? Yep.
Ms. Tracy Doran, Ms. Crystal Rouse, and Darren Calhoun, and Kimberly Butler Willis. I want to thank you for your leadership. Long overdue.
He got to stand up.
The interruptions at that meeting and the interruptions tonight continue. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and commitment for Amber Johnson. get us over to this point took leadership and perseverance. And I want to thank you, Amber.
Okay.
And to Councilman Gregory, who's my co-chair. Thank you for your leadership and your wisdom.
Let's help
calling me,
Lauren.
taking me off the ledge sometimes, but I appreciate that. I've had individual conversations with almost every council member, and while we may disagree on a few
Sorry for cussing.
recommendations, I believe you know in your heart that this is the right thing to do.
Thank you, B-Man.
The report came in August.
Yes.
Individual councils,
Yes, Al
individual
Hancock.
subcommittees have been meeting on the report. I can take more mics. And you all know that this is not some radical extremist report. You know that. As council members, you know that.
You know it.
In your heart.
And you can
'Cause you've
lower the
seen
temperature.
work. You've had conversations with commission members.
That's right, Ross, in your car. I remember that
Folks
call.
who have not read the report or participated in one commission meeting. Now, mind you, it's been going on since June of 2020. We've had 60 public
no, it's not.
meetings on this issue. All on YouTube, all public.
Oh, see, I just said that.
You had every opportunity to participate.
I just said that all these things were on YouTube, y'all. When we would convene each subcommittee, he just rattled off all the subcommittee chairs. Each subcommittee meeting was recorded. Had a city employee, at least one or two city employees in there throughout the duration of each meeting. Okay, all right. Sometimes we had three. We had Scott Watson, and we had a couple other people who recorded and send out the emails. Okay, administrators from the city, all of it. I had to do minutes. I had to submit the minutes for approval. All of that is public record. So to sit up there and say, I all the hand wringing and bullshit, get the fuck out of here. Ross, just go ahead and be a man. Be the man you trying to be in that suit with that haircut. Be the man you trying to be with that suit. Be the big boy you trying to be. Be mayoral and make a fucking decision. Whether it's yay or nay, make a decision. All this bullshit.
If I was running for council, a year out, I would probably drop in on one of those meetings and learn. Tonight's vote is not about any one specific recommendation. So I want to dispel the media reports and social media posts that we're voting on CRT, reparations.
Yeah.
Tonight's vote is about allowing the commission to continue its work, even if you don't agree with all 125 recommendations.
Right.
Just like I don't agree with everything that was in the bid. Right. I decided to vote for it because it's the start. It's the framework.
Right.
That's what we're asking for you for tonight.
I can respect that. I don't agree with it. I can respect that.
I wouldn't say the funny thing, but the most disturbing thing this week is that I've seen people spend money and time
on ads
to derail this commission.
Yep.
With ads.
Yep.
Text messages.
Yep.
We have so many issues in our city to focus on. And you are spending resources and time to derail the formation of a commission. We're not voting on any one specific recommendation tonight.
Come on.
It's the formation of a commission to have a discussion.
That sunsets in 3 years.
I guess I need to ask folks that spoke tonight. I need to ask folks that are against it. If no specific recommendations are being voted on this evening, what exactly is making you uncomfortable about allowing this commission to continue to do its work?
Yes.
I'm going to finish my statement, and you could follow up. If I was to guess, it's not about my specific recommendations. It's the fact that we are meeting to discuss the issues that make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I'm going to be very clear.
Yeah, no, she's shaking her head.
Everyone that has come to speak and opposed to this, I've heard over and over.
They've been white, by the way.
Folks outside screaming and yelling. I can't take the anger. It's divisive. This work isn't there to make you feel comfortable.
Right.
CRT is not being taught in our schools. I have to just get to this point because I work for the school district. So I think I'm a bit of an expert on what CRT is.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's an academic framework that was developed in law schools.
Come on.
Let me just, for the record, because there's a lot of misinformation.
And she knows that.
The theory says that racism is part of everyday life. So people, white, non-white, who don't intend to be racist can nevertheless make choices that fuel racism. And let me be perfectly honest. I'm not sure I agree with that theory 100%.
Oh, here we go. You could have just.
But I'm also not trying to squash any attempt to have a conversation about its merits. CRT is not being taught in our schools, nor this body, and Councilman Waring has said that we don't have the authority to do that.
To inform curriculum.
So I just would ask, if you are out there pushing the idea that CRT is part of this report and we're pushing it like, we don't have the governing body. We can't do that. I say the real issue at hand is this, is that there are some people that don't want white kids to learn even the most basic truths about American history.
Right.
And this is emotional politics at its worst. And some of my colleagues on council know this.
Yep.
And here's a legitimate question. To all those who think we shouldn't expose our children to the unvarnished history of this great country. Some white people in U.S. history were slave owners, and others were abolitionists.
Yep. Yep.
People thinking about American history of racism shames white kids should reflect on why they think white kids will associate more with the slave owner guilt rather than the abolitionist pride.
Come on.
Think about that.
I like that. I like that.
There were white abolitionists that fought.
That's right. So why would they feel shame?
History automatically go to this place where it's white guilt.
Right.
Some have commented that the special commission and even this meeting is going to create more division.
Look at them Grimke sisters y'all like trotting out.
And there's no need to have these discussions. To them, we say this commission's work is not about getting along, nor is it about making you feel comfortable. And let me be crystal clear about this. And it's not about punishing white people or making white people feel guilty.
No.
How many times I've heard that from folks?
Come on.
This is going to cause great division in our community, that whites and blacks are not going to get along. The notion that we can't have a discussion about race while at the same time honoring our history and our great country while putting things in historical context is a false narrative.
Jason is doing what Ross thought he was doing.
We're better than that. And the intent of the commission is to recognize.
And not because I agree with most of what he says.
And this is important.
It's because he's bringing the facts.
Not every Charlestonian has had equal access to resources, to power, and the lack of access has created economic, educational, and cultural obstacles for our Black citizens. That's not history. That's today. You don't have to look in the history books to validate these claims. Again, I work for the school district. I've been a public servant for over 15 years.
And she homeschools, right?
Look at our education and criminal justice system.
No shade, but just
and if you don't tell me that there's disparities in our system, that we don't need to be having these discussions, you're not paying attention to what's really happening.
Come on.
Last couple things. This work is about increasing the success for all groups, which means having a real discussion about power. Again, juxtapose our conversation around the bid and this conversation, and you will see that this is what the commission is trying to do. The power dynamic it's here. It's in front of us tonight. You're seeing it play out. Why did we not cause for deferral for the bid?
All right.
That's a rhetorical question. We can have a conversation some other point. The final report, an overwhelming majority of the recommendations are about common sense changes. Just read the report. I'm not going to go through all this because I know time is of the essence. I'm gonna follow up with this couple things.
Ooh, over 4 hours, y'all.
The recommendations in this report have all been recommended and all been articulated by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Federal Housing Administration, National Medical Association,
Right.
National Education Association. I want to be clear about what's in the report as well. Here are some of the recommendations. Reimagining police services with the goal of building trust in the community, improving access to working capital for Black-owned businesses, prioritizing flood mitigation strategies that address racial equity and environmental justice.
A couple of them are, but
owners of heirs
she should be listening.
Families build generational wealth.
She spend more time on her phone, and we're going to clock her the whole
Establishing
time.
A living wage and system of compensation where city employees who wish to live in city limits can do so. And examining how the role of public education funding and the act of consolidation have impacted the lives of Black and brown students. May I ask any council member that's opposed to this and those that are listening, do any of those recommendations sound extreme? I would urge you all not to vote for a deferral. The game has been played too long.
Like part of what I'm gonna pause real quick. The part of what Jason is also doing is he is very, very skillfully lowering the temperature. It is lukewarm. It is not even. It's the word tepid is, I'm reaching for that word. Okay. Like, he's lowered the temperature. It is room temperature now. So now it's not hot. It's not cold. What's going to be the real objection now? He's lowered the temperature. He's telling you. Did y'all watch 60 Minutes Beyond the piece that I watched in the morning with y'all? You'll see the whole 60 Minutes. They did the whole history of StoryCorps, how you sit people with different ideologies together. You sit them together. You lower the temperature. You see people as human. That's what Jason just did. He made it very matter of fact. He made it very plain. He humanized. He showed you who the commissioners were. He said their names individually. Now that he's done all that, we're going to see what whiteness does in this space. Whiteness with access to power, and whiteness that is wedded to supremacy. And I know a lot of people say, Mika, you can't keep. That's what this is. Because I'm serious. I don't even agree with a lot of things he said in there. Right? That's not how I talk about these issues. But I respect the fact of what he just did. He just lowered the temperature. So now you're going to say it's still too hot, too spicy? That to me is you're committed to something. You're committed to the very things that the commission was designed to interrogate.
We owe it to the commission members. We owe it to our community.
Probably L. Hancock's.
And we owe it to the staff. They need direction on this. We've been going back and forth with this since August.
Put your phone down. You just got Stephen been sitting there with his hands.
I want to thank the council members that did engage. A yes vote tonight to get this passed gets the commission established. That's all it does. And for the record, again, it does not pass any ordinance.
Nothing.
For or against what you believe. We're not here to pass ordinances on those recommendations. We're here to just simply create a permanent commission so we can get to work.
Semi-permanent.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too, L. Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I gotta work on your nickname.
I won't forget that council meeting on Daniel Island.
Oh,
it was the worst show of humanity.
It was, and led by people who opposed the damn thing. Why would you want to vote? Why would you want to vote in their interest? Why would you want to vote like those people?
I was embarrassed how people acted, how they tried to portray their thoughts, and they did it in front of their children. She made it 100 times worse.
Yeah, insurrectionists there doing
it. Needed to be. But I voted against the commission that night because of a lot of the reasons that have been articulated already by my fellow council members. It just didn't sit well with me on the issues dealing with defunding the police, slave reparations, CRT, and some other matters on there. And I could have walked away that night, and that would have been the end of it. And we would not be having this discussion tonight. But I engaged with Councilmember Sackman, Councilmember Gregory, Councilmember Brady, Councilmember Appel.
They keep talking about this one night. Yo, we did this for over a year.
I had a moral obligation to my community.
These are the one or two votes that
the easy
Gregory
road
whipped.
right now, ladies and gentlemen who are sitting at this table, the easy road right now is to vote against this commission. That's the easy road.
Mm-hmm.
And you have that opportunity to do that. Right now, you have the opportunity to say, let's just put this aside. It's too divisive. It's too much of a problem.
Everything with race is divisive. Nothing else is divisive but race. Nothing else. I never hear this word used so much.
That's the easy road.
With other issues, especially the ones that are wreaking havoc on our small businesses.
That I am a better human being, hopefully a better representative of my community.
I hope so.
Because I've had the opportunity to interact with Councilmember Waring, Councilmember Gregory, Councilmember Mitchell, and your predecessor, Councilmember Lewis. I hope that I have become a person more understanding because of my interaction.
You shouldn't have to befriend a black person to understand
in the legal
this
profession,
issue. For the record, don't ever
practicing attorneys.
Don't ever say that to a black person.
Someone said, "What do you mean? You're still practicing after 40 years?" I go, "Well, yeah, because once I realize or think I know everything, I need to hang up my shingle," and that's true in life. if we think that we are know-alls and we have the answer to everything, we really have cheated ourselves.
You mean take over that city council meeting?
Unfortunately, and this is just really unfortunate, the communication on this commission has been poor.
From who?
It really has been poor. There's a lot of blame to go around for why it's been poor.
What are you talking about?
And I've heard the complaints about this, and some of it has a level of legitimacy to it. One is that we started this and brought it up in December, right before Christmas, and maybe people's attentions weren't there.
So what?
Maybe that's part of it.
No.
I don't know.
It's been going on since
But I
summer
do know
2020.
this. There has been an intentional program.
Yep.
An intentional effort.
They put your name on
to
it.
disseminate misinformation.
It is April.
The folks who are crying that this commission is going to be divisive are the people who are creating the division.
They put your name on the ad, baby. They spent hundreds
Sit down
of
for a
dollars
second, think for that for a moment.
to call you out by
The
name.
reason it's divisive is because the people out there are creating misinformation to create the division.
We can't be having this
I've
conversation.
asked this question to
We
myself.
can't be having a
100
strong
times. I've asked
conversation
it
about the
among several people.
communications. Talk about the merits of the
What are
commission.
people afraid of? A person who I've known for the past 20, 25 years, his children, my children, went to Charleston Catholic School together.
Please don't
This is
mention
my
your black
sister called
friendships.
me. I thought it was a call from Washington, D.C. Someone was going to give me some money or something. I don't know. But I took the call.
Oh, wow. Why would you say that?
And we engaged in this conversation. And I asked him, I said, what are you afraid of?
Right.
There was a pause. And we had a very spirited and very good conversation. And I said to him, you know what? I'm going to put you on the commission. And he paused and he said, I accept the challenge. I've got at least one person who I want to nominate for that. I agree with Councilmember Brady's idea. Let's just give the second reading. We don't need to delay it any more beyond that because there's an empty seat over there. We passed a budget.
Yeah.
We didn't delay passing the budget because it's an empty seat.
Nope.
We didn't delay passing the budget.
That's just
because
a
new council
weird thing
members
to
were coming
bring
on this council.
That was a weird thing to
That's
bring
not a
up.
legitimate
Mike
reason to do
Seekins.
that.
No, like, oh,
But I do understand
empty
this,
seat.
and I am listening to my constituents.
But it was
And I
naked.
want
It was
one
nakedly
more
honest.
opportunity. I just want one more opportunity to talk to my constituents. So I would ask all of you to give us just second reading. Let's go one more time. I want to share one thing with y'all. I may have kind of spoken about this in circles. There was a case decided on June 24th, 1913, ex parte Shayette. Federal court.
Let me
It was
bring up.
about my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather and my grandfather came to Charleston in 1899. My grandfather was 10 years old. They were fleeing because of the suppression of the Ottoman Empire. They were being conscripted into the Turkish army. They were poor. My grandfather sold, excuse me, Madam Clerk, horse shit as fuel to make a living. They put together some money, got a voyage together, and came here. My grandfather became a naturalized citizen, and I called Councilmember Gregory when I looked at my grandfather's naturalization papers, and he lived next door to the one hotel on Spring Street that was the only hotel, I think, in the city of Charleston at the time that was allowed, but back in those days, they called them Negroes, to socialize, to have parties, to have conventions and things like that. And I was astonished. I never knew that story. And then fast forward to 1913, this case is my great-grandfather, not my grandfather, my great-grandfather's petition to be a naturalized citizen. And he was denied because he wasn't a free white man. This is what the judge said in the case as he was deliberating whether or not to grant my great-grandfather naturalization papers. In color, he is about that of a walnut. Can you imagine describing somebody like that? In color, he is about that of a walnut, or somewhat darker than is the usual mulatto of one half.
This is so painful as a black woman, as a descendant of the enslaved, as a woman with the last name Gadsden living in Charleston. This is so sad.
My family,
this is so.
No one talked about this in my family.
This is not. We don't need this.
I had someone mentioned this to me a
we
while
got the
back.
Avery, dude.
I digged it up myself.
Just vote. It's 9:30.
My family has been the subject of
I
discrimination.
knew a black, and I knew some history of blacks, and I knew this court case about black. Come on.
The level of discrimination in this city against Catholics. So I had a sort of a double whammy of that. I was fortunate enough to go to Portugal school, private school. My parents, my sisters keep on fussing me about this and yell at me about this. They went to Bishop England, I went to Portugal.
Okay.
I experienced
both
discrimination while I was in school.
Oh my God, what are we doing?
Well, the person and I talked about that. I loved that school, got a great education out of it. But I remember the things that I had experienced out of that. Now, this is me. I'm
going to call him white wearing.
I'm a Lebanese person with olive skin who's experienced those kind of level of discrimination.
You're a person of color.
I can't imagine what Councilmember Waring and Gregory and Lewis and Mitchell have experienced.
He's centering himself so bad, it's ridiculous, April.
I don't know. But I think it goes back to what I said earlier. I hope that I'm a better person because of my interaction.
I do think he's a dude with solid moral character.
Now,
politically, not on the same page with me.
People sitting at this.
But like, can we just get through this? Come on.
I had prayed and hoped.
I literally just texted that.
I was naive enough.
Art Council, how you doing? I literally just texted that to somebody. This is bananas.
On this commission.
Y'all, did y'all know that? So
and we're not.
Is there anyone in the chat that was at the meeting?
And that's sad.
Because I'm getting texts that there was craziness outside and the police
really
had to have people escorted out.
No, I'm disappointed.
Like, if that's crazy. I'm gonna see if the reporters got that.
We need to come together as a community.
We'll cover it tomorrow before April.
We need to speak.
I gotta go
in
to
one
sleep.
voice.
I'm tired. Come on.
Show our community that we are here to unite. I read an article right around Christmas time.
I heard that too, Art Council.
The author said,
that's what I heard. People could hear him. You could hear the people outside yelling.
They said, why did Jesus?
They said the clergy had to be escorted out the back way.
Or ask rhetorical questions.
And they heard racial slurs.
It's a very interesting article about that. And the author said.
And then yet they're in here doing this. And I know they can hear them.
Enough to understand.
And yet they won't even vote for a commission.
Could not change people's minds. And I had to let that sit with me for a while and think, wait a minute, this is divinity.
I wasn't locked in on the whole apology
change people's minds
thing, but
what it could do,
it probably went like this. This is painful.
Perhaps it changed people's hearts. I'm asking my fellow colleagues to change your hearts. We have 11 people plus a mayor. We have an opportunity tonight, right now.
I know.
To show the world, to show our community that we're united. Let's give a second reading. We can tweak what we need to tweak. We can change some language if we need to change some language. We can add some more definitions between now and in 2 weeks. You want some changes on this thing?
A lot of political careers took a certain turn this meeting. I will say that, as tired as I am, a lot of political careers took a certain turn, and they don't know it yet. But we're gonna make sure
wants to speak, and then
we
I'll
clarify where people stood on this issue.
Gregory and yourself, I want to check in. Councilmember Shealy, you're good.
Yeah, he ain't gonna say shit. He'll know.
This definitely shows you the length of time we can spend on topic when most.
All is for a second reading. Seriously, make that a T-shirt.
Time, which we have been doing this evening. And I would like to make some comments on where we are. Of course, the motion is still to defer or not. I will vote not to defer.
Imagine having to work a blue collar job all day and have to sit through this.
The commission, and I'd like to explain.
Imagine having children.
It's in three main spirits, if you will. In the spirit of, I believe, our common faith in God and what that means to all of us. In the spirit of the heritage of what has happened here in this city over the last 351 years, and in the spirit of where we want to take our city, in the spirit of the future. Now, before I cover those three things, I do, and I'm going to repeat some of the things that have been so well said here tonight. There's been a lot of misrepresentations about what we're voting on.
They didn't let Caroline rebuttal.
And you could say we should have done a better job. But Councilmember Shade, I think you aptly pointed out that there was a intentional misinformation about what we were voting on tonight. And I want to quickly address that. What we're voting on tonight is to form a human affairs and racial conciliation.
Hilarious.
And I do, as maybe as a footnote, want to share, it wasn't some last minute subterfuge. The use.
Real quick, I know we ain't got time to pause yet, but like seriously, seriously, like the dude almost turned himself into Ruby Bridges or some shit. Like I got lost. Like I knew somebody back, and then he started citing court cases from the 19th century or some shit, or was it the 20th century? Dude, you stop. I know you're Lebanese with olive skin. Like I can't believe that came out of his mouth.
So the name Human Affairs was to honor the fact that our state of South Carolina has had a Human Affairs Commission, I think since the late 1960s or early 1970s. I know Honorable Jim Clyburn was the early commissioner of that.
Thank y'all for hanging in there with me.
Human Affairs Commission.
It's better than watching by yourself.
By Governor John West, I believe.
Speaking from personal experience.
So we're forming a commission, as has been stated. We're not voting on any particular recommendation that was made by anybody. It's I know in a way it continues the work that's been done for the last year and a half, but in a way it's a new start as well.
Right.
There's no guarantee to the fine people who served on the special commission that they're going to be on this new commission.
They're not.
I hearing a sigh of relief over here, maybe from Mr. Harris.
Jerome Harris.
It's a fresh start. It's a fresh start. There's no policy or recommendation that would be approved tonight whatsoever. And this has been pointed out before, but it really irks me that such an effort, deliberate effort, was made with the petition. And I got to admit, if I had read this petition and I knew nothing about what
the petition
the
sounded
reality
bonkers.
was and what we were
The
really
petition sounded bonkers with stick figures. You wouldn't have
probably
signed.
would have signed the petition.
No, you wouldn't.
Because
No, you wouldn't.
I'm not in favor of defunding police. And as been noted so well already this evening, that in the 6 years since I've been mayor, we've increased funding for the police department substantially,
I'm
well
telling
above
you.
inflation. And the net effect over that 6-year period is our annual budget for the police department of Charleston is $9.5 million more per year. Than it
And
was
they're proud of this.
6 years ago. And if I may add, for our fire department and our great firefighters, that budget is $12.7 million more per year this year than it was 6 years ago. It's a real commitment of this mayor and this city council to support public safety and our police and fire department. And for someone to try to convey that this vote tonight was about
defunding the police
is hogwash. And
I agree with him with that.
the other
like they've been
point
funding the
is
hell out of the police,
a couple of
and they
times,
ain't gonna stop no time soon.
CRT.
CRT, they don't have no influence over curriculum.
We don't dictate policy to the school board.
Never have.
It's just a fallacy of this petition and this onerous effort to February. So, but I had told Councilmember
I'm trying to catch us up because we was.
And I have to say, Councilmember Appel, I have the highest respect.
Hello, April. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
The Jewish, the Muslim, Hindu, all faith traditions. I'm a Christian. I believe all of our major faith traditions of the world have a commonality of an expression of love for one another and for God. At the end of the day, my Savior, Jesus Christ, said the best commandment, the most important thing is to love your God and to love your neighbor. And thinking back of Jesus's birth, what a humble entry into the world. And soon afterwards, being kind of run out of Dodge in fear that Jesus would be killed, they became refugees. And what did he do when he entered his ministry? Who did he minister to? He ministered to the poor. He ministered to the downtrodden. He ministered to the criminals, to the sinners. He ministered to the marginalized.
The fuck is going on?
In effect,
I know, April. Sorry,
marginalized.
You don't have. I'm gonna fast forward it.
Or discrimination against African Americans. It was legal. 285 out of 351 days. Now I mentioned this not to, as Councilmember
Defund city council. That's what we need to defund.
Not to play a blame game.
They all lawyers anyway and developers.
Or a gotcha or anything like that. Is to have some understanding about where we are. And even if some of the folks who come here at the last meeting, this meeting really believe that such thing as racism doesn't even exist, you look at the disparities that are in reality do exist. And the one that really hits me more than any is this little map here.
What about the map of all the black people that are no longer on the peninsula?
In some areas of our metro area, in the city of Charleston, that like the upper neck of upper part of Charleston Peninsula and lower part of North Charleston.
This is infuriating.
It's mostly lower income, mostly, but basically going from Rosemount up to Ackaby. The life expectancy is 66 years. Life expectancy. You go right across the river in Northbridge, where it's mostly upper income, mostly white.
Let me see if
and the life expectancy is 81 years. So right across the river, there you've got a difference of life expectancy about 15 years. You go over off Savannah Highway, again, an area in Councilmember Waring's district. It's mostly lower income and African American. 71 years compared to Councilmember Appel's district right down the street, a 10-year differential. That's a real disparity. And yes, there are a lot of social determinants. I got that. But income and race are there every time. You look at income disparities in Charleston County.
They know this already.
The income for white families is 2.2 times than for African American families. If you look nationally, we're much worse off. It's only a differential 1.63 to 1 on a national basis. In Charleston, it's 2.22 to 1. That's based on 2015.
I just want to hear this fucking vote, and I'm going to bed.
No matter where they come from, in health, in life expectancy, in policing, in income and wealth, in educational attainment, there are these disparities. And what are we going to do about it?
Vote.
So ran for election in 2015.
Go ahead and secure that black
Some of
vote. Come
you
on.
have heard me say this before, and it was a daunting race, was it not, Council Member Gregory? And when I started, the question was, what are we going to do after Joe Riley? I mean, he was so great for so long. Nobody could ever come along and equal Joe Riley. What are we going to do after he's gone? Was kind of the community question. And then in June.
Oh my God, I'm looking at the protest. Oh, wow.
A tragedy, and it's terrible that it takes a tragedy
What the hell?
for some realizations to occur, but that is
Look
what
at those
occurred.
insurrectionists there.
Mother Emanuel Church, in my own analysis and heart, the question changed for me from what are we going to do after Joe Riley to what are we going to do after Mother Emanuel. And that led us as a group to our apology. And I know even at that time, Councilmember Waring, there were questions about, well, it's one thing just to say you're sorry. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? Legitimate question. Y'all looking forward into the future. What are we going to do about it? And in the framework to give us something to do, to have that discussion, to move this ball forward, to treat people with respect and fairness, and to have that underlying spirit, God-given calling to love our neighbor and to love our brothers and sisters. This is what this commission is all about. This is what we're forming here tonight, and 2 weeks from now, when we finalize it, is a framework for this community to deal with this heritage that we've had, but look, turn the tables and look at it as an opportunity for the future, an opportunity where, in fact, by looking at the
what I realized
that exist in our city
a while ago,
our society,
some of this stuff is shtick, but overall,
that we can make Charleston a better
Tecklenburg is a bad.
We can make Charleston a better place.
So look at this.
We can reduce these disparities. We can think of the actions that we can take that make Charleston a more fair and just place. We have
they're protesting that they couldn't get in.
Holy City. I believe we pass tonight second reading of this commission in the spirit.
I hear Tyler's car.
Faith in God that we all share. To love
and then look at this.
Our Creator and to love our brothers and sisters.
Look at this.
In the spirit of our heritage, knowing where we've come from as a city.
Councilwoman Carolyn Parker being sworn in the mayor's office rather than in council chambers like the rest. Here's her explanation. So we're going to download that.
City we want to be. We want it to be a city of opportunities for all our citizens. And I believe that's what we're voting on tonight.
Thank you for the cash app.
I will go back now.
I feel good.
Councilmember Gregory.
Thank you for the support.
2 minutes, please, only. We've all had our long say.
We'll talk about this tomorrow.
Councilmember Parker.
Her dumbass excuse why she was in. It's on Twitter, though. Follow Emma Wallen.
Councilmember Gregory, do you think this is how I wanted to start my time on council? It's not. And that's why I hoped and prayed that this would, I didn't understand why it was brought to council on 12/21. You ask if maybe it's a political move on my part. I felt the same way. Maybe there was some other political move why it was brought on 12/21, knowing that this was going to be my swearing in and how I start council.
No, sweetie. Oh, baby, it's not about you, baby. Girl, no. You
any one of us, any one of you could have made a motion to defer the bid.
Let me just say this. You're a non-factor. You're a rookie. You need more reps with the starters. It wasn't about you, baby. We wasn't scared about your little one vote. Please believe. Please believe. We weren't afraid of Harry. We're not afraid of you. And you just Harry with longer hair.
Am I correct? Yes. Anyone could have made that motion. Okay. Okay. I've read the report and the definitions in full multiple times. So The implication that I am not informed is a bit offensive.
No.
I've read the report.
You said you didn't know. You said you didn't know.
No one from the commission has reached out to me.
Why
no,
would we?
I have not participated in commission meetings.
Why
I've watched
would we
them,
reach out to you?
But I have read.
You just got elected. Why would we reach out to you?
The apology for slavery.
Oh
was
my
right and just.
God.
Okay. I think it's a beautiful thing that the city of Charleston did. Who said defund the police? Because it feels like a lot of y'all are looking at me. I never said defund the police.
No, they were talking about the ads.
I don't even know
No
where
one said that. It's not about
Reallocate?
you.
Sure, I read that in the report.
Emma Wall.
My main question,
Let me stay focused on this.
Deferring tonight was the name change. I don't understand as well as the public doesn't understand. The name change still carries the same report. I keep hearing,
no, the report
we've
is not
changed this. We're starting from scratch.
You still don't know what you're talking about.
I think we just want clarification. Everyone just needs
got it.
clarification.
You just got it.
I understand where you're coming from.
Bitch.
It's been 2 years. I get it.
You just got it.
I came here tonight as well, Mr. Bowden, that having done my homework, knowing that this was going to be on the table. But the change in name, this just happened. When did the name change?
You didn't do your homework. You keep saying I did my homework. You didn't do your homework.
Again, that's what my constituents ask. Name change.
She's on her
what
phone.
Does this change? The
You can't
report,
govern that way,
this, that, and
Caroline.
the other.
You can't govern by
a
phone.
Group, Black Lives Matter, created a post after the agenda came out. And on that post, it said, we demand city council.
Yeah, they demand.
We demand
Yes,
reparations.
I demand reparations. That doesn't mean anything.
Those type of things are misleading. Are these items that people on the commission want, are going to be pushing for? They quoted Black Lives Matter in the report. I think it's a fair question that people are asking. Again,
people are saying
CRT in schools, I understand. People don't understand that we don't have the power. We don't control the school board. I understand that. These things were listed in the special commission's report. They were.
But that's
okay?
done, dummy.
But I know
I'm
that
sorry.
when folks, myself as well, see a post like that from a group that was quoted in the special commission.
No, it wasn't. You conflating national
we're going down
with
and demanding
Charleston.
City council, demanding reparations. Folks have questions.
If a group does that, that's their business, just like the group outside.
Citizens have concerns. That's what we were elected to do. Listen to them.
The group outside is demanding medical freedom and demanding to get let in. What's your problem with that? What are you talking about? Anybody can demand anything, stupid. You can literally go up there and ask for ham and mayonnaise sandwiches right now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry I'm calling her names, but I'm sorry. She's acting stupid and she's reading from a fucking phone because people are watching at home and feeding her bullshit. And this is not how you govern. Seriously, let me put my strategist hat on real quick. That's not how you govern, ma'am. That's not how you govern. You look real wild. You look bonkers out here looking at your phone, reading shit that people send you. Have your shit. Be resolute in where you stand. If you oppose it on the merits of it's going to support black people and black agendas, then just say, no, I'm not with it. Stop asking these questions from your fucking nutty ass constituency who want to drink beers with fucking dogs. I'm tired of this shit.
Lastly, I mean, critical theory, critical race theory, I've also done my homework. I know exactly where it
She's more hung up on that than she
started. So I do understand. And it's not just a 1980s law school.
It is.
Critical theory aspect started in the 30s, but that's, again, not for tonight. I do apologize. I forget what your question kind of was directed at me was.
So this is what she want to do. She want to go back and forth.
Okay.
She want to fight.
But would you still like me to answer it? Or?
You are dumb. You are dumb. I'm sorry. You are dumb. You are dumb.
You don't remember?
All right.
You want to fight. Don't give it to her, Saccharin. Don't give it to her. Don't give it to her. Don't give it to her. She want to fight. Don't fight with her. Don't give her what she wants.
It was not directed to
I'll allow you to respond.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to
My response is it wasn't directed to you.
See how they breaking rules of order just to see what she's trying to do?
You've been very vocal, campaigned. You're here tonight. It's a different thing than campaigning. I want to make sure that if you have questions, you can come to me and ask me those questions.
Yeah.
What I prefer not to happen is
a back and forth.
See you say one thing on your campaign and then come here tonight and say a different thing. So when you talk about optics, that's optics to me.
There you go.
So you campaigned on CRT.
Yep.
Defunding the police.
Yep.
This is all in your campaign message.
Oh, defund.
Okay.
Never once.
And let me just for the record, there is no defund the police in the report.
Agreed.
It says reallocation, but it's easy to tweak words and mince words to make sure
She
that
want this fight. Don't give
fits
it
the
to her.
political narrative.
Don't give it to her.
In the report,
It does not say defund the police.
it says reallocate.
Right.
Yeah.
That's much different. Reimagine and reallocate is completely different.
That's what my
And
campaign.
to,
All right, order. I got to call order.
Yeah, she wants this.
So
Don't lower
gotta
yourself.
remind everybody
She a fucking bobblehead. Do not. And I don't give a fuck how that sound.
voting to
No.
establish a commission.
And
We're not voting on a report or any of
Right.
its
We're
recommendations.
not voting on the report
Councilman
has been
Gregory.
thrown out. You need your mic, baby. Come on.
I'm also representing James Island. And as a part of my campaign literature, and I'm sure you might have seen it, well, I was very specific.
Dude
in
can run a
terms
campaign. I'll give you
of
that. I seen his machine.
Equity and inclusion be infused into the city of Charleston's program.
Thank you,
That
Art Council,
was-
if you're
I sent that
watching.
out
Thank
to
you.
thousands of people on James Island. I have yet to get one single email
Twitter. That's what. Yeah.
from my constituents
Yep.
on James Island
Diverse constituency.
opposing it. So what you're getting from the island is a little different.
The people
from
that
what I'm
harassed the
getting.
90-year-old black people in the historic
And
community of
let me-
Beerfield.
Let me finish, okay? I think
She want this though.
when
You can't give
say
it to her
that
no more.
They have spoken, yes. A portion spoke.
Yeah.
But there was a large number of people, okay, that didn't vote for you, even though you won.
Right.
And
She acting
you
like she
were
owned
put
James Island.
through your campaign literature. Negative stuff about the commission.
Yes, she did.
CRT.
And them two is not going to take that.
defunding police.
Right.
I looked at your stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm just saying. Okay.
The matter on the floor is
Yes.
No, but they had to collect her ass because we can some.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay,
Come
everyone
on.
had an opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to take mine too to speak. And I just want to make sure that when we talk about
That was her campaign.
the support that our constituents have, okay, that we're clear, okay, that I also represent James Island. And what I got was a little different.
And I seen at working the polls, I saw Gregory's ground game on James Island
The two of them
specifically.
might need to get
We need to get together and
Absolutely.
quickly.
There's no question about that. All right. Any other
She's like, I'm not
follow-up
letting
on
that
the
man in my
motion
house.
to defer, which is before us. All in favor of deferral of the item, please say aye. Can we have a roll call, please?
Roll call.
Councilmember Shealy.
Aye.
Councilmember Saccharin. Councilmember Mitchell.
Nay.
Councilmember Brady.
Nay.
Councilmember Gregory.
Nay.
Councilmember Waring.
Nay.
Councilmember Seekings.
That's 2 ayes.
Councilmember Shade.
Nay.
Good job.
Councilmember Bowden.
Nay.
Councilmember Appel. Councilmember Parker.
What did he say?
Mayor Tecklenburg.
Nay.
The
So
motion fails.
the next is the motion on the floor to give second reading.
Move to give second reading.
It's already on the floor. Any further discussion or questions?
Come on.
Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? A roll call, please.
Roll call on it.
Councilmember Shealy.
If you can,
Councilmember
if
Saccharin.
anybody can produce some of her because she's gonna try to scrub it.
Councilmember Mitchell.
She's gonna try to scrub it. If you can get me any of her
Councilmember
campaign
Brady.
materials,
Aye.
please get it to me.
Councilmember Gregory.
IG, email.
Councilmember Waring.
Thank you so much,
Aye.
Mexi.
Councilmember Seekings. Councilmember Shade.
Aye.
Councilmember Bowden.
Aye.
Councilmember Appel. Councilmember Parker. Mayor Tecklenburg.
Can't
Aye.
hear them. Thank you so
motion
much.
carries.
Aw.
Motion carries second reading. The suggestion has been made that we wait until 2 weeks from now and allow any revisions to come forth as suggested before we take third reading on the matter.
Email, however you find me. You can come back here and drop like whatever. Just find me all her stuff, what she ran on, Citadel, everything.
I don't know if Madam Clerk or
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I was going to offer an amendment on number 2. So we can take them
I'm going. All right, that's it, kids. Oh, before I dip, my favorite saying. Tomorrow we're gonna send her. We're gonna make space for April. April's gonna talk to us about a myriad of issues. I didn't even get to play it up, but we're gonna talk about the scene outside. We're gonna talk about Emma Wallen. We're gonna talk about that Carolyn Parker statement or why she was in the chambers and whatnot. She wants the optics. She wants the theatrics of opposition. This is one way where I am going to support as many council people. Do not give her the optics. Do not give her the fight she wants. She wants clickbait. She wants viral moments. She wants shit to lift up so she can fundraise off of it. She is hairy, but a little bit savvy, but just as challenged when it comes to using her intellectual heft to get through things, okay? All right? So we're going to talk about this tomorrow because we got to do a recap. But she wants to fight. She don't want to govern. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing. She want to fight. We can't give it to her. If she want to play dumb, every city council, I don't know anything to do with race. Well, I don't know, hand wringing and rocking back and forth and oh my Lord, I don't know. If she wants to do that, we need to make that if that's the game plan, that's the liability. Now, granted, this is a public conversation. Her little friends are probably watching right now. Shit, it might be one of the followers that I always give a shout out to. I've already entertained that possibility. But whoever tell this, we gonna be clocking her. We're going to be clocking her just like we clocked Harry and just like we rendered him politically weak, okay? That James Island bullshit, that don't mean nothing. It don't scare nobody. It don't scare nobody. There's more than one way to skin a cat, okay? And so we'll render you politically weak. I'm out. I'm going to do my skincare routine and indulge in some other stuff that you can't drink, and I'm going to go to bed. Take care of yourself. Please show up tomorrow, please. Please pay me back by show up tomorrow at 8 o'clock. I love y'all. Take care. Bye.